Hey, I am Cody Butler, and I just want to say a very big welcome to LinkedIn to Profits, where we're going to learn over the next little bit how to offer LinkedIn as a done-for-you marketing service to local business clients. And let me tell you, this is a really, really great product to offer, and I think you're going to really enjoy the next few weeks as we go through how to productize this and how to offer this. So I'm going to go today, I'm going to talk about some stuff that's going to be helpful for setting your expectations for what's going to come. I'm going to give you a few tips to go by. And look, before we go anywhere with this, before we go any further, I just want to say what we're doing here. We're on the really sharp edge of the saw here. This is cutting edge stuff. Very, very few people are offering this as a service. We're kind of pioneering the way here with what we're doing, and that's why this is such a great opportunity. But the downside about pioneering something is that we're going to have to learn as we go along the way, right? So I've been offering this myself for about 3 or 4 months now. I'm getting really great results, and I've made a lot of mistakes, and I've done a lot of stuff right as well. And hopefully I can share with you some of those mistakes and some of those things that I've done right that's going to really help you shallow your learning curve and get to where you want to be with this as quickly as possible. So let's start out by just talking about a few things, a few expectations, and just a little bit of advice that I'd like to offer, if I may. It's what I've discovered that's helpful for myself over the past 3 or 4 months of offering this, and what I think is going to help you. And then we'll look at exactly what we're going to cover in a little bit more detail in the upcoming modules, the upcoming weeks, stuff like that. So the first thing I'd like to say, and this is like really, really important, if you get this, then you're going to do really well in business and making money in general. Money chases speed, right? Money chases speed. So as I've just said, we're kind of on the cutting edge of what's going on here. So that's why it is such a great opportunity, because very few businesses, and probably none that you're going to come into contact with, have actually been offered LinkedIn as a managed service. They've not seen this before. Now everyone's been offered AdWords, everyone's been offered Facebook, everyone's been offered SEO and all that kind of stuff. So you can still make a lot of money, don't get me wrong, those are great products and services to offer, but this is new. This is cutting edge, and people have not seen this before, so you've got a super good opportunity. But the reality is money chases speed. So I want you to implement quickly, because the opportunity is now, right? The opportunity is today. It's not next week, it's not next month, it's not next year. This is our opportunity. It's right now. So please implement this stuff as quickly as possible. And I've got a few things here to help you do that, right? So the first thing I want to say is you're going to want to adopt an attitude of fail fast to succeed fast. Fail fast in order to succeed fast, right? And this is really my whole attitude towards business, really. Fail fast to succeed fast. So a lot of people, to be honest, they're scared of this part, right? They're scared of failure, they're scared of failing, they're scared of looking silly, stuff like that. But at the end of the day, the faster you fail, the quicker you succeed. So having said that money chases speed, and this is brand new really to the marketplace, the opportunity is right now. I really want you to adopt an attitude of fail fast to succeed fast, and don't be put off by the idea that you might get something wrong. Don't feel like you need to know everything to get out there and do this. Now, I'm learning with you for the most part, and that's why I've had the Facebook group for this particular training program, is because we're going to learn from each other as we go, right? As I get more and more experience with it, and as you get more and more experience with it, hopefully we can mastermind that experience together, and we can learn how to really, really dial this into absolutely the perfect service. So, but the way I'm learning this stuff is I'm doing what I'm telling you to do here. I'm failing fast, and I've made some mistakes, and I'm going to share those mistakes with you. So the next thing is, let me just clean this off quickly. So the next thing that I'd like to say is that, it would be great if you could come to this with an attitude of flexibility, right? Be flexible. Now, I know I'm going to share some stuff with you in the upcoming modules, and you're probably going to look at it and say, well, you've got that, or I don't have that, and that kind of stuff, right? But what I want you to be is flexible on this stuff. When I went into this, I didn't have any of the stuff I had, right? I had to work with what I had, and that's the next thing. It's like, learn to work with what you have. Work with what you have, right? I'm going to write that down. Work with what you have. So it doesn't matter, if you look at something that I'm doing, and you say, well, that's very good for you, Cody, but I don't have those testimonials, or I don't have that case study, or I don't have whatever it is that you have there, be flexible on that. Look at that and don't look at it like a problem. Look at it as an opportunity and look at it and think, well, how can I best use what I have? Because at the end of the day, as I just said, I only started offering this myself as a service 4 months ago. And when I started out, I had to be flexible with what I had and I had to work within the confines of what I had, right? And the bottom line is everybody starts in exactly the same place. So be flexible with this material. What I'm going to present to you in the upcoming modules is what's worked for me. I'm going to share with you what hasn't worked for me so you don't make those mistakes. But is this the best way to do it? Is this the only way to do it? No, absolutely not. There's going to be a number of different approaches that you can take, and you're going to want to experiment. You're going to want to be flexible. You're going to want to test stuff out. What I present to you in the upcoming modules is what I've done. It's what's worked for me. But like I say, it's early days in all of this stuff, right? We're pioneering here. So again, jump into the Facebook group and let's share what's working as we go. And don't get hung up on something. If you see like, well, you know, I've got something that you don't have, don't get hung up on that. Just make the most, take action, money chases speed, and get into the marketplace as soon as possible. Now, that's about it really. If you can come to this with an attitude of flexibility, that you want to get into the marketplace as quickly as possible, fail fast to succeed fast, because that's how you learn in the fastest way possible, and be flexible with what you've got. Be open to the fact that we might change this as we go, right, as we learn more and more and more about what we're doing here, and just have some fun with it, right? I mean, this is the biggest thing of all right here. My marker's running out. Have fun. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You know, we're coming to this, hopefully we're coming to this, I'm definitely coming to this with the attitude of, I'm doing my absolute very best to help these businesses get the outcome that they want. I'm doing my very best to get them the results that they're looking for, and I'm just going to have fun with it. So that's what I want you to do as well. Just have fun with this stuff. Just have a good time with it, and you know, don't worry about it. Get out there, get into the marketplace, and if you do, you're going to have some fun, you're going to get some experience, you're going to learn how to do this, and you're going to be in on the ground level of a very, very good opportunity here. So that's it for me. In the next video, we're going to cover what exactly we're going to cover during the training here. So I'll see you in the next video.
Hi, Cody here, and here we are in module 1 of LinkedIn to Profits, and what we're going to cover here today is I'm going to help you understand what we're offering here, how to productize this, you know, what the product actually is, and you know, what our unique selling proposition is here, so we can really get a good understanding of what the service is that we're providing to our clients, right? So the scope of the service is very, very simple. Now, don't be confused by the simplicity of this. This is very effective and it's very simple, which is why this is beautiful, because we can deliver it very easily without a huge amount of effort, right? So I'm going to try and keep these training videos as short as possible, because I'm not someone who believes that more content equals more value. In fact, quite the opposite. I think the shorter we can keep these and more to the point we can keep them, the better value it is, right? So I'm just going to go through this stuff and I'm going to share it with you. I've got a few links here you can check out for yourself, and let's get going. So basically the scope of this product that we're offering, the LinkedIn Done For You Management Service, is this. We're going to do a profile banner for them, and we'll have a look at Dima's profile here in a minute. I've chosen Dima because he's got a particularly good one. We're going to offer a profile rewrite. We're going to make daily connections with their target audience. So obviously that's going to involve building their audience for them, finding their audience, that kind of stuff. That's included in the daily connections. And once those people connect, we're going to follow up with those people that connect, and we're going to nurture those connections both on LinkedIn and ideally via email. Now, I say ideally because email is like, it's an additional thing you can add if you want to, right? So that could kind of be your upsell. So your basic offering may not have email, but you might want to add that, and that can be like an extra $500 a month or something like that. But here's the thing, by adding email, it increases the response rate by 200 to 300%. It really does massively increase the response rate. And when I say follow up via email, don't worry about that. We're going to get into what exactly I mean by that in upcoming lessons and upcoming modules. So personally, I include the email response. I include the email response as a standard, the email follow-up, just because it increases the response rates so much, and I have found also that as a result it obviously increases my retention rate as well. So if I can provide 300 more or 300% more leads on a weekly, monthly basis, obviously that's going to do really, really well for my retention rates. So that's it. That's the scope of what we offer here. Now I've got some links here. So you can see like the marketing collateral that I've put together that I use that really spells this out and makes it very clear, and that obviously I use it to generate clients, and I would hope that you would do the same thing. You can either take it and model it, or you can come up with your own, but this is going to be very good. So I've got two different approaches here. One is for marketing clients or digital marketing agencies as clients. And this is a very, very specific approach, and I use a sales letter for this, and I'll go through it. And we're going to go through the sales letter in detail in upcoming trainings, because I think if you understand what is in the sales letter obviously puts all of the benefits front and center. It makes a very good case for the product and for the service. So by going through the sales letter and dissecting the sales letter, it's going to really help you to understand what the USP is of your offering, right? What the unique selling proposition is, and it's going to make it much, much easier for you to sell it. And the other thing is I have a more general approach. So if I'm going after more general business, then I have a slightly different approach. So let's go with the more general approach first, and we'll have a look at both of these. And I'll give you the links underneath this video, and go and have a look, dissect these sales letters, dissect these video sales letters, and really try to understand what's going on. It's not that difficult. So this is the page that I use for a more general business, like if I'm going after just not a very, very specific. So we can see here, if we just jump over to the other one quickly, would you like me to generate 5 to 7 qualified leads every week for your digital marketing services? So I'm obviously going after digital marketing services here, digital marketing agencies. This is a little bit more general. Need a consistent pipeline of high quality, fresh leads coming into your business every week. And to be honest, this is kind of targeted more at IT companies. This is who I was going after here, where 3 to 5 leads, it's going to be very, very good for them. They're going to be very excited about that. So watch this short video below to learn how you can have a minimum of 3 to 5 qualified exclusive leads coming directly to your inbox every week, and we do all the work for you. So obviously the big benefits, what do they want, what do they don't want, just standard copywriting stuff there. And then I've got an 8-minute video that kind of walks them through the process a little bit. So you can, I'll leave that with you. You can watch that on your own time there. And then the call to action here is obviously schedule a call. So I'm trying to get them on the phone. Now this is why I've come here, and this is why this is kind of interesting, I think, because we've got, here's exactly what our service provides. So you're going to get an idea from this of seeing the actual service productized and how you can do this yourself. So if we just run through this quickly. So again, we're being very clear. So we want to set expectations up front. If you remember in the intro video that I made for you, the welcome video, I said that I made a lot of mistakes, or I made some mistakes. One of the mistakes that I made was I didn't set expectations properly. So we want to get those expectations set really from ground zero, from the very beginning. So let's just run through this very quickly so you can see, and then in the next video we'll go through this letter in a little bit more detail as well. So here's the scope for this service. You tell us who your target market are, and we'll go out there and get them for you. Bottom line, if your target market is on LinkedIn, we'll get you speaking with them. This is like having a sales team, a team of salespeople knock on 100 doors every single day. LinkedIn is designed specifically for business professionals to connect and engage with other business professionals. So we're reaffirming what they already know, right? So if you're not connecting, messaging, and engaging every day with potential prospects, you're missing out. So we're using the FOMO formula here, fear of missing out, for sure. Now, we'll take the hassle out of it and do all the work for you. We'll make the connections, send the messages, start the conversations with decision makers. All you have to do is take over once they're interested. Best of all, no ad spend, no contracts, and no long-term commitments. Please note, you do need to have Sales Navigator, yada, yada, yada. Now here's exactly what our service provides. So this is the productization of the service, right? So let's just run through this. Now this is what I do. You can do whatever you want here. If you can productize this in a better way, if you can make it more attractive, or if there's certain parts of this you don't like, like the email follow-up, for example, feel free to leave it out. But this is how I've put it together, and this is what has worked really well for me, right? So the first thing we're going to do is a profile overhaul. Your LinkedIn profile serves as a website and landing page, a sales letter, and a first impression. It needs to be great. We'll write or rewrite your profile, little spelling mistake there, to serve all of those purposes. We clearly state the problem you solve, who you solve it for, and what to do next. This is key to getting the conversation started. Prospects need to know immediately that you can help them. Some of the things we do are rewrite your profile if required, add professional headshots that are supplied by you, and add a booking calendar link if you had one. So if we jump over here, you can see I've got Dima's link here. And the reason, I hope Dima doesn't mind, but I've used this because it's just fantastic, right? So we're going to create a banner. So have we covered that yet? So this is going to be part of the profile makeover. So you can see here, I help cosmetic dentists generate more high-value cosmetic cases. So straight away, if that's all they read, they know who Dima helps, what he does for that person. I help generate leads and sales for my clients using digital marketing. But you can see here, so we're going to create a banner that uses this formula. Here's who I help, and here's what I do for them. Now, if we go on down here, again, we can see I'll get to the point. I can 100% grow your dental practice, or I don't cost you anything. When it comes to generating new dental patients, there's very few people in the world who come close to touching my skills. So you can see, if they don't click see more, if this is, if they just come over here and this is all they see, boom, Dima's got to the point, right? And he's just like used that language. I'll get to the point. Here's what I can do. Here's who I serve. Here's how I serve them. Here's what I do for you, right? So straight away, boom, boom, boom. Everything is absolutely front and center. Now, if you're a cosmetic dentist who's just been contacted by Dima here, you can see that this is going to be much, much more attractive than the standard profile, right? So this is what we're going to do for them in terms of a profile makeover. Now, the next part is build a targeted audience. Now, this should go without saying, but we'll say it anyway. So LinkedIn offers some very advanced and in-depth targeting options. Tell us who your ideal prospect is, their position, company size, location, industry, etc., and we'll build a targeted list to match your criteria. People often ask us what constitutes a qualified lead. The answer is somebody who matches the criteria you have provided and who needs and can afford the solution you provide. We build your perfect audience. So again, you can see there's some great sales material that you can use here when it comes to talking to your prospects and selling this stuff. People are going to say, well, what do you consider, how qualified are the prospects? Well, Mr. Prospect, that's down to you. The leads are going to be as qualified as the people that you tell us to look for. So if you just tell us you want to speak with business owners, we're going to put you in contact with business owners. If you tell us you want to speak with business owners who offer X service in this area, who have a company of this size or bigger, who have X number of employees, so on and so forth, we're going to match that audience. We're going to match what you tell us up with the audience that's available, right? So as you can see, we will build the perfect audience. So again, the second step is we're going to build the perfect audience. We're going to build the target audience, and we do that through Sales Navigator. The next part, obviously, is we're going to connect with that target audience. So we'll reach out to 75 to 100 of your ideal prospects every day and connect with them on your behalf. If they accept the connection request, we will then send them a short message asking if they are potentially interested in your services. Now, this 75 to 100, you can experiment with that. That's kind of high, I feel. Now, I did this when I first started testing this stuff, and it's you're almost giving too much value with 75 to 100 connection requests a day. I would go probably 35 to 50 depending on the industry, just because you set the standard too high for yourself to follow up. So if you're telling them you're going to connect with 100 people a day, that's 3,000 people a month. You're going to burn an audience out very quickly. Whereas if you're doing 35 people a day, that's 1,000 people a month, and that's a nice number for me. That's kind of a good number. 800 to 1,000 people a month being contacted is really good. That's 12,000 people a year, right? So if 12,000 people a year know about your client's business and service that didn't know about it at the beginning of the year, the chances of them making sales is much, much better, right? For you to put a prospect in front of 12,000 qualified leads every year, that's absolutely fantastic. So I feel like the 100 is a little bit too high, but again, this is experiment with that, go what you're comfortable with. But personally, I'm going a little bit lower. But if we continue on here, If the prospect replies with interest, then it's over to you to carry on the conversation. If they do not reply, we continue to send them soft messages for up to 90 days to ignite the conversation. In most industries, this will realistically produce 3 to 5 interested prospects every week. Now again, this is kind of aimed at IT companies, and 3 to 5 interested people a week is just a phenomenal result for those guys. They're very, very happy with that because they're really struggling to generate any leads. So I want to set the bar, I want to set the expectation as low as possible that's going to get them excited. So you're going to want to experiment with this. If you're in an industry that has higher expectations than that, then make that higher, right? So you can see here, like if we go back, you can see, as I said, minimum of 3 to 5 qualified leads coming to your inbox every week. Well, if we jump over to this sales letter, generate 5 to 7 qualified leads every week. So what's the difference? Well, the difference is this is an industry that's going to expect and want more leads for their money. And to be honest, it's a little bit easier to generate those leads. So 5 to 7 leads, A, is more attractive to the prospect, and B, is realistic for me to generate. Now, if I use this 5 to 7 number, 5 to 7 leads a week with IT companies, A, that's more than they were expecting, and B, I'm setting a standard that it's going to be obviously much harder for me to live up to. So you always want to under-promise and over-deliver. Put the number in there that is realistic for you to achieve and that is going to get the prospect excited. So let's continue on here. So we've looked at connecting with the target audience. The final part, step 4 of this process, is the money is in the follow-up. So we're going to follow up and nurture. So the money is in the follow-up. When a prospect connects on LinkedIn, we are able to add their email to an email responder and follow up indefinitely. This is not only increases immediate response, but also builds a long-term asset for your business. So you can see this is the basic process here. We're going to build your LinkedIn profile, and we're going to make it very attractive. We're going to turn it into basically this is your landing page. This is your website right here. This is where they're going to come and have a look. So we want to make this instantaneously attractive. We're going to build the target audience, and don't worry about that. I've got onboarding documents that we're going to get into in later modules that's going to show you exactly how we do that. So basically, the prospect has to build their own audience. They have to fill out an onboarding form that builds their own audience for you. That way, you're not having to figure out who their ideal client is. So pretty much, we want them to build that audience. That way, if it doesn't work out, it's not our responsibility, right? We haven't built the wrong audience. It's not like we've built the wrong audience, spent a whole month marketing, and then at the end of the month they go, that wasn't even the right target audience. We're going to have them build the audience for us, more or less. We'll cover that in later modules. We're then going to connect with that target audience. We're going to send them a connection request. When they connect, we're going to send them a welcome message, and then we're going to follow up through email. Now, again, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. I started out not following up through email, but I ended up always following up through email because it just increases your retention rate considerably. Now the next part is just the results. So again, I put this in here because I want them to kind of see what kind of reporting they're going to get or what they're going to get from it. So this is just kind of, it's not a testimonial, but it's kind of a testimonial, so they can see. It gives an idea, right, the level of quality that you're going after. So Chase, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, a whole bunch of big companies here, and it just shows them that people are actually responding, and then of course contact us. So if you're interested in learning more, then please book a short call where you'll have the opportunity to speak and determine if this is right for you, and then of course a link to your booking calendar. And that's it really. So when it comes to productizing this as an offering, this page I think is very, very helpful. Go through this, watch the video. We haven't gone through the video, but you can go through that on your own. You're gonna figure out very quickly what the intentions of the video are. It's just kind of like building trust, credibility, showing people that this is something that's valid for them. And by doing this, you can see that this is how we productize it. This is exactly what we're offering. And of course, feel free to go to the letter as well here. This is it's quite a long letter, you can see here. But again, this is going to give you all, here's one of my favorite phrases here, money less speed. But you can see all of the benefits of the service are going to be in here. So it's going to give you some really good ammunition to sell this stuff with. So that's it for this video. That's the value that we're offering, the USP that we're offering, the scope of the service that we're offering here, and how to actually productize this service to turn it into a product that you can clearly communicate to your clients. Because just saying, hey, offer a LinkedIn management service, that's not very clear, right? We want something a little bit more defined than that. and I think this is going to help. So obviously feel free to take this stuff, model it, copy it, do whatever you want. More than welcome to do all that stuff, and we'll see you in the next video. Hey, Cody here, and welcome back. So what I've got here is a sales letter that I've used to sell the LinkedIn service, and this has been a very successful letter. And as you can see here, as we talked about in the last video, this is actually aimed at digital marketing agencies. But the reason I want to go through this letter with you today is because it's going to give you some selling points, some more USPs, stuff like that. So we're not going to spend a huge amount of time. You've got a link to this letter. Go through it yourself, dissect it, try and reverse engineer what's going on, and you can use a letter like this yourself. Or really, the reason I'm giving you this, as I said, is I want you kind of to see some angles you can take when it comes to selling this stuff to really give you the ammunition that you need to go out and get these people excited, right? So again, the big benefits: there's no ad spend involved. So how would you like 5 to 7 qualified leads every week with no ad spend, and of course 100% guaranteed? So we haven't talked about that. We'll talk about that in upcoming modules. But again, there's no expense involved really in delivering this service if you're doing it yourself, just because there's no ad spend, right? So we can give the money back, and if you're doing it yourself, there's no contractor fees or anything like that. So it really doesn't cost anything to deliver this service. So that way we can add a really strong guarantee. So what we're doing here is we're just starting out with, this is the big benefit, 5 to 7 leads a week. This is a big benefit, no ad spend, and of course it's 100% guaranteed. So this is really a very attractive headline, right? As you can hopefully see. So again, we're going to remind them of where they are. If you have no idea how to generate clients into your digital marketing agency and are ready to fix that problem, keep reading. So we're going to go through here. So how do we do this? By leveraging the most powerful and most overlooked and most underutilized business tool ever, LinkedIn. So what we're doing here is we're just setting up the idea that they're missing out on something, right? The FOMO angle, the fear of missing out. So we're saying, hey, look, there's something really big, really powerful out there, and it's not being utilized, and it's probably not being utilized by you. So we're just setting up, we're seeding the idea that LinkedIn is going to be our offer here. So, and before you say, I tried LinkedIn, tried that, and it didn't work, I'm telling you, I generated millions and millions of dollars from LinkedIn last year for a total cost of less than a few $1,000s. So just stick with me. So again, we're addressing the objections that you're going to get at that point. People might go, oh, I tried LinkedIn and it didn't work. Well, that's because you're crap at writing copy. That's because you're crap at messaging, stuff like that. So it's not because LinkedIn doesn't work. So going on, you see the biggest advantage right now is that human beings are herd animals, and the herd is currently obsessed with Facebook, 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 Facebook. That means LinkedIn's pretty much off the radar, but it won't be that way forever. So again, the FOMO thing there, fear of missing out. As soon as the word gets out, the herd will stampede, opportunity is gone. So we're kind of setting up some scarcity. We're kind of setting up the idea that now is the time you want to be taking action, right? So we're setting up the offer here. And again, some more stuff here that you can go through and read yourself. Now, B2C, so here's the thing. Facebook is not a B2B platform. So a lot of people are going to be thinking about Facebook, right? Because Facebook it's trendy, it's fashionable right now. Everybody's talking about it, and a lot of businesses are being approached, being offered Facebook ads, but we want to get them away from that. So we're gonna give them the reason why Facebook is not for them and LinkedIn is. So here's the thing: Facebook is not a B2B platform. B2C, yes, business to consumer, yes, it can work. If you want to sell t-shirts with fluffy animals on to teenagers, go for it. But do you really think you're going to reach a director of online security for a bank through a Facebook ad? If this letter is going to somebody who offers security services to banks, then we're kind of like, at this point they're going to go, yeah, you're absolutely right, that person is not going to be on Facebook. Facebook is not the place to connect with serious decision makers who want digital services from you. Let's look at another example. I live in Australia and work with dentists. In the past, there are approximately 4,000 dentists in Australia. How many of those do you think are going to click on an ad on Facebook? So on and so forth. I can tell you the answer is none. LinkedIn, on the other hand, virtually 4,000 dentists, all 4,000 dentists are on LinkedIn, and they're all contactable. That's how I was able to add 18 clients in on $2,000 a month retained in less than 60 days. So again, we're showing them some benefit here. You can use your own experience, you can use other people's experience, or you don't need to put that in, whatever you want. And again, this is not necessarily that we're doing this so you can write a letter. I'm just trying to give you the angles here to approach clients with the stuff that is going to get them thinking, yes, LinkedIn is a great service, I need to give this a go. Let's talk options for digital agencies. Now again, let's talk options for security companies. Let's talk options for IT companies. Let's talk options for whatever it is, right? It doesn't matter. We want to, at this point, make the prospect aware that they don't have very many options available to them. So this can say AdWords, $30 per click plus crazy competition. Facebook, we're going to go through and give them the reasons why Facebook is not right for them. Direct mail, we're going to go through and give them the reasons why direct mail and why email is not for them. So again, just to summarize, AdWords is crowded, very competitive, ultra expensive. Facebook is complex, becoming ever more expensive, and it has a limited B2B reach. On top of this, all of these methods have one thing in common besides cost and risk, and that is you have to be a master at copy to even stand a slim chance. So we're basically saying you don't have any hope with these. And again, when you're talking to a prospect on the phone, you can say, hey, look, here are your options. You can go with AdWords, very expensive. You can go with Facebook, not really the right audience. Yeah, you can go with direct mail, which, yeah, that's going to work for you, but do you want to go to the effort of producing the direct mail and putting it in an envelope and finding the addresses and all that kind of stuff? These are very undesirable outcomes, right? We're setting all of that up. Now let's look at LinkedIn in contrast. So we set all of these up as being very undesirable. Now let's make LinkedIn desirable for the prospect. It's designed with the sole purpose of business professionals connecting. It has a built-in sales page and landing page. That's your profile. 100% email deliverability. Crazy, precise targeting. And again, you can go through and you can read this stuff yourself. So what have I got for you today? So again, this is where we're getting into the productization of the product. So we looked at what I'm using for more general businesses yesterday. Again, this is what I'm using for this specific business, but again, you can see this is kind of the productization of what we're doing here. You can see how we're setting that up. Now again, LinkedIn is a use it or lose it platform, so some more fear of missing out. Let's go on through, and then basically we're saying how many people a day are you going to successfully and consistently contact, right? So let's have a look here. So let's say you're allowed 100 connections per day or whatever, 100 activities per day. If you only connect with 30 today, you don't get 170 tomorrow. No, you get 100 again. You need to be maximizing what you have available to you on a daily basis. We're basically saying that are you really going to commit to this? Are you really going to commit to connecting with 100 people every day? And that's a valid question. Hey, look, could you do this yourself? You probably could, but are you going to? If you're you're talking to a serious business owner, yes, you probably could do this yourself, but are you going to do it yourself? Are you consistently every day going to connect with 100 people? Are you consistently every day going to follow up with those people? Because look, here's the thing: consistency is the key to success. So the simplicity of the service we offer doesn't really matter. It's like the value in what we're offering is, well, there's multiple aspects to the value, but one of the big features of the value that we're offering is we're going to do this for them, and we're going to get consistency into their business. Now, if they're connecting with 30 people a day, or if we're connecting with them with 30 people a day for them, connecting them with 30 people a day, that's 1,000 people a month that they're coming into contact with. And that's a great selling point. You say, hey, look, at the end of the month, 1,000 people are going to know about you that are in your target market, that have the desire, the need, the funds to buy or use your service, whatever it is. At the end of every month, 1,000 people that didn't know about you at the beginning of the month are going to know about you. That's 12,000 people a year are going to know about you at the end of the year. Do you think some of those might buy from you? But the key to this is consistency. You have to do this consistently. And the reality is that most people are not going to do it. So this consistency thing is a big one. It's a big selling point. We'll do this for you every day, not just now and then when we feel like it, or on the days where we're not too busy to do it. That way you know it's getting done. And this is what they're going to do. They're going to do it every now and again when they feel like it, or they're going to do it on days where they're not too busy. They're not going to do it consistently. So again here, we're talking about how many people know about you at the end of the month, so on and so forth. We've just kind of talked about that. Again, we're kind of getting into the sales pitch here, so you can have a look at that yourself. Now, if you have a look here, you can see, and this is how, when I first launched this, I didn't have anybody obviously in the service, so I didn't have testimonials. So you just put people in there that have worked with you, and they're credentializing you as somebody who's reliable, somebody who's trustworthy. So you can see if we come down here, I've got like people that dentists, people that are in general lead generation stuff, different campaigns. This guy's a dentist right here. This guy's a dentist right here. And you can see Code is very patient, knowledgeable, and selfless with his time. He truly lives by his motto that your success is his success. So I'm not necessarily giving a testimonial for this particular service, I'm putting the testimonial in there as to my character, right? Cody has delivered on everything he said he was going to do. The initial projections he gave were accurate, and we've been very happy with the result. Recommend him. So again, this guy's vouching for my character. He's saying that Cody delivers on time. He does what he says he's going to do. Same with this one here. After working with Cody for 3 months, very happy with the result. Has delivered exactly what he said he would do. So as you can see here, I'm using testimonials that are speaking to my character and speaking to the fact that I'm going to deliver the result, not necessarily speaking to the very specific result that this service is going to offer. So as I said in the welcome video, be flexible, use what you've got available to you. Whatever you have, make it work. And that's what I did here. You can see no testimonials at all that are specific to this particular service. And then, of course, I'm pushing them to book a call. So this letter's been pretty good. You can take this and you can model it. Obviously, if you want to go after digital marketing agencies, feel free to, and then you can use this letter pretty much as it is if you want to. And a lot of times the way I use this letter is when I connect with somebody in LinkedIn and I send them the first message and they say, hey, yeah, I'm interested, tell me more. I'll send them this letter. Or if it's a more general business, I'll send them the page that I showed you in the previous video. And it just gives them a very good idea of what's going on, right? It's setting up, it's dealing with a lot of the objections that you're going to get on the call. So if they say, oh, we tried LinkedIn and it didn't work, or we're thinking about doing Facebook, or we're thinking about doing AdWords or something like that, maybe we'll just do this ourselves. You've already kind of dealt with all of this stuff in the letter, right? So that's the benefit to this. So as I've said, I'll repeat myself here, the benefit to this is, one, read this letter, learn it inside and out, because you've got all of the sales collateral that you need to make this work on the phone. And the second thing is you can use this and you can send it to your prospects when they connect with you on LinkedIn or however you're reaching them and say, yeah, I'm interested, tell me more. This is a great way to do that. Now, you can use this as it is. You can use the page I showed you in the previous video as is, entirely up to you. Or you can make a combination of the two. You can test it all out. You can try that stuff out. So as long as you're getting the key benefits in there, as long as you're telling them up front what they're getting. So again, it's like we're going through the productization of what we do here. So what have I got for you? Here's what we'll do. So again, we want to set this expectation. As long as you're kind of getting that in there, then you're good to go, right? Because when they get on the phone with you, then they have a pretty good understanding to start with what this is all about. So that's it. I hope that's helpful. Hope that's given you some good information to get going here, and we'll see you in the next video. Hey, Cody here, and welcome back to module 2 of LinkedIn to Profits. And in this module, we're going to cover onboarding and setting expectations in clients, and maybe a few other little things as well. So let's start out with onboarding. So we're at the point, let's say, in the process where we've had a consultation with a client or a prospect. They've said yes, and they're ready to get going. So what do we do next? How do we get them on board? So let's go through that. So the first thing I would say is you absolutely positively want to make sure that you get paid before you do anything. Now, I've made this mistake a few times and I won't make it again. You do a whole bunch of work for somebody and they just don't pay you, right? First thing you want to do is absolutely make sure that you get paid. Now, when a client says yes, let's just say I've just had a phone consultation with a client and they say, yep, sounds really good, I'm on, let's get going. Then the first thing I do is I send them this email, the onboarding email. Now, don't worry about, you don't have to copy this exactly. This is just the email that I send because I like to systematize everything, basically, and I like it to be very copy and paste. So as soon as a client says yes, I just copy and paste this email, make a few adjustments, and boom, instead of taking 20 minutes to write an email, I've got the email to go right away. But you can adjust this. It's not that important what the words say. It's what's important is that you convey the concepts right. So here's the email, and I'll put this below this video. So it's good talking to you today. Great decision. I know you're going to be very happy with the results. Now, you want to reaffirm that they've made a good decision, right? I think this is very important, and you want to give them some confidence because we're about to ask them to process the invoice. Now, I generally, for this type of service, I don't ask for payment over the phone. I found that it's better to send them a payment link. Now, that's just my personal preference. You certainly can take payment over the phone, but my personal preference is to send them a payment link. So the next steps are as follows. Please process the invoice ASAP, and here's the link. So I put the link in there. Now, I use generally PayPal for this. Again, personal preference. You can use whatever you want. One is not necessarily better than the other. This is just what I use, and I use it because it's convenient. I've had it a long time and I understand it. There's no learning curve for me, right? But if you use something else, absolutely go ahead and use that. There's no issue there at all. And the second thing is PayPal. It's easy to set up reoccurring payments, reoccurring billing, right? So that's a big deal for me. I'm not going to be chasing money on a monthly basis. If their payment fails, then I just cancel the service, or if for whatever reason payment doesn't get made, then I just cancel the service. I'm not going to be sending out invoices on a monthly basis and chasing that money. That's just not part of my business model anymore. So get them to pay the invoice, obviously, and then the second step is please complete the onboarding questionnaire. Now here's the link for step 2, and we'll go over that in just a second. So after you've completed those tasks, please email me and I will send you an email with the next task. The sooner we're able to complete these, the sooner we can begin to generate you leads. Thanks again, and looking forward to working with you. PS, ping me if you have any questions. So again, step by step by step, we want to make this very, very easy for clients to do what we want them to do at this point. We don't want to just send them a whole bunch of information and a whole bunch of forms and links and stuff like that and think that they're going to figure out what to do. We want to reassure that they've made a good decision, then we want to direct them in the direction that we want them to go, taking the steps that we want them to take in the order that we want them to be taken, right? So that is, please process the invoice, and then please complete the onboarding questionnaire, and then email me. So a very clear sequence of events. So we're setting very clear expectations within the prospect. Now, the link here for the onboarding, let's go over here. So obviously done for your lead generation. Please complete the form below to get started. Now, just a quick thing about this form here is this whole business I put together very, very quickly. Money loves speed. Money chases speed. So when you have an opportunity, you got to act fast. You got to get into the marketplace fast. Now, with everything that I'm showing you here, what I want to show you is the business and the collateral and everything that I use to get into the marketplace with all its warts and imperfections and spelling mistakes and everything else, because I want to show you that you just want to take action and you just want to get into the marketplace. Now, if over time, I will go and I'll pretty this stuff up, obviously, and I'll make it look nice and I'll brand it and all of that kind of stuff. But I just wanted to get into the marketplace very, very quickly, and that's why I'm showing you this stuff that I used in it with all of its imperfections, so you don't feel like there's any obstacle, any barriers whatsoever for you to get into the marketplace and doing this. Now, as far as the actual form goes, we'll look at the form here. But as far as this form goes, you can use any form. You can use Google Forms if you want to. Just create a form in Google Forms and send them that. Or you can use Wufoo. Just create a Wufoo form and send them a direct link. It doesn't even have to be on a specific web page like this. It can just be a questionnaire, because we're not trying to sell them anything at this point. They're already in, right? We just want to get the information, and there's a ton of ways to do this. This, I think, is actually in Unbounce. It's an Unbounce questionnaire, but you could do it in ClickFunnels. Like I say, you could do it in Unbounce. You can just send them a Google Doc or a Google form, very easy to set up, or just a simple Wufoo form. Again, very, very simple to set up. So let's run through this form quickly. Now, the leads we produce are only as good as the information you provide, so please be sure to thoroughly complete this form. Now, if they don't tell us who their market is, if they don't tell us what they're looking for, then how can we help them, right? So this is very important. When people say, what's the quality of the lead? You know, what kind of leads are you producing? Well, that's up to you. You tell us what you would like and we'll produce them for you. You tell us the type of business, the type of job title, whatever, number of employees-ish, all that kind of stuff. You know, you tell us exactly what you want and we'll produce it for you. So very important to tell them this. Also, please complete the form promptly, as any delays will result in you being put back in the production schedule. Now, I want people to get on board very quickly with this, because when I started rolling this out, I was bringing clients on board very quickly, and as you'll see in a video here in a little bit, it can start, if you've got a whole bunch of clients coming in at one time, then you don't want that really, because they're going to be at different stages of the process of onboarding, and I like to just get them on board and get them up and running as quickly as possible. So I'm giving them reasons why they need to take action promptly here, because if they don't, they're going to get put back in the production schedule and their billing has already started, right? So we want them to fill this form out quickly. That's why I put this. Now let's go through this form. It's quite a long form, as you can see, but it's necessary. So obviously basic stuff here: name, email, website. Please provide your LinkedIn login details. You will need Sales Navigator. If you don't have it, please add it to your LinkedIn account. So they've got to have Sales Navigator. So that's login details. What is your niche? So again, anybody who's been through any of my training understands the need to become niche specific. So again, we want to get our clients to become as niche specific as possible. If we can get them to focus on one product or one part of the marketplace, that's going to be really, really great. That's going to help us a lot. Target market, please describe your target prospect in as much detail as possible. So again, we're going to have to go out and find these people on LinkedIn. Now, it might be very easy. It could be something like dentists or chiropractors or something like that that's really very, very easy to find. We just got to put in dentist in the job title, but it might be something that's a lot harder than that. We might have to do a little bit of work to find these people. I'll give you an example here in a little bit of having to dig a little bit deeper to find the prospect on LinkedIn. So we want to get them to fill this out for sure. Now, what results, outcome do you provide, or what results, outcomes do you provide for your ideal client? Now, this is going to be important when it comes to creating their profile, for doing a profile makeover later on. And again, the same with this question here. What's your USP? What makes you different from everybody else? What bold promises can you make? Do you offer any guarantees? If so, what are they? Do you offer any free offers, lead magnets, etc.? And anything we can use to promote your service. So all of these questions here are really aimed around having the information that you need to do a profile makeover for them, and we'll cover all that in an upcoming video. And whether you're doing that yourself or whether you're using a copywriter to do it, it's going to be very, very difficult to create a very compelling profile that's going to get them great results if we don't know these things, right? If we don't know what promises they make, if we don't know what guarantees they offer, if they don't have any free offers or lead magnets, stuff like that. If we have all this stuff, it's going to really make it a lot easier for us to deal with these guys for sure. That's most of the questions there. Let's see if there's any more. Do you have a booking calendar link? Again, this is very useful because we can use that within the profile, or we can just drive them to it directly through messaging, and that's a really great way to generate leads. So in the follow-up email sequence that we're going to do, or the messaging sequence that we're going to do on LinkedIn, depending on what direction we want to go, and again, we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail in a later video, sending a prospect to a booking calendar link is going to be great. Your clients are going to love it if you can get calls booked into their calendar. So getting that if possible. And then here, can we make the required changes to your LinkedIn profile? Yes or no, please send changes for approval first. Either one's fine. And then MailChimp login. If you don't have one, please create an account. It's free. And then, of course, the MailChimp password. Now, the reason I use MailChimp is one reason and one reason only, is it's free. It doesn't cost the client anything, so there's a little bit less resistance there. You can do it other ways as well. If you have an active campaign account, for example, you can create the auto response sequence in there and just use your own active campaign account. That's one way of doing it. But this way keeps it nice and clean, nice and separate, and we can always hand the account back to the client when we get done or when they're done with us. And it's a selling point, right? We just say, hey, look, we're building a long-term asset for your business. It's not just a case of we're going to send a message or two and that's it. If they respond, they respond. They don't, they don't. That's unfortunate, or that's great, whichever it is. We're building a long-term asset. We're building a mailing list for them, which they can mail to over an extended period of time. And really, this is where the big wins are going to be, when you can start to mail out to their prospects, or they can start to mail out to their own prospects month after month after month, and they can do a monthly email or bi-monthly email, whatever it is. That's where the real long-term advantage is going to come. And by having them have their own MailChimp account, it just gives them some ownership in what they're doing, and it's free. Right, so it's just a little bit less resistance. With all of this stuff, this is where a lot of this stuff, it's where we can we might have to coach them through it a little bit, right? There might actually be some consulting involved, and this is the value of the service that we're offering as well. If the businesses that you work with, some of them are not going to know this stuff, right? So they're not going to know what their USP is. They're really not. They're going to have some generic USP. They're not going to really have thought about what bold promises they can make. They haven't probably thought about the guarantees that they can offer. So this is going to be really great for you to help them through this, because you just add in so much value to their business because you're actually helping them. And the issue with AdWords and Facebook and stuff like that, a lot of times that I've found, is we generate leads very successful for a business, but they're not really able to close those leads because they're not positioning themselves in a way that makes it easy for them to close those leads, or they're just not very good at closing those leads. So by asking them these questions, and you don't want to let your client off the hook with these. If they give you a generic answer, what's your USP, and they just give you a generic answer like, we deliver great results, that's not a USP. You're going to have to go back to them and badger them a little bit for a better answer, and just say, hey, look, that's not really a USP. Everybody is going to claim that they deliver great results. Is there anything that we can come up with that positions you a little bit stronger, a little bit better, a little bit more uniquely, that kind of stuff? So these are great questions for you to help them through the consultation process or consultative process of actually figuring out what their unique attractive offer is, and it's going to add just a huge amount of value to the service. And then of course when these leads start coming in based on lead gen that we're doing from these questions, then obviously they're going to be much better positioned to close those leads because they've already conveyed the major benefits that are available to each client ahead of time, right? So very helpful. So that's it pretty much. Then obviously just a submit button, but you can see this is not a pretty form. It's not about being pretty, it's just about getting this information. And like I say, this is you're gonna need this information to do the profile makeover, to really come up with an attractive offer for them and to make this service work. We want to do more than just the average company, right? More than the average marketing company. We want to really dig in deep and we really want to get them some great results. So that's the onboarding process. This is the form that I use to get them onboarded. After that, if you remember, we have just a little part of the email here. After you've completed those tasks, please email me and I will send you with the next task. Now, we're going to cover that next task in the next video, so I will see you there. Alright, so here we are. Welcome back in the next video here, and in this video we're going to cover setting expectations. So currently we've got the client to hopefully pay the invoice. We've got them to fill out the onboarding form. We have that information with us. Now we're going to start to move into the setting expectation part of it. So we want to make sure that we do this in order because we don't want to overwhelm them with information here. We want to get them to pay the invoice and we want to get them to fill out the onboarding questionnaire because we're getting them more and more involved in the process. Now, by the time we get to the actual setting expectations part, they're pretty involved in the process, so we can give them a little bit more information at this point without any overwhelm. So it's very important that we follow the steps here, and it's why I break these emails up. It's like pay the invoice and fill out this form, then send me an email. I want to give them very simple, manageable steps to get them through that process, and this works really well. If you just put a whole bunch of links in an email saying do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, then the chances of them actually doing nothing increase dramatically. So that's why we want to follow the steps, right? So the next part is setting the expectation. Now this module here is hard won on the field of battle, right? I made a lot of mistakes with this when I first started offering this service, and as I've repeatedly said, and you'll hear it a lot more, money loves speed, money chases speed. So I got it into the marketplace as quickly as possible, and I thought I'll learn on the job. Now, one of the things that I learned very early was you've got to set expectations. This is not lead gen like Facebook, or it's not lead gen like Google AdWords. It's not a contact form that's going to be sent or something like that. It's a little bit different, right? We're basically managing their LinkedIn account for them, and messages are coming in and they need to respond to those messages, so we need to set that up. Here's the problem that I had initially. They thought that I would be responding to those messages on their behalf, when the reality is their role begins when somebody responds. So as within Facebook lead gen or AdWords lead gen, all you're really doing is generating somebody who says, yeah, I'm potentially interested, talk to me. You know, you get an email or a phone number or both, and then the person has to follow up. Well, we're doing exactly the same here. The only difference is it's not a contact form. Somebody's going to send them a message back through LinkedIn that says, hey, I'm interested, tell me more. And that is where they need to take the task on board themselves. But they didn't understand that to start with, and I take responsibility for that. So we get halfway through the process and leads are being lost and people are not doing what they need to do, and I'm frustrated and they're not seeing results and they're frustrated. So I put this system in place, a little training program in place for them to get through this, and it worked like a dream. As soon as I started using this, all of those problems just immediately disappeared and the satisfaction level of clients really went through the roof. So let's have a look at that. Okay, so as in the previous video, we've given them a couple of steps and we've instructed them to send an email after that's been done. So this is the email that I've done, and the subject line is irrelevant really. It doesn't matter. We're not, you know, these are not sales emails at this point. They've given us money. They're clients. They're going to open the emails. We don't need to use marketing strategies to get emails opened at this point. They're going to open the email and read them, right? So again, this is just the copy and paste email that I use just to save myself a whole bunch of time. So it's basically, hi Cody, thanks for that. Obviously, they've just filled out the forms and paid the invoice, so that's what I'm referring to. Thanks for that. Here's some training for you so you know exactly what to expect and what to do next. Here it is. Please review it carefully. Let me know if you have any questions. So as you can see, we're taking them to the next stage in the process, and we're telling them this is important. We're telling them what this is. We're doing this so you know exactly what to expect, and we're telling them that they need to review it carefully. So that's the email, short and sweet, right? So let's head over to the training very quickly and we'll have a look at that. So here it is. Again, it's not particularly pretty, but it doesn't matter. It gives the information that's needed, right? So we've got 1, 2, 3 videos really, and I'm not sure how long they are. Let's have a look. This one's 2 minutes in length. This one's 3 minutes in length, and this one is 10 minutes in length. So we're talking less than 20 minutes total here, right? Not very much at all. So this is very manageable for them. So the first video is managing leads on LinkedIn. Now what this video goes through and explains is that what we just talked about in the previous video, right? It's that the leads are going to come through your inbox messaging in LinkedIn, and they're not going to be sent to you via a contact form necessarily, as they're probably used to or probably expecting. Now let's have a look here.
It's got now I've just set this up.
So this is just what I'm suggesting here, is that they set up a separate email address to use with their LinkedIn account, and then any leads or any messages come directly into that email account and only that email account. So you can see here that, you know, LinkedIn messaging, LinkedIn messaging, LinkedIn messaging, LinkedIn messaging, so on and so forth. You have a new message from, you have a new message from. So if they set up a new email account, a Gmail account, and use that Gmail account specifically for LinkedIn, then that is going to be really clean and they're not going to lose any leads. Now I'm not going to go into too much detail. There's a link to this training section below the video. Just go through and watch these videos. It's going to make a lot of sense to you. Now the second step is following up. So this is basically the handover, right? So this is at what point does our responsibility as the agency or the consultant stop and the responsibility of the client begin? So the answer to that question for me is when somebody responds to a message in any way, shape or form, then the lead is handed over to the client. So we send a message out and somebody replies back, sounds really interesting, tell me more, then it's the client's responsibility to follow up. Or I'd love to talk to you about this, client responsibility to follow up. So as soon as a prospect responds to the messaging that we're sending out, then that lead becomes the client's responsibility, and that puts a clearly defined boundary in the role of services, right? It clearly defines what we are responsible for and where our role ends, and what the client is responsible for and where their role begins. And it's just a 3-minute video, but this saved me literally hours of heartache and thousands of dollars when I started using this 3-minute video. It cleared up so many problems that came from just a lack of adequate expectations. And look, here's the thing, as we talked about before, we're pioneering here. This is not something that very many people, if anybody's done before. So we're kind of learning as we go. And people may have tried Facebook ads before, they may have tried AdWords before, and they have certain expectations based on previous experiences, but they haven't done this before. So we have to be much more clear and much more specific in setting the expectations here, and these videos do a really great job. So first video is managing your leads, second video is following up with those leads, who's responsible, and then the third video is just some follow-up messaging. So this is a little bit longer. So we're telling them at this point where they take over in the process. It's like, okay, when somebody responds, you need to follow up. And in this video, it's really how you follow up, right? How do you follow up with those leads? So I've created some simple scripts for them to follow up with. We don't want to leave anything to chance. We don't want to assume that they're just going to follow up productively or positively. So create these simple scripts, and you can see them here. I'll put a link to this below the video, so you can use these as well. You can modify them if you want to, whatever it is. The goal here is to take these templates and modify it to fit your business. Obviously, as this is written, it will not fit everybody's business model, so please adjust it to make it your own. So pretty much whatever the red is, they need to fill out. So, so this is the first follow-up after they reply. Thanks for the quick reply. What I offer is this. If you want to generate more of your desired outcome on a consistent basis, so on and so forth, you can go through and read this But these are the messages that I use that are pretty effective. They work very well. So again, what we're doing here is we want to help them sell their service. We want to help them get results. This goes beyond just generating the lead. We're actually going into the trusted advisor consultative role as well. We're doing it in an automated process given, which is great. We're sending them this stuff, but this is going to help them a lot to follow up. People generally don't talk in terms of their desired outcomes, right? They don't talk in terms of benefits, so on and so forth. They talk in techie industry language that doesn't really resonate with the prospect and just loses them. So giving them these follow-ups is really very helpful, to say the least. Now, feel free to modify these. Feel free to go the direction you want to go in it, add to them. Now, all I'm doing here is giving them 2 follow-ups at this point, because 2 is better than none. Really, we could go as deep as we want to go with that. Like I say, money loves speed, money chases speed. I wanted to get into the marketplace as quickly as possible. I wanted to start winning as quickly as possible, and this was adequate, this was successful. So as always, by all means modify this, by all means make it better, by all means add to it for sure. So this is the setting the expectation part, right? So let's just go back here. Like I say, I'll put a link to this below the video. These 3 videos really do a fantastic job of doing that. They help the prospect to understand what's going on, and it helps them to get a better result. Now hopefully you can see why we send this after they've paid the invoice and after they've filled out the questionnaire. If we just gave them all of this information up front, we would probably overwhelm them, and they would just think, man, this is going to be so much work. This is more work than I want to do. But by doing it incrementally, getting them to pay the invoice, then getting them to fill out the questionnaire, then getting them to do this, I'm telling you, it works really well. It's been very successful, and I would definitely advise following that format. So that's it for this video. We'll see you in the next video. Alright, so here we are back again. Now I've just got a little bonus video for you here, something that might be helpful, so I figure I'd add it in. So here it is, possible niches to target and things to look for in a great niche. So obviously the number 1 rule here is our niche has to be B2B. This is not going to work for business to consumer. LinkedIn is a business to business platform, and it's going to work best in niches where salespeople are trying to get in contact with decision makers. That's where it's going to work best. So got to be B2B. So let's have a look at some people that this service could work well for, and some criteria that needs to be present. And I'll give you some examples of some niches that I've tested out, that I've generated clients in. I've had clients in all of these niches so far. So we'll cover some of that. So let's look at this. So the best people to offer this service to target are obviously B2B. We just covered that. Now, the next thing is going to be, well, these 2 are going to work together really. So AdWords is too expensive for these guys, or Facebook is not an option. Spelling mistake there. Let's just fix that. Facebook is not an option for them. Now that's going to be IT companies, right? That's going to work for these 2 criterias work for IT companies. You're not going to get an IT director on Facebook. I don't really care what anybody says, and if you do, it's not going to be in very high volume. It's not going to be particularly successful. And for AdWords, then going to be very expensive. I have some experience in the IT niche for AdWords and stuff like that. I've worked with IT companies a few times before, and very expensive. Can be anywhere from $50 to $100 plus per click. They don't get very much for their money, for sure. So niches where AdWords is very, very expensive, niches where Facebook is not really available to them, or ideally both, right? So if a business can't advertise on AdWords and it really can't advertise on Facebook, then it has very, very limited opportunities, and usually those opportunities revolve around sales reps getting on the phone and outbound cold calling. Right? So businesses with sales reps love this, because the sales reps don't generally like creating their own opportunities. They don't generally like creating their own leads. They like getting on the phone with warm leads, people that are already interested. So again, IT companies kind of fit into this. Marketing agencies to some extent fit into this. A lot of these kind of to some extent fit into it. So any business that generally has sales reps as a way of going to market. Now SaaS, software as a service, they're quite often going to have sales reps that sell that service. Again, SaaS can be very expensive. Software as a service can be very expensive. I've worked with SaaS companies, and again, you can be looking at the same issues, $100 plus per click on Facebook, or AdWords, sorry, or the targeting being very difficult on Facebook. So SaaS companies can work really well for this as well. The other advantage to a business that has a sales rep or has sales reps is these guys are sitting around all day. They're professional salespeople. So if you send leads, sales leads, to people that are not sales professionals, then there's potential issues, right? So the medical professions are like that to some extent. So dental, for example, everybody knows that I've worked in dental extensively. The major issue there is that dentists are not salespeople. So you can send them a sales lead, you can send them a lead, but they don't really know how to follow up. It's almost like a dentist sending me dental patients, right? I don't know what to do with a dental patient, and a dentist doesn't know what to do with a sales lead. Whereas sales reps do. They do know what to do with those people, and they love it. So the businesses that I found that get really, really excited about this are businesses with sales reps. And the sales reps are like, yeah, let's do this. This would be great for me to have 3 or 4, maybe more people a day to follow up with, which quickly turns into 10 people a day, 20 people a day with the follow-up process. They love it. They absolutely love it. So the next one is a software as a service. Again, I've worked with, for example, human resource software. That's quite difficult to target on AdWords, and it's really impossible to target on Facebook. So a human resource software, a company selling a human resource software, we can target human resource managers on LinkedIn, and we can contact them directly, and we can pitch the solution, right? So software as a service can be really, really good, particularly if you can get specific, and particularly if you can have a sales rep that sells that software as well. Perfect. The next one is going to be sort of, I put dental equipment, but it can be any kind of equipment sales, right? So a dental equipment company would be great for us because we can contact dentists on behalf of the dental equipment company through LinkedIn, and it's going to be very targeted. It's going to be very good. Any medical equipment, that kind of stuff. It could be construction equipment. It could be any professional B2B equipment style sales. And again, that's probably going to have sales reps. A decent sized equipment company is going to have dedicated sales reps. So we could be looking at construction equipment, and we could be contacting construction managers or construction company owners as an example. Very difficult on AdWords, very difficult on Facebook, but this is going to be working great on LinkedIn. Now, number 7 here, I put, just go and look for B2B trade magazines. Now, if you're looking at a business-to-business trade magazine where it's a business marketing to a business, then you're going to see these type of B2B services that are being sold, because that's really the primary way that dental equipment is going to be sold. It's going to be sold in a dental trade magazine, or construction equipment is going to be sold through a construction trade magazine, so on and so forth. So we can go and look at business-to-business trade magazines, and we can see who's selling stuff, right? Who are they targeting? Who are they trying to reach? And we can contact those sellers and tell them that we can put them in contact with their audience on a daily basis. They're going to love it, and it's a very effective way to identify markets. It's a very effective way to identify niches. So, just start looking online for B2B trade magazines, or if you've got bigger bookstores in your town, go have a look. The big bookshops, they're going to have specialized magazine sections with specialized sections there, and there'll be a ton of B2B magazines, there'll be a ton of B2B publications. So go have a look at those. That's going to give you some really good ideas. Now, some of the niches that I've targeted, marketing agencies, obviously, it's going to be quite expensive to reach them on AdWords. Facebook definitely can work, but it's not necessarily the easiest. The ad spend is going to be fairly substantial, and there's going to be a lot of testing involved. So marketing agencies really like this, and they pay pretty well for it. I'm charging typically $1,500 a month to a marketing agency now, and that's a pretty nice sweet spot. You get great results for that, and it seems to work. IT companies, again, we can charge more for IT companies. The value of the service is higher. IT companies, typically their solutions will be anywhere from $5,000 to $500,000, probably typically $20,000 to $100,000, somewhere in that range. So this works really, really well. And we're going to look at all the messaging for these different companies in an upcoming section when we look at the messaging. It requires slightly different strategies for each one, but we'll go into that. Next one is coaches, consultants, and masterminds. So people that are selling coaching services, people that are selling consultancy services, masterminds, that kind of stuff, we can generate those people leads, no problem at all. If they're selling through local event, information evenings, that kind of stuff, we can put people into those events. We can generate leads for those events, that kind of stuff. Business brokers, business coaches, that's a good one. Kind of fit, these kind of fit together. Agencies, consultants, coaches. Financial advisors works really well. Very expensive on AdWords, very expensive, and not the easiest to get working in Facebook. You can definitely get it working in Facebook. It's one of the easier ones actually to get working. I mean, it's easier to get financial advisors working than it is to get IT companies working in Facebook. But nevertheless, LinkedIn is a better way to do it for these guys. It gets them better results. Accountants fall into a similar category. And as I said, I'll share with you some of the messages that I've used that's been successful for these guys when we get into the messaging modules later on. The next one is going to be expert specialized services. So again, anybody that's offering a very specialized service, LinkedIn is going to be great. You know, that kind of these business coaches, consultants, marketing agencies, we kind of fits into there. And of course, there's lots more. Be creative with this. The way I always do this when I'm looking for a niche, because I'm not the most creative person in the world, it's like this stuff just doesn't come to me effortlessly out of the sky. I have to think about this stuff and I have to take steps. So the first thing that I would advise doing is going to online business directories and just start at A and work your way through to Z and look at industries that potentially you could help. Now, you're going to come across 10,000 industries that are going to be relevant, that meet all of these criteria that you'll see in a business directory that you never thought about before. Same with B2B magazines, stuff like that. That's one of my favorites. Newspapers is another great place I like to look. So I'll go buy my local newspaper and see who's advertising in there, who's offering B2B services. Because if they're in the newspaper, it's because they're advertising, they want to get into the marketplace, and B, they're struggling to get into the marketplace. They're not really doing Facebook, they're not really doing AdWords, probably for the above reasons here. So when we approach these guys, it's very easy for us to show them the benefits of our service because they're already advertising and they're looking to get in the marketplace, and we're going to be able to offer them access to the marketplace for a heck of a lot cheaper than a newspaper or radio or television or something like that. So just keep your eyes open. So that's who we target, or possible niches to target, you know, give you some ideas of what to look for, people that we can go after. And like I say, we'll go into messaging examples of all of these in the messaging module, and I hope that helps. We'll see you in the next lesson. Alright, welcome back to the final lesson in module number 2, and in this module we're going to cover workflow and getting organized and stuff like that. So one thing that I found with this is you want to stay very, very organized. There's quite a lot of steps involved in onboarding a client, and we want to make sure that we're being organized. If we do this properly and we do this in a way that's organized, it's very easy. It's actually pretty effortless. But if we don't do this, if we don't take these steps, then it becomes very, very messy very, very quickly, and you'll end up hating life. So here's what I do. Now I have a spreadsheet, and it's got all of the tasks that are involved in onboarding a client here, right? You can see all of these. We'll go through them one at a time. And I've just got it color-coded, red and green. So I'm going to do this yellow just because I like pretty colors and it's nice to look at, so we're going to make that yellow. So I'll give you a link below this video to this spreadsheet. Just make a copy of it. Just right click, make a copy, or whatever. However you make a copy of Google Docs, I'm sure you can figure that out. Save a copy yourself, and you're going to find this very, very helpful. So the first thing I do when I get a client is obviously I put them in here. So let's call this, let's say this is me. Yes, let's say I'm the client. So I put the client's name, and then is the invoice paid? Yes or no? So I'm not going to do anything until the invoice is paid, right? So the only thing I'm going to do before the invoice is paid, as you can see here, is send the invoicing, the onboarding form. So you can see that that task has been done with all of these. That happens at the same time the invoice is set out, if you remember our onboarding process. So if a client has not paid the invoice, I am not going to do anything at all. Nothing until they pay the invoice. So let's assume that they've paid the invoice. Now I want to start working my way across here. So the first one is the invoice paid? Yes. Onboarding form sent? Yes. Well, they're sent together, so that's going to be done. Has it been received? Now, we want to know where we are at just a glance. We can just go to our workflow on a daily basis and just see what needs to happen with each client. So we can see here, yes, the onboarding form has been received. So here in client number 2, it hasn't. So we might want to send them a reminder, right? So all I do is just go to insert comment and put, sent reminder date or whatever, right? And then just put that there. So when I come back to it, I can see if they've paid the invoice but they haven't filled out the onboarding form, then the clock is ticking for the month, but they're not getting any work, and that potentially down the road could be a problem. They could say, hey, well, we've only had half a month of marketing this month or whatever. So we want to avoid that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow up very, very quickly, within a day or two, really, no more than 48 hours after the invoice being paid. I'm going to follow up with this and say, hey, you haven't filled out your onboarding form yet. Could you please fill that out? The clock is ticking. We need to get that done. So we can see here that we're just protecting ourselves as well. So we can go here and we can see that the reminder has been sent and the date. So that way, if the client comes back and says, hey, I've only got a half a month of marketing this month, you can say, well, look, we followed up on this date and this date and this date. Makes it very, very clear for you. If when a client calls you up, you can just pull this up and you can see exactly where you are with that client. So obviously, we then start working our way across. So let's look at this. So onboarding form sent, yes or no. Onboarding form received. So as soon as I receive the form back, I go ahead and just do this. There's bit of redundancy there. Actually, we could probably get rid of that. It's kind of the same thing, the received and complete, but it doesn't matter. Now, the next thing we want to know is, are we able to access their account? So this is sometimes going to require a security code. So if we try to access their account and it requires a security code, then we need to coordinate that with the client, obviously. So this is a valid question. Have we been able to access their account? So sometimes it's taken me 2 weeks to access the client's account because they're just not very cooperative, right? So again, this is where we just want to go in and insert a comment. Right click and go down here, insert comment, where we can send a note saying, hey, I've reached out on this time to try and get the security code. Reached out. That way we're just covering ourselves, and when the client comes back and says nothing's happened, if that happens, then we've just covered ourselves, right? We're going to say, well, yeah, you're right, nothing's happened, but that's not because we haven't done our job. We've sent X number of emails on these dates requesting this information. You just haven't responded. We're going to put the responsibility back on them. This next stuff is going to be pretty much in the profile makeover, that kind of stuff. So has the header been created? And again, don't worry about this right now. We're going to cover the profile makeover in later modules. I'm going to go through all of that stuff, what we do. Has their profile been updated? Has the email sequence been created? Has the audience been built? Has the account been added to the software if we're going to be using software? I personally use software. You can go with a VA or you can go with software. It's entirely up to you. We'll give you both options in a later module. And then this is important. Has the client signed off on the changes and everything? So we want to make sure generally before we launch, that I like to just send the client the profile and stuff like that and say, hey, just sign off on this and just say you're happy with it, just to protect me. Then next here we've got date of audience refresh, and what that is, once the audience has been built and sent off to a VA or loaded into the software, then obviously there's a certain number of connection requests that has been loaded into the software. Let's say it's 1,000. Let's say there's potentially 1,000, or there's 1,000 connection requests that have been loaded into the software, and we're sending out at 100 connection requests a day, just for good, easy math here, right? So that means that software is going to run out of people to message. It's going to run out of people to contact in 10 days. So I would set the date of audience refresh. I would set that 8 days from now, to give you a couple of days, so you know that you need to build a new audience and upload it into the software. And this is good for a VA. So if you're having VAs do this task, if you're having a VA build the audience and that kind of stuff, if you're having a copywriter update the profile, which is generally what I do, I generally have a copywriter do that for me. So I can give a number of people this particular spreadsheet here, and everybody can see where they are. So the copywriter can look at this and they can see that the invoice has been paid here and here and here. Client, myself, client 2 and client 4 the invoice has been paid, the onboarding form has been received, so she has the information required to update the profile. So she can see that these 3 accounts need, or these 2 accounts rather, need that to be done. Another VA can see that an audience needs to be built, so on and so forth in these accounts. It just makes it very, very clean and very easy for everybody to understand where they are and what's going on. If you've got someone who's doing the headers for you, creating headers, again, they can just look and see which invoices have been paid. If the invoice has been paid and the onboarding form has been received, then they know that they need to create a header. So you can see 2 headers need to be created here. So this way it makes it just super, super easy for any outsourcers, copywriters, VA, stuff like that. Makes it super easy for everybody to know exactly what it is that needs to be done, and for you to keep track of where you are in the process. So you can log in on any given day and you can see where all of your clients are. You can see what's going on, you can see what needs to happen, and you can see who needs to do it. And when each of your outsourcers or copywriters or VAs complete a task, they don't need to send you an email, they just change the color. That's it. So you can see whatever like this, they just change those colors and you can see that they have completed the task. So this just centralizes your communications as well. So that's it. That's how I keep track of everybody. I'll see you in the next module. Hello and welcome back. In this module we're going to look at the profile makeover and what we do there. It's pretty simple stuff, so really it consists of four things here. We create a header image for them, which we'll look at in a minute. We add a professional photo. If they supply it, they have to supply it for us. We're not actually going to do that for them, obviously. We rewrite the headline and we will rewrite the whole profile as well. Now, my whole philosophy towards this stuff is use money to create freedom. So all of this stuff, it's pretty simple. You can do it yourself if you want to. None of it's particularly challenging. And we've got templates and stuff like that to use, which makes it easy. But at the same time, it's very, very inexpensive just to have somebody do this. And this is what I do. I have somebody do all of this stuff for me because, like I say, I want to use the money that I'm generating to create freedom, not to create me a job. So we'll look at both ways of doing this. So the first thing we're going to look at is the header image. So the easiest way, well, let's just have a look at one quickly. So this is one I showed you earlier, and this is Dima. So we want to be just really putting front and center what it is that we do and how we can help the person. So it's just something that makes it look pretty and gives the big benefit. So if we look at my one here, you can see something similar. Now I've got #1 international best-selling author. The reason I've got that there is because I'm using my profile here specifically to generate credibility and trust, stuff like that. I'm not really trying to sell a product specifically through this profile. I'm using it more for building credibility and stuff like that. But you can see the concept here. So let's start by looking at the header image and seeing how we can get that done. So the easiest way is, in my opinion, is to go to Fiverr and to have them do it for you. So you can see we're over at Fiverr here, and you can just put in like LinkedIn banner and see what comes up. And as you can see, you're going to get a whole bunch of people offering to create you a banner for virtually no money, right? $5, $5, $5, something like that. So you can get the banner created for, literally nothing really. The other option that you have is to go to canva.com, and I've done that before. So let me show you that quickly. So you can see here, we just go to create LinkedIn banner, click on that, give it a second to load up. And there we are. We can see we just literally just drag and drop elements, right? We just come up with the design that we like, and we just drag and drop elements in there. So we can, if we want to, we can just have like a plain background, and then come over here, add some text, your headline, that kind of stuff, and that's pretty easy. So they've got a bunch of pictures and stuff you can use. So let's have a look here. We've got elements, icons, shapes, all kinds of stuff we can add if we want to. Whatever you want to add to pretty it up. Let's have a look here. You can upload your own images, so we can see here we've got different backgrounds we can use if we want to use something like that. Or let's say we're, I don't know, let's just say dental, for example, just because that's what people seem to like. Look at the dental images, so you can see here that we've got images that we can add. We can just drag them and drop them in there. We could do something like that, right? Send it backwards. You get the idea. So we can start to build a profile that is going to be relevant to our target audience. You get the idea. Now that's one way to do it for sure, and I'll just show you a couple that I've done this way in the past. So let's have a look here. So I use this for creating all of my ads and stuff like that. If you're not familiar with Canva, then it's a great website to go to, because this is all free. All of this stuff is free here. Let me see if I can find a few examples for you. Here we go. So you can see an example of one we built here. Looking for chiropractic patients, we have them guaranteed. So that's definitely one way to do it. Personally, I prefer the Fiverr way of doing it. It's a lot easier, but it's entirely up to you. You have both options available to you. The next thing is a professional headshot. Now, obviously, they just have to provide a professional headshot. Very easy. If they don't have it, they don't get it. It's as simple as that. Rewriting the headline for them. Now, I'll put that in a separate video because that's a little bit more involved. Writing a good headline is going to be quite important, so we'll cover that in the next video. I'll put that below this video. And then the next one is the profile rewrite. Now, again, there's two ways you can do this. You can do it yourself, and I have a template here which we'll go over. So we have the profile template, so you can see the red is just where you kind of change it out. So you can do that yourself, and we'll cover that in just a minute. The other option, of course, is going to be going back to Fiverr again, and if we just put something like LinkedIn profile, see what comes up. you're going to get a whole bunch of people come up at varying prices. I'll rewrite your LinkedIn profile starting at $20. Rewrite your profile $35, $15, $65. I'll rewrite your profile $30. Whatever. You can see there's just tons and tons of people. $25. There are just tons and tons of people. Just click on them and see, have a look at them and see. I always like to look at their feedback. So 115 reviews, 4.8 is pretty good, right? So that's pretty good. Let's see what we get for $25. We get an edit, we get a review and a critique, we get an editable file, brilliant, and we get unlimited revisions, and we get it in 2 days. So that's pretty good. That's not bad at all right there. That would be someone that I might test out. Now the way I do this usually, I'll test out a whole bunch of people. So let's say my price range is $35, looking at this one here. So I might test this person, this person, this person, and this person here. And I just want to see who does a great job and who comes back the fastest. And when I find somebody that I like, or if I find a couple of people that I like, then I just put them in my Rolodex, and that's who I go to every time. So you want to be using the same copywriter or the same 2 copywriters regularly, because they get a feel for the style. And all I do is I basically just send them this profile template and say, hey, this is the template that I want the profile to follow. Do that, please. So they do usually, and I get the profile back, I have a read, and I send it back for revisions, or quite often I'll just make the minor edits myself. So it takes a little bit of time to write one of these profiles from scratch. It doesn't take very much time at all to edit it. So that's kind of my workflow there, is I'll send out the profile to the copywriter, and then when it comes back I'll do a minor edit, unless they've just completely missed the mark altogether and it has to be completely redone. Then I'll have them do it again. But let's cover this profile template quickly so you can see the format that we cover. So the first paragraph is here's what I can do for you. So I just follow the John Carlton formula. It's very, very simple, and it's this. It's here's what I've got, here's what it'll do for you, here's how you get it. These are the 3 formats, right? Here's what I've got, here's what it'll do for you, and finally the last part is here's how you get it. So that's pretty much it. So I've got some examples here. So here's what I've got, and here you want to be very bold here. You want to get to the point. You don't want to be shy here, because you've got a very limited amount of time to get the person's attention and get them interested. Now people are a bit shy about this stuff, a bit scared about being really upfront and bold, but if you're not upfront and bold, you're not going to get people's attention. So you want to be as bold as you can, and you really want to get to the point. So Demers was a great example here. I'll get to the point. I can 100% grow your dental practice, or it don't cost you anything. That's going to really get the dentist's attention, right? That's going to get them into the click see more here and really get them reading this profile. So some examples are, I'll get to the point, I can 100% grow your dental practice, or it don't cost you anything. Great way to get started. Here's the deal. I'll save you at least 30% on your current tax bill, or my service is free. Now that's for accountants and stuff like that, obviously. Now again, you can see where the onboarding form starts to come in here. This is where you're going to use that onboarding form and the information that they supply you to build out this profile. Next one is for merchant card processing. We have the lowest merchant fees guaranteed. We won't be beaten. Again, get to the point. If somebody's paying too much for their merchant processing, that's going to get their attention. Now the next paragraph, here's what it'll do for you. Okay, so you want to really go into the benefits that they're going to get here. So this is for IT security. I would use something like this, and I have used something like this in the past. I've done quite a bit of IT security. If you're not whatever certification compliant, now this is what you need to get from your client, obviously. Not only are you at risk of being hacked and exposing customer data, you're at risk of huge fines. We can provide a free audit to 1, identify vulnerabilities, and 2, provide a list of compliance audits that are currently required to avoid government fines. So again, you're pointing out to the prospect that they're probably missing some audits that are required by law, and you're offering that audit for free. Now this works really great for security. This is done really, really well, this format. Another example is merchant processing here. If you're paying 2.6% with PayPal, or even worse, 2.9% with Stripe, you're simply paying too much. We can save you at least 30% on those fees immediately. Now again, if you're an e-commerce site or something like that, that's going to get your attention. I complain all the time about PayPal taking too much money and Stripe getting too much money. So if somebody contacted me and said I can save you 30% off your merchant processing fees, you better believe I would respond to them. The next paragraph, paragraph 3, is we want to add any unique selling propositions and add any supporting evidence that we have to build credibility. And again, we're going to use the onboarding document to get this information. This is where we get this information from. With the security stuff here, by the way, we perform audits for some of the largest blue chips in the world. The issue with internet security and security companies is the client is basically allowing you to hack their website, right? So there's some issues with trust and credibility and all that kind of stuff. So by saying we work for some of the largest blue chips in the world, it adds that credibility in there. Whatever credibility, you can add a testimonial in here, you can add anything that's going to add some credibility, that's going to provide some supporting evidence to what you're doing here. Finally, paragraph 4, here's how you get it. If you're interested in learning more, just message me or use any of the methods below: phone number, email, booking calendar link, anything that you want to add in there, right? And that's pretty much the formula that we follow here. Here's what I've got, here's what it'll do for you, and here's how you get it. Really simple, really effective. It doesn't need to go any further than that. So as you can see, the red is the areas that you need to take out and change yourself. So if you're using a contract, if you've hired a copywriter, then it's very easy for you just to send them this template here, this format, send them the onboarding form for the client and have them fill this out. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to get a pretty usable profile come back. All you're going to need to do is just read through it, make a few minor edits. That's it. So those are the 4 things really: the header image, the photo, the headline, and the profile rewrite. If you do this yourself, you're looking at probably, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours work maybe to do all of this stuff, maybe a little bit less once you get good at it. If you outsource it, then you're looking at 5 to 10 minutes of work and maybe $50 total cost, maybe even less than that. You can definitely get the header done for $5. You can probably find somebody to rewrite the profile for you for $25, something like that. That's typically what I'll pay. Well, actually I pay a little bit more than that because I have somebody that I like. Once you find somebody, it's worth keeping them happy. So I pay, I think it's around $35 for a profile makeover, for a profile rewrite. It's not a big deal. $35 for the rewrite, $5 for the header image to get created, $40 to get the whole profile done, and it takes me literally 5 minutes to do it. It's well worth the money, but entirely up to you. You can certainly do this yourself. So that's it. In the next video, we're going to spend some more time on the headline because this is really probably the most important part of the whole profile process. This is what gets people's attention. This is what's going to determine if they actually read the rewritten profile or not. So I'll see you in that video. Hello everybody and welcome back. In this video we're going to talk about creating an irresistible message that prospects just simply can't say no to. And this is really key to the whole process and why being niche specific is really critical to all of this. So basically what it boils down to is this: to make money, to get clients, you've got to find a group of people who have a very specific problem that they're willing to pay for a solution to, and communicate to them that we have a solution in a way that it's extremely difficult for them to say no to, and it's extremely easy for them to say yes to. The only way to effectively do this is to focus on one specific problem that one specific group of people are experiencing. Now, we also must do this with extreme brevity. We haven't got very long to communicate this message, so keep that in mind. The object here is to communicate in a way that's very hard to say no to and very easy for the prospect to say yes to. And the core message is the key to this success, regardless of whether we're using LinkedIn, direct mail, Facebook, Twitter. It doesn't matter. Whatever platform you want to use, your core message is absolutely going to be the key to success. And if you get that right, you can take it to any platform and you're going to just absolutely kill it. So if you get the core message right, you can absolutely dominate any niche with ease, regardless of how competitive it is, because there are just so very few people out there that are even doing an average job. Most people are just terrible, as we're going to see as we go through this. So if you get this message wrong, then the result is you're always going to struggle to get traction in any niche, in any industry. It's going to be very difficult for you. Most marketers communicate in a way that's actually extremely difficult for the prospect to say yes to, and it's very easy for them to say no to. They do the exact opposite of what they actually want to do, and you don't want to be the person that does that, and we're going to work on that in this particular video. So keep this fact in mind at all times, and that fact is this: you've only got one sentence at the very most to get your prospect's attention. That's all they're going to give you, and quite often you don't even get that. You know, they're going to look at it, and if it doesn't grab their attention immediately, immediately, then they're just going to go away from it. You don't even get one sentence most of the time. It's why brevity is so important. So this is the purpose of your headline. I'm sure everyone's heard about headlines. So headline, message, we're going to use those kind of interchangeably during this particular video. So this is the first thing that the prospect sees, and in most cases it's actually the only thing that they will ever see about you, because it's so poor in most cases that they just click away and never come back. So let's look at a few messages that are actually very easily resisted. They're resistible messages, and they're the kind of messages that I see all the time. In the lead gen industry for dental, you see something like this: lead generation expert for the dental industry. Not uncommon at all, something that I would have used myself a year or two ago, a few years ago. Now, let's use this as an example. Let's use that particular message as an example to introduce a few rules that must be followed if you're going to be successful, if you're going to enroll clients like crazy, as many as you want and as often as you want. So the first rule that has to be followed, and the first test that has to be passed, is the so what test. Basically, the so what test is, can you reply to the message with so what? That's the question. So if we look at this, lead generation expert for the dental industry, so what? Who cares, right? You can easily respond to that with so what. So this message fails the so what test. It doesn't pass that. The next question, or the next test, is the yes test. Are you giving the prospect something that they can say yes to in the message? Are you giving them something to say yes to? So here again, lead generation expert for the dental industry, is there anything to even say yes to if they want to say yes? Well, the answer to that is no. There's nothing in that statement or that message that could be said yes to, someone could reply yes to, so it fails the yes test. The third test is the question test, and that is, does it ask a question to engage the prospect's mind in the process, or can the prospect just pass on by and ignore it? So we want to be asking a question. So as I say, does it ask a question to engage the prospect? And as we look at it again, lead generation expert for the dental industry, no, the prospect is not required to engage with that statement at all. They can simply look at it and remain completely indifferent to it. They're not required to engage in any way, shape, or form. So no, it makes a statement, it doesn't ask a question. So again, it fails that test. The next test is the specificity test, and as you can imagine, does it offer a specific solution to a specific problem to a specific group of people? So let's look at it. Lead generation expert for the dental industry. The answer is no, no, and no. It doesn't. It offers a general problem to a general industry, to a general group of people. It's really not very specific at all. It's just too general. So again, unfortunately, it's failed that test. And the last test we're going to apply is the you test. So is this a you message? Does it speak to you and the interest of you, the prospect who's reading it, or is this a me message? Does it speak to me, my interest and my vanity? So is this about me, or is this about you, the prospect? So if we look at this, lead generation expert for the dental industry, well, as you can see, I could very easily preface that with, I am a lead generation expert for the dental industry. It's a 100% me message. I am me, 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 me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Doesn't speak to the prospect at all in any way, shape or form, or doesn't communicate any potential value to a prospect. It fails, and it fails absolutely miserably. There's simply nothing about this particular message that works. It's a disaster. So let's look at some real examples directly from LinkedIn. Now, I haven't worked very hard to find these examples. I've just typed in a few keyword phrases like lead generation expert, lead generation dental industry, stuff like that, and this is the top 2 or 3 that's come up every time. So these are very, very common, and this is how the vast majority of people out there are using the one precious sentence that they've been given to communicate with. So here was one I found. We won't stand for your marketing to be average. It's not in our DNA. Now, whoever's done that probably thinks it's very clever and very different and differentiates themselves from the rest of the market, but let's put it to the test, shall we, with the criteria that need to be present for this to be a winning message. So, does it pass the so what test? We won't stand for your marketing to be average. It's not in our DNA. Who cares? So what? No, it fails the so what test. You can easily say so what to it. In fact, it almost demands that you say so what to it. Does it pass the yes test? Is there something in there that we can say yes to? So again, we won't stand for your marketing to be average. It's not in our DNA. There's just nothing for me to say yes to, even if I want to. This message is physically impossible for me to say yes to it. It's demanding that I be indifferent to it. The next one is number 3, the question test. Well, there's simply no question in there. It's making a statement. We won't stand for your marketing to be average. It's not in our DNA. No question. No question present there. Okay, what about specificity? Is it offering a solution, a specific solution to a specific problem to a specific group of people? Well, we won't stand for your marketing to be average. It's not in our DNA. It's kind of not really offering anything to anybody, really. It's certainly not speaking to a specific audience. It's not speaking to a specific problem. It's not specific at all. It's very general. So, no, it fails that test. And is that a me message or is that a you message? So let's look at it. We won't stand for your marketing to be average. It's not in our DNA. So you could kind of go either way on that. It's like, I think it's a me message. I think it's saying we, me. But we'll give them that one just because the rest is so bad. So that particular message is game over, right? That's about as vague and about as meaningless as it gets. It just doesn't get more vague and meaningless than that. That's the highlight right there. So if we look at the rest of this person's profile, then let's look at it and see how that pans out as well. I'm sure we can imagine. So again, the headline, the starting statement, the message is, we won't stand for your marketing to be average. It's not in our DNA. We like to help realtors, dentists, doctors, auto repair dealers, car shop repairs, plumbers, HVAC contractors, electrical contractors, roofers, attorneys, and other local businesses. Local lead generation experts help doctors, dentists, realtors get found everywhere online. So basically, we can see that this person is basically everything to everybody, extremely general in his audience, and hence extremely general in his message. And as you can probably see by this point, based on last week and what we've covered this week, this is a disaster. This is a textbook example of what not to do. And this is typical. This is not uncommon. I would say probably a good 60, 70, maybe 80% of the profiles that I look at on LinkedIn are as bad as that, if not worse. So here's another very typical example. I just pulled this off. Didn't take me but about a half a second to find it. So their message is this. This person's message is this. Strategic online marketing consultant, certified AdWords lead generation, and conversion specialist. So I'm sure you've already got some thoughts on this, but what does that even mean, right? So there's not one thing in that particular message that you can say yes to. It's just a bunch of meaningless statements, right? So let's put this to the test quickly and see how it holds up to the 5-point test that we've outlined that needs to be passed if we're going to have a winning message that's going to make us a lot of money. So what test? So strategic online marketing consultant, certified AdWords lead gen, and conversion specialist. So what? Who cares? Good for you. Fail. The yes test, does it give the prospect something that they can specifically say yes to? Well, I don't need to read it again. The answer to that is clearly no. Does it ask a question? No, absolutely not. Clearly just makes a statement. There's no question in there at all, and it's just not very good, really. Test number 4, specificity test. Is it specific? Does it speak out to us? Does it offer a specific solution to a specific problem, to a specific group of people? No, no, and no. Online marketing consultant. Well, that could be 5 or 6 solutions right there. Certified AdWords, lead generation, and conversion specialist. So it's offering 6 or 7 possible solutions at least to an unspecified group of people. So it's offering a solution to a problem that isn't being specified to a group of people that isn't being specified. So who is this person even talking to is the question. Pretty bad. So, and then again, the you test, is this a me message or is this a you message? Does this appeal to you, the consumer, you, the prospect? Well, I am an online strategic marketing consultant. I am certified AdWords lead generation. I am a conversion specialist. It's an I am, it's a me message. It's me. Look at me, look what I can do. Doesn't speak at all to the need, the desire, or the solution to a problem that a prospect is willing to pay for. It's fail at every level. Truly, truly awful. And these people are selling themselves as experts. They're telling the world that they're experts in the marketing industry and they're experts at lead generation, when clearly they really don't understand the first thing about marketing and lead generation. So let's look at just one more typical approach that we see all the time. And again, I've probably done this myself in the past in the foolishness of my youth before I learned better. And it's something along this. It's just as many jobs as you could pack into one sentence at a time. So reputation marketing, internet marketing, LinkedIn B2B lead generation, journalist, and entrepreneur. What a fantastic message. So let's run this by the test quickly. Now we're kind of getting good at this, I guess, so we don't need to spend too much time. So does it pass the so what test? No way. Who cares? Like reputation marketing, internet marketing, journalist, who cares? Who cares about all of that stuff? Fails the so what test. Is there something you can say yes to? There's nothing there. Again, all of these examples, these people are simply not giving anything that can be said yes to. How can you present a message that's hard to say no to and easy to say yes when you're not actually presenting anything at all to say yes to? The only thing the prospect can say is no. You've just given them no other option, right? So question test, clearly it's not a question. Specificity, well, again, it's about as unspecific as it gets. I offer 20 different services to absolutely anybody, and I'll solve any problem for anybody who's willing to pay me for that. It's as unspecific and as general as it gets. And is it a me message or a you message? Well, it's just me, isn't it? I am a reputation marketing expert. I am an internet marketing expert. I'm a LinkedIn B2B lead generation expert. I'm a journalist and I'm an entrepreneur. That's fantastic for you, but it doesn't do much for me as the prospect. It doesn't encourage me to give you a call or ask you to contact me to talk about your solutions. And again, this is a very, very typical example. These are not, I haven't looked hard at all for these, right? These are found very easily. So now let's contrast this with a proven winner. Some messages that are proven to win. Now, these are the messages that I've used that produce me 2 to 3 clients every week and continue to produce me 2 to 3 clients every week and will produce me as many clients as I want, actually. It's like there's no limit really to how many I can get. So here's the message. We're going to contrast. If I guaranteed I could give you 50 qualified inquirers for dental implants every month, would you be interested? So let's run this against the 5-point test. Can you answer that so what? Well, the message has been crafted in such a way it's physically impossible to answer so what to it. You can't. It would be grammatically incorrect. It would be very bad English. And somebody who's halfway educated, their mind simply isn't going to allow them to answer so what because it's such bad English, right? So if I could guarantee I could give you 50 qualified inquirers for dental implants every month, would you be interested? The only possible response you can give to that is yes or no. It's a direct question that requires a yes or no answer. So what is not a possible, it's not an option even, so it passes the so what test. On to the next one, which is the yes test. Well, it demands a yes or no. It doesn't give the opportunity for a yes or no, or for a yes. It demands it of the person. So we're stating that we have the solution to their problem and then asking if they would be interested in that solution. Would you be interested? It ends on a question, which is obviously test number 3. So it clearly passes the yes test and it clearly passes the question test. What about the specificity test? Does it offer a specific solution to a specific problem to a specific group of people? Well, again, the answer is yes, yes, and yes. Qualified inquirers for dental implants, well, that's only going to appeal to dental implant dentists, right? It's not even as general as the dental industry. We've niched that down, and our message here is speaking to the sub-niche of dental implant dentists, and it's clearly calling out to them. They're going to be the only people that are interested in this. Nobody else is going to be interested. If I could solve the problem that you can't get enough qualified inquiries, would you be interested? So again, we're offering specific solutions to specific problems to a specific group of people. It's very specific. And what about the you test? Is this a you, the prospect message, or is this a me, the consumer message? Well, if I guaranteed I could give you 50 qualified inquirers for dental implants every month, would you be interested? So I'm asking them a question about their business. I'm asking them if they would like to have 50 inquiries coming into their business every month. So even though I start out with if I, which is kind of a me message, you kind of have to do that just for grammatical correctness. But the whole message is generally and definitely targeted at the dental implant dentist, offering them a specific solution to their specific problem. I'm not making any statements about who I am. I'm simply asking them if they would like a specific solution to a specific problem. So yes, it does pass the U test, I would say. So again, look, we can change this around a little bit for different industries and it's going to work just as well. So if I guaranteed I could give you 35 qualified inquirers for bankruptcy every month, would you be interested? Yes, I would. If I guaranteed I could give you 20 qualified inquirers for underground leak repair every month, would you be interested? Yes, I would. If I guaranteed I could give you 30 qualified inquirers for people looking for a personal injury attorney every month, would you be interested? You see how we're calling out to a very specific audience and we're offering a very specific solution to a very specific problem, and we're phrasing it in such a way that it's virtually impossible to say no to and extremely easy to say yes to. Now, another variation of this same proven winner that's made me a lot of money and is making me a lot of money. Now, I don't claim to be the world's leading expert on this or that I know everything and everyone else is wrong. I'm just showing you what I know for a fact is making money right now and has been making money and will be making money into the future. And it's getting me a lot of clients and it's generating a lot of clients for my clients, right? So I'm just sharing with you what I know for a fact is winning. and here's a message that has done very well and is doing very well. Let's see if we can determine why it's doing so well. So if I could show you how I generated 18 PPC management clients at $1,500 per month each in 2 months, would you be interested? So again, it's a very specific message to a very specific group of people, offering a very specific solution and phrasing it in a way that it's virtually impossible to say no to, right? Hopefully this is starting to make some sense at this point, and you can see why this message is so much better than the other ones we've looked at, and why this particular message is effective, and why variations of this message would be very, very effective for you too. So the answer to that question there is yes, 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 yes. If I could show you how to generate all the clients you want, would you be interested? Well, the answer to that question is yes, 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 yes. Of course I'd be interested. Please show me now exactly how you're doing that. I'm extremely interested to find out how you're doing that. That's exactly what I want. That's what you want the person to say. Yes, show me. That's exactly what I'm looking for. That's exactly the problem I'm experiencing, and that's exactly the solution I'm looking for. That's the response that you want. And that's really the typical response that those messages generate. So here are some of the responses that I get to these types of messages that I use in various niches, but it's essentially the same message that I get every single day, specifically through LinkedIn in this instance, but other places as well. So you get stuff like, sure, rock on my friend, I'll check it out and get back to you for a chat for sure. Yep, that would be great, Cody. I would be interested. Yes, yes I would, Cody. Yes, I'm in. Sounds good. Send me more information, please. Hey, Cody, I have an implant practice in Palm Springs. How much to blow it up out there? Very interested, and yes, I'm happy to hear about this. I am interested. How are you paid? So these are typical and frequent responses that I get to these types of messages that I'm using that I've just shared with you, and the same message that we're going to cover more and more as we go on through this course. So as you can see, the message itself is really very, very important, because if you get it right, and hopefully you're seeing this now, you're going to get people that are really very excited and very eager to say yes to you. And it's going to be very, very easy to move these people into a deal, because you're creating a lot of excitement through your messaging. And it's very easy to get them on the phone versus a message like this: client acquisition specialist. I grow businesses by 25% or more guaranteed. So here's the response that message would generate right here. I've shown you some typical responses. And as you can see, there's not going to get any response at all. It's going to get none. So as you can see, the two types of messages there, one is virtually impossible to say no to, and the other is virtually impossible to say yes to. Although fundamentally it's exactly the same message. Fundamentally you're saying exactly the same thing, you're speaking to the same problem, and you're offering the same solution fundamentally, right? One is impossible to say yes to, and one is impossible to say no to. It's a massive, massive difference how you craft your message. So let me show you this in action. Let me show you how this works in the real world. So I've just done a quick search here on LinkedIn for dental lead generation, and this is what comes up as the top 3 results. So if you look at this one, SEO, SEM specialist, AdWords, Facebook, YouTube, mobile video, social media, online marketing, meaningless, means nothing. Marketing and communication specialist, trade, consumer, and online marketing. Again, well, what does that mean? Who's that calling out to? What problem is it solving? And then we've got my one down here, and I've got, if I could guarantee I could give you 50 qualified inquiries for dental implants every month, would be interested. So if a dentist has searched this and they've got these 3 options presented to them, do you see how it stands out from the crowd? Do you see how it's going to get the interest and start to differentiate itself? Which one would you be interested in? Which one would you click on if it was you? And again, I'm not saying that I'm the world's leading expert on this, or I'm great or anything like that. I'm just showing you what's really working well for me, and how it can work well for you as well. So when you're in the process of creating your irresistible message, here's a winning template that's worked for me over and over again, and it's won for my clients over and over again as well, and it's going to work for you if you follow it. So basically you just follow this format, right? So if I could guarantee you a result that I 100% know you really, really want and are willing to pay for in a specific amount of time, would you be interested? Now, a lot of people get hung up on this guarantee thing. So I don't want you getting hung up on this. Like if we read this carefully, it starts out if, right? So good copy, good messaging, good sales copy is very, very conversational. So if we just put this into kind of a conversation, we could say something like, hey John, if hypothetically speaking I could generate you, or if hypothetically speaking I could guarantee that I could get you 2 to 3 AdWords clients a week, is that something you'd be interested in? You see how conversational that is, as opposed to I can get you 2 to 3 clients per week guaranteed. that's aggressive and it's a bit spammy, to be honest. Whereas if you just say, hey, look, if I could guarantee you 2 to 3 clients a week, if I could guarantee you 50 inquiries a month, is that something that you'd be interested in? Is that something you'd be interested in learning more about? And then the response to that, of course, is sure. Of course, I'd be interested. Send me some information, right? So basically, what we're saying here is we're just making a conversational statement. Hey, if I could guarantee you a result, would you be interested? It's a hypothetical. We're not guaranteeing them the result. We're simply saying, if I could. It's a hypothetical, right? So don't get hung up on that. It's not a big deal. Remember, in this message, we get one sentence and we've got to demonstrate immediately that we have a viable solution to a problem that they're willing to pay for that solution for. And you've actually only got one sentence to do that in. And if you fail to do that, if you fail to communicate that you have a viable solution in that one sentence, then it's just simply game over. That person is going to click away, they're going to disappear, and they're never coming back, and you're never ever going to do business with them. It's an opportunity that's been lost. So the purpose of this message, the purpose of this one sentence is there's a few things we need to look at. So the objectives are this. First thing is we want to grab their attention. We want to get them to get out of the state that they're in and pay attention to what we're doing. So we want to grab their attention. Secondly, we want to immediately differentiate ourselves from everybody else in the space. So that's pretty easy to do, really, because as you've seen, a lot of people in the space is just very wishy-washy. Nobody's really willing to guarantee anything. Nobody's really willing to use concrete language. Nobody's speaking to specific problems, specific solutions, so on and so forth. It's really very easy. Just by using a specific message, you're simply going to differentiate yourself immediately, right? So again, when we talk about differentiating ourselves from people in the space, well, let's look at this. And this is typical. So we've got SEO, SEM specialist, AdWords, Facebook, YouTube, mobile, video, social media, online marketing. Well, here's the problem immediately that jumps out. A specialist is somebody that specializes in one thing, right? So this guy's doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and this could be anyone of maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 disciplines. So it's at least 8 or 9 disciplines. So this guy's saying I'm a specialist in all of these things. Well, that's a problem, because a specialist is somebody that specializes in one thing. So he's basically saying I specialize in generalization. And again, really, there's nothing to say yes to here. Same thing here. We look at this, there's really just nothing to say yes to. But then we come down here and it just stands out more. If you're a dentist and you're looking for some help with your lead gen, this is just going to stand out a whole lot more. It immediately differentiates you. And again, I'm not saying that I'm the best at this or anything like that, or everybody else is terrible. I'm just saying that this works. I know this works, and if you do it, it's going to work for you as well. So the third point of your message, of your initial sentence, your headline, whatever you want to call it, is you want to qualify the prospect, right? So in our example, hey so-and-so, if I could guarantee you a certain number of personal injury inquiries every month, would you be interested? Well, it's clearly qualifying the prospect, right? It's speaking only to personal injury attorneys. Anybody else is going to pass on that. They're going to look at that and go, no, I'm not interested. They're going to go away. A personal injury attorney is going to go, yep, that's me. That's speaking specifically to me. If I say, hey, if I could get you 2 to 3 AdWords clients each week, would you be interested? I'm only going to speak to AdWords consultants. It's qualifying the person as an AdWords consultant. If I say, if I can get you 50 dental implant inquiries each month, then it's qualifying the person as a dental implant dentist. It's calling out to that specific person and saying, this is for you specifically, as opposed to, I'm a lead gen expert for everybody in the world. It doesn't speak to anybody, doesn't call out to anybody. The next thing we want to do is set up the offer. So we want to tell them up front, we don't want to mislead anybody. So we're basically telling them that this is a lead gen offer, right? So if we say, if I could generate you 50 implant inquiries every month, would you be interested? Well, clearly that's what I'm going to offer to do for you, right? I'm going to offer to generate you 50 inquiries per month or thereabouts. So we're basically setting up the offer. So not only are we qualifying the person with our statement, we're telling them exactly what we're going to offer them. So if they proceed to reply to the message, then they know who we are, they know what we're doing, and we know what we're going to offer them. So that covers a lot of bases right there. And point number 5, the objective number 5, is you simply want to buy yourself a second sentence. You want to buy yourself the right to continue the conversation, and that really is the only thing you can ask out of your message, that it buys you the time, it buys you the right to have a second sentence, right? That's all you're looking for. So really the only response that we're actually looking for from this message is, yes, I would be interested. So remember, we're asking the question, if I could do X, Y, and Z for you, would you be interested? and we want them to say, yes, you know what, I think I would be interested in that. I definitely would be interested. Please tell me more. You've got another sentence, right? So again, 1, 2, 3 word answers is all we're looking for. We're just looking to open the conversation. So again, you know, sure, yes, I would be interested, very interested, happy to hear about this. I am interested. How are you paid? Yes, sounds good. Send me more information. This is now, once somebody sends a 2 or 3 word response like that, they've now invited us into their world, and it's now permission-based marketing. They're asking us for information, they're pursuing us, and it's moved out of the realm of cold prospecting, and at this point the person has become a lead. They're now officially a lead. They've invited us to share our solution to their problem, and we're now having a conversation. So why have they done this? Why have they invited us to share our solution? It's because of one thing and one thing only. Because in our message we've proved that we know A, what their problem is, B, we've clearly communicated that we have a solution to that problem, and now they've invited us to move to the next step of the process, which is sales. We're now in the sales cycle. So when you're crafting your message, there's a few things that you want to ask yourself. You want to ask yourself, is this specific enough? And you really can't be too specific. So hopefully now, after last week and this video, you're really starting to see the necessity to really niche down and get very, very specific, because the more granular you get in your targeting, the more granular you get and the more specific you get, the easier it's going to be to communicate with people in a very, very effective way, and in a way that's just completely irresistible. So the next question you want to ask yourself is, does it clearly communicate the problem that I'm solving? Does it demonstrate that I understand the problem, and does it B, clearly communicate that I have a solution? Does it call out to the right audience? So we want to make sure that we're calling out to our very, very specific audience, right? So if I could guarantee you 20 underground plumbing repair clients every month, would you be interested? Right, so that clearly is calling out to underground leak plumbers. Clearly, it doesn't speak to anybody else. It calls out precisely and loudly to the right audience. Is it easy to say yes to, and is it hard to say no to? So you just want to look at that, and now you know this question to ask yourself when you're reviewing your own sales copy, your own messaging and stuff like that. When you ask yourself that question, looking at it, it becomes very obvious. And if it's easy to say no to and hard to say yes to, then it needs to be reworked, and you just need to spend a little bit of time with it. So ask yourself that question. Or is it easy to say no to and hard to say yes? Now that's where most people are, as we've discussed and as we've been seeing throughout this whole video. Most people position themselves in a way that it's virtually impossible for somebody to say yes to them. And it's very, very, very easy for them to say no, and then they wonder why they're always struggling. They just don't understand why their marketing can't get any traction, their business can't grow. Is there even anything here for people to say yes to? When you're looking at that, obviously, as we've seen, in a lot of cases, there's just simply nothing at all that can be said yes to, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to stop this video here. It's getting a little bit lengthy, so I want to keep brevity in my videos as well to keep your attention and keep you alert and focused. So I'm going to stop right here, and in the next video we're going to go into the rest of the LinkedIn profile. So this is basically the job title headline of your LinkedIn profile, your basic core message. And in the next video, we're going to share the screen, I think, and I'm going to go into my LinkedIn profile, and we're going to go through the profile step by step, and I'm going to share with you what you should be doing and exactly why you should be doing it. So as you're probably starting to realize right now, everything serves a purpose, and the rest of your LinkedIn profile is no exception. So I'm going to stop the video, head on over to the next video when you're ready, and we're going to share the screen, and we're going to continue with this messaging. I'll see you over there.
Hey, Cody here, and welcome back to Module 4 of Linked into Profit. And in this module, we're going to look at building the target audience that we're going to connect with on LinkedIn, and ultimately we're going to send messages out on behalf of the client for. Now, this seems like it will be a fairly simple task, and it is, but it does require some effort, and it does require some attention to detail. Now, there's definitely an opportunity to fall down here and create problems for yourself, because if you start sending out messages, if you start connecting with irrelevant people and then you start sending messages to those people, so you're sending irrelevant messages to irrelevant people, then you're going to upset people. And to be honest, rightly so. I can kind of understand why people get upset with that, because they start getting messages saying, why have you connected with me? Why have you sent me this message? So we want to make sure that we're targeting the right people. And like I say, it is fairly easy to do, but there's a few rules that we need to follow here, and we need to be quite careful about what we're doing. So this is probably the most labor-intensive part of the whole process here.
because we do need to have some eyeballs on the screen, and we do need to be double checking our work and being very careful here. So let's jump over to LinkedIn quickly, and I'll show you what our options are when it comes to this stuff. So here we are in LinkedIn. So what we're going to want to do is come over to Sales Navigator here, just because this is going to give us a whole bunch of better options. Go to Advanced in the search bar here and search for leads. That's what we want. Now you see here, this brings up all of these search features that we can use to search for people that simply aren't available in just a regular LinkedIn profile. So we can search via keywords, geography, last name, function, title, experience, seniority. Groups is a good one, wherever that is. Groups here, that can be a good one as well if we're looking for certain people. So we want to experiment with this. The best thing you can do here is really just spend a few hours and really start to play with this, start to get your hands dirty and see what kind of results you can get for yourself. So now some of the people that we're looking to find are going to be really quite easy to find, and some of them are going to be a little bit more difficult. So let's say our target market is dentists. Well, that's going to be very, very easy, because we can just go with dentist, and let's say we want Florida. Dentists in Florida. Straight away you can see it's pulled back 4,600 results. If we click search there, we can have a quick look and we can see, yep, dentist, 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 dentist. All of these are dentists. And as we go to the bottom, as we go to page, let's go to page 8 here, you can see that it's still dentist, right? Even on page 8. So typically the results get worse and worse as we go through the further down into the search results. So page 1 is generally going to be very good. Page 8, page 9, page 10, that's where you're going to start to see some problems. So you can see that when we're searching for dentists, it's super easy because we can just target their job title. That's it. Very, very easy. Not all job searches are quite that straightforward, unfortunately. So if we're going after, let's say, IT companies, right? We want to go after IT companies, and specifically, or we're working for an IT company, say, and we want to specifically go after IT directors, because those are the people that are going to make the decisions on IT equipment. So we can just go like IT, you can see here IT manager, consultant, specialist. So we can go IT director, we can add that in there, CIO, chief information officer, chief technology officer. That's a good one. Let's get rid of dentist. We can go through, and there's just going to be a whole bunch of these job titles that we can target, which again are going to be pretty straightforward, right? And we can get these job titles mostly from our clients. They will tell us. So again, if we see, like again, if we're targeting Florida, for example, you can see, let's see how many results that produces. 174,000 results. I would question that, to be perfectly honest. I would probably go back and look, something's not quite right there. But we can see chief technology officer, chief technology officer, chief technology officer, so on and so forth. So again, if we go all the way to the bottom, and let's go to page 8 and see what we've got. Let's click over to page 8. You can see we've still got chief technology officers. So these are going to be the people that are making decisions for the IT in various companies. Now what we can do also, if we want to get even more granular, that's pretty broad. So what we can do is we can go to industry, right? So maybe financial services. That's definitely one. So if our client provides IT solutions to banks and financial services companies, now you can see we've got IT directors and CIOs and stuff like that in the financial services industry. So let's look again and see what happens. So again, we can see pretty decent results. These finance companies, pretty decent results. And let's go down to page 8 or 9. Let's just see if they're still good. You can see that they're still good, right? So they're pretty good. So this is bank card. This is going to be a nice list. We've got a lot of people to target here, and this is going to be really, really good. So you can see that these people are really quite easy to find, but it's not always quite that easy. So let's just clear this. So what about if we're going after, our target market is car dealerships, and we want to find owners of car dealerships? Well, that's a little bit harder, right? So if we put a car dealership in there, there's nothing there, nothing comes up. nothing is going to come up. So what do we do at this point if the job title's not there? Well, we could put car dealership owner, in the keyword search, and let's do Florida again, just because that's what we've been doing. No other reason other than that. And you can see we've got 892 results, and let's have a look. So again, you can see that it's already kind of like the result number 2 is a finance manager. That's not really who we're looking for. Some of these are okay: president, managing partner, digital dealership systems. That's probably a software company, so probably not great. Some of these are pretty good. You can see we've got vice president of corporate affairs for a credit company, not great. So we can see on page 1 here, car dealership, this is a salesperson, auto buyer and reseller, designer for car interior. So you can see on page 1 straight away the results are really not very good. There are some good results, but there are some bad results as well. So if we jump over to page 8, then we're probably going to start to see some really bad results, because obviously as it gets further and further down, the results become less and less relevant. So you can see retired car dealer, leasing advisor, key account sales director, implementation consultant, sales executive, freelance photographer. So we've got some pretty bad results coming in by page 8, right? So if we start contacting people like freelance sales, freelance photographers and stuff like that, corporate controllers, all of that kind of stuff, sales and marketing people for, varies. This person doesn't even work for a car dealership probably. The plating shop Inc. Pretty irrelevant, right? These results are pretty irrelevant at this point. So we've got a technician here. So if we start contacting these people, connecting with them, and then sending them messages as if they were a car dealership owner, then not great, right? This is potentially where we start to have problems and where our clients start to complain. So if this is the situation, then there's a few things we need to do. So the first thing we can do, let's get rid of that, get back to a straightforward search, is I like groups. Groups is a great place to start. So if we look at car dealership professionals, it's possible that's possibly one. Let's have a look and see how many people are in this group. Not very many people, right? So that's not really going to work. So this is going to work really good. So again, for, let's say you're doing dental implants, let's have a look at implants, dental implant professionals, dental implant professional groups, guided surgical products, Implantologia or something like that, the American Dental Implant Association. That's a good one. So let's look at that. So you can see if we're targeting the US, can't spell here, US or United States, I guess. This is going to be pretty good, because these are people that are in the dental implant marketing group. We can look at these and we can have a look through. Maybe this is good, maybe it's not. We can go through and decide that. But again, you can see this is a good place to find people. So we just go through here. If we're looking to refine, if our target market is recruiters, let's say, because recruiters would be a great client. They use LinkedIn all the time to find possible prospects. Then the recruiternetwork.com is going to be a good group, right? Or software and technology professionals. You can see the groups can be really, really good places to find people. And when you start to stack that with other criteria, they can be really, really good. So let's say, like for myself, obviously I like digital marketing professionals. So the digital marketing professional network could be good. So that's 11,000 people that are in the digital marketing professional networking group in the US. But we can also go down to seniority level here. So if we go to, partner, owner, that kind of stuff, you can see now we've brought it down to 1,700 people we can target. But they're interested in digital marketing, they're the owner of the company, and they're based in the US. So this is actually going to be a pretty darn relevant search. So that's the second way you can come up with targeting that is going to be a little bit out of the box for people that are a little bit harder to find. That's another way you can do it. Let's just clear all these off. We can look at industry. So let's look maybe automotive. So we're looking at finding car dealership owners. So let's look at automotive. So we've got the automotive industry here in the United States. So we've got almost 2 million people that have classified themselves. So then we can go down to seniority level, owner, partner, but you get the idea, right? So owners, let's just do owners to start with. That's fine. You can have a play with that yourself. You can see that. Let's go with just Florida, just to narrow it down a bit. 13,000 results of people in Florida that consider themselves to be in the automotive industry. Let's have a look. Now, the problem is this is going to be a little bit general again as well. So you can see this is a credit company, this is tint shop, this is, let's have a look here, a parts company. So again, there's going to be a lot of people that are in the automotive industry, which would be mechanics and parts, and could be sales, could be all kinds of stuff. They could own all kinds of different companies that are not necessarily what we're looking for. So again, we want to get a little bit more advanced with it. So let's go back to the search. So the way that we do that is using Boolean search operators. Now, this is going to be quite advanced stuff here, but what we want to do here is let LinkedIn do the heavy lifting for us. So here's an example of a Boolean search for the exact search that we've just been looking for, owners of car dealerships, and this was the actual search results that actually came up. So what is Boolean search? Okay, so Boolean search, you can come here to LinkedIn to read about what they have to say about it. But basically we can put, like, it's a keyword search, but we can put not, or, and into the searches. So if we jump back over here, we're looking for people that work for Chrysler, Jeep, Buick, Ford, or Honda. So you've got your or Boolean search operator here. So their profile can contain Chrysler or Jeep or Buick or Ford or Honda, and of course you can expand that out, but not sales representative or information technology or project manager or a whole bunch of others, right? So if we just use this search operator here, let's copy and paste this properly so it shows up properly. Copy and jump back over to Sales Navigator. If we go into the keyword search and paste that in there, you can see there are 549 people that work for, well, let's take that off, make it a little bit broader, 3,000 people, that's probably more like it. And we can go down and see we've got founder, Chrysler, Plymouth, co-owner, pretty good, that's not bad. President of Lee Ford, let's have a look. Ford's Garage, partner, a few more here. But you can see there's also a whole bunch of people in here that we don't really want to be working with as well. So let's just keep on going through. Content producer, this is Ford, let's have a look, keep going. Plantation Ford, Nissan. So you can see just using those search operators produces a lot of really less than desirable results, right? So what I like to do is, because a lot of the people that we're actually looking for are in this bunch of searches here, a lot of the people that we want are in, you can see here, there's a couple here on the first page, Hurley Chrysler Plymouth, co-owner. Yes, we definitely want to talk to this person. So the people that we want to talk to are in these searches, but how do we get rid of all the people that are not in them? The answer to that question is Boolean search. So what we want to do here is go through the search and add the stop keywords, so not. So when I say let LinkedIn do the heavy lifting, what I would want to do here is now go through and pick out keywords that definitely are not people we want to talk to, right? So technology, that could be one. So we come back over here, not technology. We don't want to deal with people that are in technology because they're probably not the right person. Let's look at some more. We go on down. Let's see. Outreach manager. So let's we would want to copy that. We don't want to speak to outreach managers necessarily, or let's pretend we don't want to speak to outreach managers. That could be like a salesperson there, so we might want to speak to those. So you're going to want to come down here and just add that to it. So put the parentheses around it just to make it a whole word. So if you don't do that, it's going to search for outreach, and so if outreach is in the profile, it'll stop it, and if managers in the profile, it'll stop it as well. So we're going to want to put in all caps, not outreach manager. Go down to the next one. What's the next thing we don't want to do? Let's have a look. Ford's Garage partner, that's probably pretty good. Dental enhancement, right? So workshop leader, author, researcher, so any of these. So author is going to be one, right? So we can just take author and come over here and make this a not Boolean search operator and go on through. Now I go all the way through all of the searches, all of the searches, all of the searches, all of the pages. Now this is where you might want to get a VA to do this for you, but we can see Jeep, yep, that's great. Training, so we don't really want to deal with people that are in training. So again, we come in here and we can add that to our what we don't want, training. So anybody who's got training in their profile is not going to show up in the search. So we see owner, president, this is good. Okay, here's one, makeup artist, stylist. We got Debbie Ford, you know, this is her name, she's shown up for her name, so we want to make sure, you know, it's because we just want to grab that. So, you know, makeup artist, stylist, we could take all three of those as stop words. Electronics repair, we could take. Appraiser, we could take. All of these basically. So if you come and have a look, you can see sales representative. So we want to include Chrysler, Jeep, Buick, Ford, Honda, and then not include sales representative or information technology or project manager. All of these. So when we put these back in, it's going to produce, when we put these back into the search bar, it's going to produce hopefully much more targeted results. Let's have a look. So you can see it's reduced this down considerably by using the Boolean search feature here. It's reduced down from 3,000 to 795, and you can see we're going to be getting, you know, owner, president, owner. You know, there's a few more here that we can. This is not conclusive, obviously. There's a few, but you can see we're getting much better results from doing this. We're getting owners and stuff like that. So you want to go through and you want to keep refining your Boolean search until you're only getting results that you want. That's it. So another thing you can do here that works very effectively is, let's go back to, so let's say we're looking for car dealership owners. So we could do like Honda. And then obviously we've got owner here as seniority level in Florida. Let's see what that produces. So Southeastern Honda, Space Coast Honda, owner, AutoNation, Infinite Autosports, Beck Nissan. So general manager is going to be pretty good. So again, you can see that we're already getting closer to a better. We're getting closer to a better search here. You've just got to keep playing with this until you find what you're looking for. So we could put Honda, or let's say Ford, something like that. See what that does. So again, that's going to produce considerably more results. So we just want to go through outreach managers. So again, we want to make sure that we're taking these negative searches that we don't want them to show up for and putting them into a Boolean search. So this is a little bit complicated, I know, but just that's why it's good just to play with this stuff and keep playing with it and playing with it and playing with it until you can actually get really proficient at targeting the audience that you want. So some good ways, some simpler ways to use this. So let's say we're going after dentists, but we don't want students. We don't want dental students, right? So not student. So that's gonna reduce down the number of searches. Let's have a look and see what difference that does actually make to the search. So we've got 4,300 results. If we take that out, we can see it's about 300 or 400 results that's taken out. So that's 300 or 400 people that are dental students that we really, really don't want to be targeting. So by using the Boolean search there in a very basic way, it's really started to target down, really started to reduce the number of people that we're going to target. So like I say, you just want to go through this, you want to have a play with it. Again, the groups I find are really, really good. Function can be good. You just want to go through and see, and this is going to change. That there are 10,000 or more possible searches we can do here, right? So depending on the industry that you're in, so if you're going after, let's just say plumbers or something like that, let's have a look what comes up, or plumber rather, master plumber in Florida. So if that's your target market, it's not going to produce very many, so we might want to look at another way of doing it that's only produced 316 results. Now I know there's more than 316 master plumbers in Florida for sure, so if we come over here and we use the search operators here, the parentheses, to make sure that everything is, so this is basically counted as one keyword, right? So plumber, if you didn't have these parentheses, then the search would be wrong. It would show up any search with master and any profile with plumber in it. And then let's just see if we come over here to owner. What does that do? We get a few results here. So we've just got to keep digging until we find what it is that we're looking for. Let's see, what about if we just do plumber? What does that do for us? Well, that's doubled our results, so that gives us 400. Let's see what else we can do. Let's keep going. Let's keep digging. So we could add partner, director, all of those we could add. Let's see, what about HVAC search? Okay, so there we go. So now we've got 2,500 search results, and HVAC Global President, Best Home Services. So we can see we've got a few here. Technician, we're going to want to go into our Boolean search and we can remove that, right? So if we go, where are we at here? Let's go back to the search. So we could use not technician and start to, like I say, start to allow LinkedIn to do some of the heavy lifting. So you can see here, by doing that, we've reduced our results by, how many was it? It's gone from just under 2,000 there. So we've reduced our results by 600 by adding not technician in there, basically. So you can see we're starting to get much, much more refined very quickly. We go from 2,400 to 1,900. So if we go through, if we do the search again and we go through, let's find a few more stop words. So looking good, head of HVAC sales, you know, that might be worth a 10, that might be worth doing. So here we're getting PPC companies that are offering services to HVAC companies. So we want to avoid that. We don't want to talk to those people. They're not in our target market. So again, we're going to want to go not, and let's do PPC. So we've got, that's taken 50 or 60 people out of the search. So again, search, and we just go through the search again. Now, like I say, restaurant owner. Now we definitely don't want that. I don't know how that's come up, but you can see LinkedIn certainly isn't perfect in their search operators. So we're going to want to go back and add not restaurant. Let's put some parentheses around that and see what that does. Okay, so that's reduced it down again. We've got fewer people in the search now. That's taken a few people out of the search. So you can see we're starting to get more targeted. Media, again, there's going to be a lot of media companies that are in this, so let's take that out. Not media. Now this, what we're doing here, is probably the hardest part. You can see a whole bunch just came out there. We just dropped another 200 searches pretty much. Let's see, let's wait for it to load up here. See, we just dropped 200 searches, so now we're getting more and more targeted, right? So we should be getting close to HVAC owner, HVAC owner, owner, HVAC. Now we're really getting into the search that we want. These are HVAC owners. So we keep going, we keep going, we keep going. And if we go down, like I say, page 7 or 8, you know, the searches are going to be the least relevant there. So we can see Bush and Sun, Heat and Air, owner, self-employed HVC contractor, owner, HVC engineer, Culverson's HVAC owner. So you can see now, by allowing LinkedIn to show us the search terms that we're not interested in, we've got down to pretty much Safari Home Services owner, IES HVAC owner. So we're all the way down in page, let's go to page 13 just to see. So again, you can see, like, as we go way down, the results start to get worse. So we've got, you know, porn and gun, not relevant. So again, we would want to go in and really look at these cloud services. So you can see the further we get into the search, the less relevant it becomes. Now there's still going to be some relevant results here, but they get less and less as we go. So you can see US Navy. So that's where we want to really start to look at the results on the lower pages, and we don't want to just import everything. So if we go to, you know, the first 10 pages or whatever, we can see that Premium Air Solutions owner, pretty relevant stuff. So we might want to import the first 500 or the first 1,000 of these searches into the software if we're going to use software. And then of course, when the searches are imported into the software, you are going to want to give it just a quick manual review to make sure that it's the right people and delete the wrong people. So that's pretty much it. That's how we build those searches. We just go into the LinkedIn search box here and we play with it and play with it and play with it. So the link to the Boolean search is here. Have a read of what LinkedIn have to say about it, and then just come on over here and build the audience. And that's pretty much it. Now, one last thing you're going to want to do is when you build an audience is you're going to want to save it for sure. So if you're working here, for example, with automotive car dealership owners, then I always save the search in a separate document like this. That way I can go back and I can save it. Now, one last thing before we end the video is we can save the search. Okay, so this is my account, so you can see I'm looking for PPC people and stuff like that. So all you got to do is click save search, or sorry, over here, all you got to do is click save search and then just create the search. And then I like to update it weekly. That way every week it checks the search criteria and updates it. So you can see 1,000 new people have been added to this search, 2 new people to this search, 9 new people to this search. So you just name it whatever you want to name it, save it, and then boom, you've got the list saved. And at that point you're ready to start giving the list to your VA to start connecting with the people. Or if you want to use software, which is, as I've said before, my preference, what I like to do, then we just import that search into the software and boom, we're good to go. So that's it. That's how we build the audience. Get in there, play with it. It's just trial and error. Like I say, there's literally 10,000 different ways you can do this, but you just want to keep digging and digging and digging till you find the relevant, most targeted audience for your client, and you will eventually find the right audience if you keep digging. I haven't not found the audience yet. So I hope that helps everybody, and we'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. Cody here. We're in module 5 now, and in this video we're looking at the messaging. So before we get going, I just want to apologize if there's any spelling mistakes in this. I wanted to get this out to you guys as quickly as possible. So I'm going to make this Word document available to you. There'll be a link below the video, so I'll make sure that that document is edited so it will all be correct as far as grammar and stuff goes. But anyway, getting on to this, I want to share with you the method and approach that I take and how I do it, and the messaging that I use. And of course I'm going to share with you a bunch of messages that I've used in different niches, so hopefully you can see the formula, you can see the format, and you're able to adapt it and use it into any niche that you want to go into. So here's how I like to do it. I connect on LinkedIn, then I send one welcome message via LinkedIn, then I take it to email as quickly as possible. Now the reason being is because we don't want to be sending a bunch of messages on LinkedIn that have not been asked for, right? So technically these people haven't asked to connect with us, so for us to send them a whole bunch of messages is not really good sport, right? So I just send them, I try to keep LinkedIn as low key as I possibly can and as friendly as I possibly can, and then we do the bulk of the heavy lifting through email. And that works really well for two reasons. One, it keeps LinkedIn very, very friendly, and two, hardly anybody's doing this. So once somebody connects with us on LinkedIn, or once somebody connects with your client on LinkedIn, it exposes the email address that they registered that account with, and we can pull that email address out via API, and we can send them a follow-up email through MailChimp or through ActiveCampaign. So we're not only sending out messages to personal email addresses, which virtually guarantees they get open. The open rates are really very, very high. We're also building an asset for the client as well, and we do this in a way that's very friendly. We tell people what we're doing. We don't just add them to email lists and stuff like that, so don't worry about that. But we're going to go through all of that. So let's get into the messaging, and hopefully you'll see how this works as we go. So here's how I like to do it. As I said, I send one message via LinkedIn, and then I take it to email. So this is the connection message that I send. So, hey, first name, hey Cody, I'm looking to expand my network of marketing professionals. Would you be open to connecting? So again, very simple, very low key. It's permission based, right? We're saying, hey, here's why I want to connect with you. Are you open to that? You're asking a question. So it's not spammy at all. It's going to take a very, very sensitive person who's really looking for a problem to take issue with this. Now, if you just connect just the standard connection message, or you do a bit of a spammy message where you're trying to sell something straight away, then people are going to start to click, I don't know this person. And if you do that enough times, then you're going to get into trouble. You're going to have to start providing an email address to connect with people and stuff like that. So we really want to avoid that. That's why we use this message, because like I said, it's low key, it's friendly, and it's permission based. So if you're saying, hey, here's what I'm doing. I'm trying to expand my network of dental professionals, let's say. Would you be open to connecting? If the answer is no, then they're probably just not going to connect. Whereas quite often I find that they do connect, and then they send a very friendly message saying, hey, happy to connect with you. What have you got in mind? Something like that. So that's the connection message. Works really well. Now, after they connect, we send a welcome message. Now, I do all of this through software. That'll be in the next module, the automation process. Now, again, you can use a VA to do this if you want to. They're just going to have to go in, and in the messaging section, LinkedIn will tell them such and such is now a connection, and then boom, you just go ahead and send these messages. So I've got a few different messages. I've tested this out in a bunch of different niches. So these are just the messages that I use. So we've got IT, mastermind, financial planners, accountants, merchant card processing, business brokers, so on and so forth. So these are niches that I've used personally, that I've done personally. So you can kind of hopefully get a feel for what I'm doing here. Now, there is a whole bunch of people out there that are giving a whole bunch of information that may or may not be correct, telling you that you shouldn't try to sell on LinkedIn, or you shouldn't do this, or this is how you should do it. And look, I'm not here to argue with them. I'm not here to say they're wrong. All I'm doing here today is sharing my personal experience with you. And in my personal experience, this has worked brilliantly well in all of these niches. So if you don't feel comfortable doing this, do something else, but obviously that's your responsibility if you get the results. All I'm saying is this is what has worked for me, and these are the emails that I've used to get the results that I'm getting. So let's start by going through those. So internet security, IT security. So hi, first name. Hope everything is going great. Quick question. We're currently offering complimentary vulnerability assessments to qualified businesses. We can help you find and fix vulnerabilities before any breach happens. Are you interested? Just message me back and I'll give you the details. And then the person's name and the URL to their website. By the way, I hope you don't mind, but I've sent you an email, as I know a lot of people don't check their messages on LinkedIn. Smiley face. So again, you see here, we're setting up the fact that we've sent them an email. We don't want to just send them an email out of the blue, because people can get offended by that, and I understand why. So by doing it this way, it almost makes it permission based, right? To start with, we're asking for permission to connect with them. We're not just assuming that they're going to connect with us. We're asking permission, and then once we have connected, we're telling them, hey, I'm going to send you an email, and here's the reason why I'm going to send you an email. It's because a lot of people don't check their messages on LinkedIn. So we're also offering them some value in our sales pitch here. So what is their pain? They're obviously vulnerabilities in their IT infrastructure, people getting hacked, stuff like that. So offering a complimentary vulnerability assessment is a really desirable thing, and obviously we're qualifying this here. We're not just offering it to any business. There has to be a certain qualification process. But you can see this message works really well, and it just gets people to respond. People respond saying, hey, thanks for connecting. Sure. What have you got in mind? I'd love to have a vulnerability assessment. Let me know the details. It gets a lot of responses. Now, moving on, this was used for mastermind, consulting, coaching, that type of work. So you can use this for lots of stuff. Again, I hope everything's going great. So we want to start it out pretty friendly. Quick question. I always use this same format. Quick question. I'm running an exclusive get-together on my private yacht, lunch and drinks included, for business owners who are looking to work less and enjoy life more. I'll share with you how to take control back. This is exclusively for 7-figure business owners, so it's also a great networking opportunity. Let me know if you're interested and I'll send you the details. Again, by the way, hope you don't mind, sent you an email. I know a lot of people don't check their messages. So again, what is it? A few benefits and some qualification. Again, we're putting a little bit of qualification in there. This is exclusively for 7-figure business owners. Now, this person got some messages back saying, sorry, but I don't think I qualify. I'm not a 7-figure business owner. But he also got a lot of responses saying, hey, sounds interesting. Send me the details. Now, I know a lot of people are going to be thinking, well, what if my client doesn't have a private yacht? So on and so forth. Well, this is where we just have to be flexible, right? We just have to take what it is that they have, what it is that they're offering, and we have to use our marketing skills to polish it up and present it in the most desirable way we know how. So this works for private events, so usually masterminds and coaching programs, consulting programs, stuff like that. They're going to be sold through a live event or a networking event or something like that. They have an information evening. So any kind of business that runs information evenings, that kind of stuff, this particular message is going to work for. But hopefully what I want you to see here is not just the message, but the format that all of these messages follow. Simple, to the point, generally ask a question. They don't just assume, they don't just pitch, they ask a question and they set up the next step. So financial planners and accountants. Hi, first name, I hope everything's going great. Quick question. Are you aware that there is currently a legal way to save whatever service the financial planner is providing here on your tax, mortgage, retirement benefit, etc., whatever. Modify that to apply. If you didn't know, send me a message and I'll ping you the details. Regards. And again, just setting up the email. So what are we doing here? What are we putting here? Well, whatever the primary product is that the financial planner or accountant is offering. So you could put something like, hey Cody, quick question. Are you aware that there's a legal way to save an additional 30% on your income tax bill? If you didn't know, send me a message and I'll ping you the details. Something like that. Quick question, did you know that there's a legal way to where you can save 20% on your mortgage? Did you know that there's a way that you can, whatever benefit your client is offering, and you've got to talk to your client and get the benefit out of your client. That's part of our service to them. We're productizing their offering for them, right? We're putting it in a format that's really desirable, so you've got to be able to get this information from your client, and that's it. Very simple. So, and here we would just target business owners. Hey, quick question, are you aware that there's a way to legally save 20% on your corporation tax bill? Yada, yada, yada. If you didn't know, send me a message and I'll send you the details. It's going to get responses. It's going to get the conversation going. The next one, merchant credit card processing companies. Again, hi, first name. Hope everything's going great. Quick question. How much are you paying in merchant fees currently? If you're sick of Stripe taking 2.9%, I can show you how to halve that. Message me if you're interested. I'll ping you the details. So the format here is very, very short, very, very benefit-driven messages, really speaking to the desired outcome of the business owner, really highlighting the value that your client offers, and putting a basic call to action in there. Message me if you're interested. I'll ping you the details. So if you're online e-commerce website that's paying 2.9% to Stripe, let's say, and you're doing $1 million a month, this email could save you, this message could save you potentially $15,000 to $20,000 a month in merchant processing fees. So anybody that's getting this message that's in that zone, online credit card processing that's doing relatively high volume, then they're probably going to be interested in this. So with this, we would target stuff like e-commerce businesses that are doing relatively high turnover, you're gonna get a response to this. Let's look at some more. Business brokers. So if that's like a real estate agent, except it's a business agent. They sell businesses instead of property, houses. So again, hi, first name, hope everything's going great. Quick question. Have you ever considered selling your business? So with all of these, the first question is we're trying to get the prospect to engage and interact with your message. If you go to one of the previous modules and look at the module on headline writing and that kind of stuff, again, we've got to get the content here engaged with. And one of the things we want to do is we want to avoid so what messaging. If you can answer the message with so what, it's a bad message. So quick question, have you ever considered selling your business? You can't really answer that so what. It's not a relevant answer. The answer is yes or no. And if the answer is yes, then the person's going to be interested. If the answer is no, they might still be interested because of the curiosity, right? Message me if you have. I'd love to speak with you. Again, we're getting some curiosity in there. And very quick, very to the point, very, very simple. I mean, if we look at some of these, again, does it pass the so what test? Can you answer this line with so what? How much are you paying in merchant fees currently? It's not a question you can answer with so what. I don't care. You have to answer the question. The mind will give an answer, right? So if they're paying 2.9% with Stripe or 2.6% with PayPal or whatever, when the question is presented, how much are you paying in merchant fees currently? They go, oh, 2.5% or 2.9%. Next thing, if you're sick of paying 2.9%, which in your mind you've just acknowledged that that's what you're paying, I can show you how to halve that. You can see there's some psychology going on in these messages. We're trying to pose a question that gets the prospect involved with the outcome that the client is providing, and then we offer a very, very simple, very low-key call to action. Message me if you're interested. I'll ping you the details. Now, obviously, this is not going to be a massively warm lead at this point because it's a fairly broad statement and a fairly broad call to action, but this is why we provide the clients with the training that I think it was in module 2 that we looked at, where we show them how to follow up. We show them how to warm the leads up. Now, if we went for like a super warm lead here, you just wouldn't get any traction. If you just went for like, hey, are you interested in changing your merchant account provider? You wouldn't get any traction on that. Very few people would respond. Or if it was less salesy than this, if it was less kind of, let's call it salesy just because that's a word we can understand. I can't think of another word, but less targeted in bringing about an interest and a call to action, then you probably wouldn't get a response either. So seeing people send messages saying, hey, thanks for connecting, tell me something interesting about your business and I'll tell you something interesting about my business. That does not pass the so what, right? That doesn't pass the so what test. It's terrible. And something that general is not going to get a response. Something more targeted, something more salesy isn't going to get a response either because it's too early in the relationship. So hopefully you can see how we're setting up the message in here to really get the response now and obviously to set up the future responses through email in the future. So we've looked at business brokers. Let's see if we've got some more here. Okay, that's the example. So now the follow-up sequence via email. So we've set up the fact that they're going to be getting emails. And look, I do this, I get probably 3 or 4 people a week complain about the fact that you've added them to an email list, something like that. I'll add 300, 400 emails a week and 2 or 3 people will complain. I just unsubscribe them. It's no big deal. Most people are completely okay with it, particularly seeing as we've set it up properly. If we just message them, might be a different case. If we just emailed them, might be a different story, but we haven't. We've set it up. So this is what I send immediately on day 1. And the software that I use, as soon as it recognizes that the connection has been made, it will send the connection message or the welcome message within LinkedIn, and it will send the email simultaneously at the same time. So the two get sent together. So it says, I've sent you an email. Now a lot of people don't check their messages. So if this comes like 48 hours after this message, then it's going to be a bit weird, right? Or if this happens before, it's going to be a bit weird. So the software syncs it all up nicely and makes it all work. Here's what I use for the follow-up sequence via email. And again, you're going to want to kind of adapt this to your client's business. This is not a one-size-fits-all thing. You want to go through and you want to spend some time and craft the messaging, because that's what the service is, right? That's what we're doing. We're creating copy for them. We're creating results through very targeted copy that is very result-orientated, very outcome-orientated, and it's really quite to the point, while at the same time being quite friendly and not very aggressive at all. So thanks for connecting. So we're tying it in with our message up here. We're telling them straight away what this is about. There's no tomfoolery or trickery going on. Hey, first name, we just connected on LinkedIn, appreciate it, smiley face. Boom. So we're connecting the two pieces of information together. The reason I emailed you is because many people rarely check LinkedIn, and I'd like to ask you if you have capacity for more of your desired outcome. Again, we're tying this message in with this message. We're making it all coherent, and when we do this, there really isn't a problem. It's when it's all disjointed and it doesn't really fit together very well. That's when it's a problem. That's when people start complaining. But you can see, even though for the most part, or even exclusively, we're automating the entire process, there really is no feel of automation going on at this point. The connection message has been pretty friendly, pretty targeted. The first message, the welcome message, pretty friendly, pretty targeted. And here again, pretty friendly, pretty targeted. It doesn't have a feel of automation and an auto response to it. And that's really one of the reasons that it works. So anyway, continuing on here. We just connected on LinkedIn, really appreciate it. The reason I emailed you is because many people rarely check LinkedIn, and I'd like to ask you if you have capacity for more of your desired outcome. If I generate your desired outcome in return for a fee, would you be interested? Let me know. I'll send you the details. Now, you can use this, you can change this pretty much to just use this message here and adapt it to this message here. So if we look here, quick question, have you ever considered selling your business? Message me if you have, love to speak with you. So you could say, hey, yada, 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 connected on LinkedIn. Just a quick question. Have you ever considered selling your business? If you have, I'd love to speak with you. If not, I'd love to speak with you too. Let me know. I'll send you the details. Boom. Job done, right? Or let's go to another one. Let's have a look at another one here. You just take the same message. Are you sick of paying Stripe 2.9%? Let's look at that. So where are we at here? Just connected, reason I emailed you, blah, 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 blah. By the way, are you sick of spending, or are you sick of paying Stripe 2.9% in commissions? If you are, I can save you at least half of that. Just respond to this email if you're interested. I'll send you the details. Something like that. So again, we're taking the major desired outcome, or the biggest outcome, the biggest benefit that your prospect, your client can produce, and we're putting that front and center. That's it. Now, we send that immediately, day one. So that pretty much gets sent the same time as this message, right? The welcome message. Now, the next message is 7 days later, and the subject line is read because it gets opened. But again, you can experiment with this. This is just what I've done. I just want to get you guys up and running. I'm trying to avoid blank page syndrome here for you. It's really difficult to get started if you don't have anything to work with. So what I would really like is for you guys just to take this and use it as kind of a starting point. Don't necessarily copy it exactly. I mean, you can if you want to, it doesn't matter, but you need to edit this really to fit your clients' businesses, and that is where you're going to get the best results. Don't get hung up on this. Just feel free to test all of this stuff out, and don't feel like you have to go with this stuff exactly. There's a lot of freedom and there's a lot of scope here for you to change stuff up. So again, 7 days later, so we're not bombarding them with messages. Just checking to see if you got my previous message. If you're looking for more new clients, I can easily add an extra 20 clients per month. If you're the right professional, practice, or company, 100% guaranteed. Let me know if you want a quick chat to talk about it. So again, just whatever the major benefit that your client is offering. Hey, just checking to see if you got my previous email. If you're looking to save 20% legally on your corporation tax, let me know. I'm the guy to help you. By the way, it's 100% legal. Let me know if you're interested. Let's talk about it. Just something like that. Something very, very simple that puts the primary offering front and center. Next email, 14 days. So you can see a pattern emerging here. Pretty much I'm sending out an email once a week for the first month. So again, hey, just checking to see you got my last message. Haven't heard from you. If you want some more info on how you can add 20 new clients a month to your client list, just reply to this message. I'll send you the details. Again, major benefit. So you could do something like, hey, just checking to see you got my last message, haven't heard from you. If you were looking to save 50% off the 2.9% Stripe charge, let me know. I'd love to talk to you. I'll send you the details. Or just checking to see, haven't heard from you. If you wanted to save legally 30% on your corporation tax bill, let me know. I can help you with that. I'll send you the details, whatever. And then day 25, subject line, haven't heard from you. So I haven't heard from you, so I'll assume you're not interested. If you are and you've just been too busy to respond, reply to this message now. If not, best of luck for the future. And then pretty much I'll email them once a month after that, if the client provides content. So at that point, you can send them a monthly newsletter, you can send them anything really that the client wants to provide. So again, this is where you want to consult with your client, and the more you do that, the better retention you're going to have, obviously. And you can just be like, hey, what can we send out? Can we send out a monthly newsletter to keep you at top of mind? That kind of stuff. So that's pretty much the formula that works. I like it. It works really well for me. Like I say, hopefully you can see the format in all of these messages. You can see the similarities in all of these messages. Basically, you want to keep it friendly, benefit orientated, very, very short, a couple of sentences. Like here, look, 1, 2, 3 sentences. Here we've got, 1, 2, 3 sentences. That's it. You do not want to be writing a book. These people don't know you, they don't know who you are, they don't know who your client is, and they're not going to read a long email, they're not going to read a long message. Keep it friendly, low-key, make the call to action very easy. Just ping me, just send me a message, that kind of stuff, and I think you'll do very, very well with this. These messages do really well, they're very friendly, they get great responses, and they just flat out work. So that's it for messaging. I'll make a shareable version of this doc. I'll put it below this video so you can have this and you can just use this as templates. Again, if you're using a copywriter, this is a great resource for your copywriter to have, because you just send this to them as a template and then they can create the messaging and the follow-up sequence, that kind of stuff. So as I said before, I love to use money to create freedom. If I can pay somebody to do it and it's cost effective, I'm down with that. That's what I like to do. So I'll put this document below the video, and in the next module we're going to look at the automation process, how to automate all of this, how to get these emails working on automation, how to set it all up, all that kind of stuff. So I'll see you there. Hey, Cody here and welcome back. In this video we're going to look at automation and automating the whole process. Now I'm not going to spend very much time on this at this point because I'm getting a piece of software developed that is going to do exactly what it is that I want to do. So currently what I'm using is a tool called B2B prospecting tool, and it's pretty decent. It does an adequate job. It's okay for the time being, but it doesn't do everything that I want it to do. There's some other features that I want, and there's just some other things that I would really like to see in a tool. So like I say, I'm getting that built and I'll make that available to you as soon as it's ready, and hopefully that won't be very long from now. So the reason I'm not going to spend too much time on this, that's the first reason. The second reason is that if you want to go ahead and use the B2B prospecting tool in the meantime, or if you just want to use it instead of, you're more than welcome to. But it's really well supported. So the guy that built this and sells it, he's got a ton of training videos that come with it, so it's kind of a bit of a double redundancy for me to go ahead and make a bunch of training videos on how to use this particular tool when he has a bunch, if you want to use it, that's already available. Plus you can get like a 30-minute onboarding session where he'll walk you through it. But let me just walk you through this quickly. So if you do want to use this right now, let me just show you what this will do. And the tool that I'm getting built will do pretty much very similar stuff to this, except it will do some other stuff, and it will have some features that you're going to want that I found that are very, very desirable in my experimentation with this stuff. So the first thing is you can see the interface here. So you just like account settings. So for example, we go and we would obviously put in our client's credentials, username, password, and then this is where the whole email thing comes in. So you can see this particular software will support Infusionsoft, MailChimp, or Zapier, and I'm using Zapier here just because I want to zap it out into ActiveCampaign, not MailChimp for myself. I'm running this I'm showing you my own account here, so I like to use ActiveCampaign, so that's where I'm sending those these contacts. So I'm using Zapier, but this is where you can set up your integration. So you just have a MailChimp account and you would just come in here and you go into your MailChimp account, get the API key, the list ID, and boom, you just put it in there and it will send all of this information over to MailChimp or wherever you want to send it. And you can see as soon as people, let's go up to the top here a little bit, you can see that as soon as people connect, you can see that the email address becomes visible and the software will send that over to MailChimp or wherever you want to send it. And then it's pretty simple after that. So the first thing that we do, you can see I've got my contacts imported here. So come over and the first thing you would do would be to import searches from Sales Navigator. So if you just click that, it will bring up a list of saved searches from inside of Sales Navigator. So this is my account, so these are my saved searches. You just click whatever. I'm not going to do it now, but you choose whichever one and click OK, and it will import all of those people in here. And then we just go through and fill out our connection message, our welcome message, and the settings and stuff like that. So you can see, as I told you in the messaging video, this is what I do. Would you be open to connecting? So this is, you set the welcome message in here, and then as soon as they connect, they get the welcome message. And then we're just going to want to set the scheduler settings, so the task to run, connect on all of these days, import connections on all of these days, and run the autoresponder. Now I'm not running the autoresponder, so it doesn't matter. That's one of the things that I don't really like to do, is send auto response messages inside of LinkedIn. I much prefer to do that through email. So if you wanted to make this sort of more natural, then you could take Saturday and Sunday off, so the software won't perform any tasks on the weekend, so that way somebody's not getting a message request at 2 o'clock in the morning or something like that. So it just seems a little bit more natural, but that's entirely up to you. And that's pretty much it, really. So got this set personally to 110 to 120 invitations a day. Now this is very high. I definitely wouldn't recommend going this high. Again, I do a lot of my experimentation with my own account, because if I get my own account into trouble, then that's one thing. If I get a client's account into trouble, that's something different altogether, right? So I'm testing to see how high I can go with this and keep it safe. Personally, I would put this at probably 30 to 50 a day, something like that, because one, that's going to keep you very safe. You're going to be well below the radar. If you get too greedy with this, if you do too much activity, whether you do it manually or whether you do it through automation, it doesn't matter. You're going to get the account restricted. You can't be sending out 400 connection requests a day, like I say, either through automation or manually. It doesn't matter how you're doing it. You can't do that. So personally, with clients, I generally tend to set this at around 30 a day. That way, over a 1 month period, I'm sending out approximately 1,000 connection requests, which is quite a nice number for most niches to tell the prospect that you're going to connect with 1,000 people a month. That's a pretty nice number for them. Like I say, this is way too high to be using with your clients. Don't do it, and don't look at what I'm doing in my own account here, because I use my own account for testing, and don't look at it and think, well, Cody's doing it, so that's what I need to do. I'm testing stuff here, and I could very well get my own account banned by doing this, or get it restricted. I'm probably not going to get it banned, but I could very well get it restricted. So don't look at what I'm doing in this particular account, because like I say, it's a test account and you're not going to want to copy that. So that's pretty much it. So you're going to want to set this to, say, 30 to 35 a day. I like to mix it up so it's natural. It's not exactly the same number every single day. And then basically I just click the schedule button. So the schedule is running right now, so it runs every 24 hours. So what the software does is, we'll go down here and we'll see, let's have a look here. So just quickly, you can see it'll tell you the status here. So connection message sent, you can see this person has responded. If there's nothing here, it means there hasn't been a response so far. So you can kind of see, but again, I'm not really going for responses here for various reasons, like I say, but typically you would have a lot more response received here. Let's go down to the bottom here. Okay, so you can see here, like, invitation status, there's nothing in it, so that means, so let's say this was the next one to send, so in 10 hours from now, it'll send, the way I've got it set up with the 100 to 120, it'll send 100 connection requests to the next 100 people, and it will also go back and it will check all of the previous connection requests, and if those people have connected, then it will send the welcome message to those people. It will send the welcome message that you put in here. It will also zap out at the same time. It will also send out the I'm using Zappy. It'll also send out the email information. You can see all of these emails here. It'll send out all of that information into whatever autoresponder you're using. If you don't want to use an autoresponder, then just leave this blank. So that's pretty much it. It's relatively straightforward. Like I say, I'm not going to go into great detail on this because I'm getting a piece of software developed that is it's going to do more than it's going to do more than this. It's going to do all of the stuff that I want it to do, and it's going to be specifically designed with the task that we're doing here in mind. One more thing, when you're going through, so when you import all of your context, if you're going to be using this particular piece of software, you can just go through and you can have a look at, you know, company, job title and stuff like that. So what I like to do with clients is I just go through this like this, and if there's something that's just really irrelevant, then you can just, if you uncheck it, then it basically takes it out of the automation process. So when I import the connection requests, or the list of connection requests from Sales Navigator, I always go through, and again, you can do this yourself or you can use a VA, entirely up to you. And I just like to see, you know, it takes 15-20 minutes to go through 1,000 people, something like that, but it's well worth it, because like I say, you don't want to be sending out these messages to the wrong people, that's for sure. So, you know, we look here, startup, this is Silicon Valley. It's about startups, probably not overly relevant. So again, this is my account. I'm not particularly bothered if I get emails from people saying, why have you sent me a message? It doesn't matter, because like I say, I'm pretty much using this account for testing. I'm testing strategies and I'm testing what works and stuff like that, and I don't get all squeamish about people complaining, but your clients probably will. So, you know, like you can see, I might not, if I was running this for a client, I might not want to connect with this person, so you can just take him out of the sequence by doing that, and then just go through, like I say, take 10, 15, 20 minutes and just make sure that all of these people are relevant. That way it's kind of a double fail-safe, right? If you miss it, if you don't get the list perfect in Sales Navigator, which is quite possible, sometimes it's not possible to get a completely clean list. There's going to be people in there that you don't want to connect with, but they're quite difficult to get out of the search. It just becomes very complicated. Then this is the solution to that. It's just a case of going through and manually looking at this. And like you can see, you know, you can see here, cannabis culture. That's not really somebody necessarily that I would want to talk with, so I can take that out. You know, I'm looking for, you know, SEO companies, PPC companies. Again, Black Helmet Apparel, probably not who I'm looking to talk with. So on and so forth. So that's pretty much how you do that. If you want to stop it, you just click Stop Scheduler, obviously, and then if you want to start it again, you click Start Scheduler. You can export all of the data to CVS if you want to, and that's pretty much it, really. It's fairly simple, fairly straightforward stuff, but you know, you just want to come in here really once a day and make sure that it's running properly and everything's going well, and that's it. So like I say, if you want this software, I'll put a link below this video to where you can get a copy. I think this is $197 a month I pay for this, I think right now, something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but like I say, this isn't mine. I will have my own software very soon. As soon as that is available, then I will make that available to you, and that's when I'm going to put together some more in-depth training videos on how to use that, because at that point I pretty much won't be using this software anymore. So it's going to be very redundant to make all those training videos right now. So this will get you started though, for sure. This is one more thing you're going to want to do. So again, I'm not going to go into great detail because there's training. If you do get a copy of this software, I believe there's training available on this. You're going to want to use proxies with all of your accounts. So you don't want to be accessing multiple accounts from the same IP address, and you definitely don't want to be sending out a whole bunch of connection requests for 10 different clients from the same IP address. So what I do is I just go and I get a private proxy from, I think it's Best Private Proxies. I'll put a link below this video, and I just buy a private proxy, and every time I access a client's account, I will do it through that proxy. So there's only ever, the account is only ever accessed through one proxy address, whether I'm accessing that account via the software or whether I'm accessing that account from my desktop. Nevertheless, I will always use a proxy. So in Google Chrome, you can see we're in settings here in Google Chrome. So you would just come over to the gear wheel or whatever, and then in advanced, I think this is in advanced, you go to open proxy settings. LAN settings, and then the private proxy that you've bought. You just put the address and then the port in here. Click OK, and then when you go and log in to your client's account, it's going to be through this proxy address. So if this was my desktop here, this is a VPN, but don't worry about that. If this was my desktop, then if I was going to access a client's account, I would come over to settings. I would do that. I would set the proxy address. I would do the work in the client's account, and then I would log out of the client's account. I would come back. I would open proxy settings again. I would change the proxy address for the new client, and I would log into their account. That way you're not logging into one account, or you're not logging into multiple accounts in a very quick period of time through one IP address. So that's going to be a red flag, obviously, if you do that. If you've got, say, 10 accounts that you're working on, and you access all 10 of those accounts through your IP address on your browser, then LinkedIn are going to say, what's going on here? How come this person that they're going to think that you're a hacker or something like that? Basically, that's not going to be good. So, but like I say, we'll go into, if you need more help on proxies, let me know. I can make a video on how to do that. If you get a client and you need to know that immediately, let me know, and I can make some videos for you on how to do that in a little bit more detail. And like I say, once the software that I'm getting developed is out and available, then I'll have tutorials available on exactly how to do that, how to add the proxies into that particular software. So that's it for this video, and we'll talk to you in the next video. Hey, Cody here, and in this video I want to show you what I do for proxies, where I get them from, how I use them and stuff like that. So I highly recommend that you are using proxies with each account, because obviously you don't want to be accessing a whole bunch of accounts from the same IP address, and if you're using software, you definitely want to be using proxies for sure. So let me show you where I get them from. So I get them from Best Proxy and VPN. I'll put a link below this video if you're interested. Now what I do is I come here, I go to Buy Proxies. You might have to create an account with these guys, but that's no big deal. So go ahead and create the account, then come to Buy Proxies, and as you can see, get cheap proxy packages now. So I like to buy one per client. Now it's definitely cheaper to buy in bulk. You can get a better deal if you buy more, but I buy one per client because that way I can really have a lot of control over which client has each proxy and the location. So I buy one at a time for each client for $4.99. Now you can see over here, these are all the locations that the proxy can be from. So in the US, you've got all of these, and we're going to look at setting that up here in a minute. Now the reason I use Best Proxy is because it does have this feature. As far as I can tell, the best that I've found so far, they have the biggest selection of locations, and you're going to want to pick a proxy closest to the location of your client. So now you've done that, so you click buy, you go through the buying process, stuff like that, and then that is going to take you to it's going to take a few minutes for that proxy, and then you're going to go to your members area. So let me log in here quickly, and I'll take you to my members area, and you can see what you see. So as you can see, I've got a whole bunch of proxies here that I use with my clients, but let me show you how to set this up. So the first thing you're going to want to do is go to preferred locations. So all you do is go through, you can see Sydney here, this is where I am, so you could buy that if you're in Sydney, but you can go through and see these are all the locations of the countries, and you're probably interested in the US, so I just go through and I get the closest one to my client. Now if the exact location isn't there, don't freak out, it's not a big deal, just get the closest one you can get. So let's say let's just leave it with Boston for the time being. Now you can change these, I think you can change these once a month. If you're using the proxy, you can change the location once a month. Now if you can get a proxy that's relatively close to your client's location, it's probably going to help with capture codes and stuff like that. If it's close, then it won't throw up a capture code. Now the next thing you're going to want to do in setting this up is go to authorized IPs. Now you're going to have to authorize an IP, so you can see here I've just set this one up as a test, so you can see. So basically you're allowed to authorize one IP. So if you're doing it from your desktop, then you're going to want to authorize that the VPN, or sorry, you're going to want to authorize the IP address that your desktop is running on. And if you don't know what that is, just Google like what's my IP, and there'll be a website that'll tell you what your IP is. So you want to put that in, save it, and then come over here to your IPs, and here it is. So this is the IP. and this is the port right here. This is the number that you're going to want, right? So let's just copy and paste that for a second. Copy it. So then I come over to, you can see over here, now I use Chrome for this. I'm sure you can do this in any browser, but I use Chrome, so I don't know how to do it in other browsers, but I'm sure you can just Google that. It's going to be very easy. Pretty much any browser is going to allow you to use a proxy. Then I just click on this icon here, go to settings, come down here to advanced settings, continue down, open proxy settings. Now you want to go to LAN settings here. Let's just move this here to where you can see it. LAN settings. Use proxy server for your LAN, and then you're basically just going to want to put in the proxy and the port. So the number after the colon here is the port. So let's just copy that or cut that out. You don't need the colon there. Do that, and then OK. OK, and boom, now your browser is running off that proxy. So when you log into your client's account, it will be going through that proxy. Now, for if you have multiple clients, you're going to want to change the proxy every time you log in. So if I was working on this particular account, I would go through and do the work that I want to do. Then I would open proxy settings and I would start again. Basically, I would put the new proxy setting in. Now I'm going to delete this out because I don't particularly want that proxy setting in there, but that's exactly how you do it. So if you wanted to change it, again, LAN settings, and then you just change it. Let's just delete that out. We don't really want that in there at this point. And you change it for your new client. OK, and done. And that's it. So that's how you set up your proxies. That's how I set up my proxies, and I hope that's helpful. Hey there, welcome back to Module 7 here, and here we're going to cover some basic, just some basic sales training tips really. So pretty much as far as prospecting goes and going out and getting clients, you're going to use exactly the same process for yourself to get clients into your own business as we've gone through in this training program. So go through the messaging, go through the outreach, all that kind of stuff. It is literally exactly the same process, and it works really, really well. So I'm also going to put a video below this on how to conduct a sales consultation. So that's a video that's from the More Clients, More Results program. So you can see kind of the structure of the sales call that works really well, and it can give you some format and stuff like that. And the other thing that I'm going to put here for you is the Handling Sales Objections workbook. So it covers the 7 main objections: not ready, no time, no money, unsure of the value, need to check with a third party, need to think about it, and want to talk to other companies. And we're going to go through this and talk about how to deal with all of these objections, because you're certainly going to hear these objections over and over again. So you want to get really, really familiar. You know, not ready, no money, I can't afford it, that seems expensive, I can't pay for that right now, that kind of stuff. You're going to hear these things, and that's just normal when you're selling a high ticket consulting package or a high ticket done for you package. So this is going to be very helpful in helping you get through that. So have a read through this, and you're going to want to really practice this stuff to where it becomes second nature, to where when somebody throws an objection out at you, you're going to be able to just handle it naturally and instantly, and just it's not going to be problematic to you at all. Now, the other thing I would say quickly in this video, price wise, what should you be charging for this service? Well, that's going to be entirely up to you. Obviously, you can literally charge whatever you want. I've experimented from everywhere from $1,000 up to $3,000. I've been able to sell it at all of those prices. Personally, I like the $1,500 to $2,000 price range, depending on the niche that you're going into. So if you're going into a really high value niche like IT, for example, where it's a very high value service and those guys have very few options, then you're going to want to go higher. You're not going to have any problems selling this to those guys for $2,000, $2,500 a month for sure. Whereas if you go in for like digital marketing agencies, for example, they're probably going to have it's going to be a lower ticket sale for them. So I would say typically you're going to be looking at $1,500, somewhere around there. So I really don't do it for $1,000 anymore. I don't think I would sell this for $1,000 personally anymore. just because the value is higher than that, and it's pretty easy to get the higher prices. But again, it's going to come down to where you are, your level of confidence in your ability to deliver results, your comfort with charging premium fees and stuff like that, and your starting point, obviously. So if you're currently charging $300, $400, $500 a month for a done-for-you service in your business, then maybe it's a bit of a stretch to go straight to $2,000. But if you're already at $1,000, $1,500, then upping that price to $2,000 is not going to be any problem at all. So I would say bare minimum price for this should be $1,000. I would definitely not go any lower than that, and I would be looking to get your prices up to $2,000, $1,500 being a nice kind of starting point, nice sweet spot. So that's it. If you've got any questions, let me know, and we'll talk to you soon. Hello everybody, Cody here, and welcome to week 5 of More Clients, More Results. And this week we're going to actually start to look at getting the sale. So we're going to look at getting the sale, and we're going to look at locking the deal down and getting paid. So our objective for this week is going to be to understand what's required to make a sale, and then to actually make that sale and to lock it down and to make sure that we get paid efficiently. So the overview for this week is going to look like this. So we're going to talk about the mindset required for sales. And as always, you're probably aware by now that I love the mindset stuff. This is really the most important stuff, and if we can get this right, then we're going to be really set up for success, and we're going to get some great results. Then we're going to look at actually setting up the sales consultation. So as with everything, there's a method to this madness, there's an order to it. So we need to make sure that we're doing it properly to make sure that we're in the best position to get the decision on the call and to get the sale. Then we're going to talk about actually conducting the sales call itself. Then we're going to talk about getting the prospect to say yes on the call, as opposed to I'll think about it or send me a proposal or something like that. We're then going to look at locking the deal down. So after they've said yes, we're going to make sure that we lock it down and that they do go ahead with it, and we're going to make sure that we get paid. And then we're going to look at proposals. So we really don't want to be sending out proposals if we can avoid it at all. So let's have a look at the mindset that's required for successful sales, and this is by far the most important part of the whole process here. So we've got to really pay close attention to this, because if your mindset is right going into this, then you can actually do everything wrong and you can still get the sale. But if your mindset is in the wrong place, if you're not approaching it from the right angle, then you can do the complete opposite. You can do everything right and you can hear nothing but no's all day long, and that's just the way it is. So this stuff's really important. So we really need to be working on our mindset every single day when it comes to sales, and not really just sales, to every aspect of our business. It really is so important. So let's talk about what the right mindset is for this right now. So it all starts with this. It's about being completely detached from the outcome of the call, being completely detached from whether you make a sale or not. And to be honest, the more detached that you can be from it, the better the results are going to be, because it simply comes down to understanding this, and it's that service and servitude comes before money, and money follows service. Service doesn't follow money. So if you're providing service, then just the natural law of the universe is going to dictate that money follows that, but it simply doesn't work the other way around. If you're pursuing money, then the natural law is not that service follows money, it's that money follows service. So if you're pursuing money, then it becomes very, very difficult to actually get it. So the more you think about the sale and the more you want the sale, then the more that you're thinking about the money, right? And the less that you're actually focused on the other person. You want to constantly be asking yourself, how can I better serve this person and how can I help them achieve their goals, while at the same time being completely detached from whether they actually buy from you or not. And as with most of this stuff, it's very counterintuitive. People are on the call to make a sale, right? And they're kind of attached to that outcome, but in reality, the secret to actually getting the sale is detaching from that outcome of getting the sale, and then you're much, much more likely to get it. So the less that you care about the sale, the more yeses you're going to hear from people, the more people are going to say yes to you. And by being 100% focused on how can I better serve this person, and being really not focused at all on how do I get this sale, the sale is a byproduct of your service, the better your results are going to be. And that's really all it comes down to, because this is trust-based sales, and by really focusing on how you can help them and genuinely helping them, and that's the sole purpose of the call, is to help them, then they're naturally going to want to buy from you because they're going to trust you, and there's no way you can fake that trustworthiness. It's just not fakeable, right? Genuine servitude, it just can't be faked. If we're faking it, people are going to see through that, and that's just going to blow our whole trust-based system out of the water, and it's not going to work. So trust, when it's present in genuine trust, because you're genuinely trying to help that person, and at a subconscious level or even a conscious level, they're understanding that you're trying to help them. It's easily detected in the other person, and that's whether it's on the phone or whether you're doing this in person or whatever. And ultimately, that's what they're buying from you. They don't know if you can get them the results or not. They don't really know what you're talking about, right? It may as well be speaking Chinese to them. It's a language they don't understand, and they don't know how to get the results themselves. That's why they're talking to you. So what they're buying is the fact that they trust you can get them the results. That's what they're actually buying. They're not buying your product or service, they're buying you. And this is why it's really important to detach from the outcome. So here's what often happens, right? Most people start out with really great intentions. They understand this, and everybody gets this to start with. They're like, yeah, it's trust-based, I get it. Detach from the outcome, I get it. Don't focus on the sale, I get it. And they do it, and they take that to heart, and they do it, and they get really great results. They get a ton of people come on board, and they get great results. But then they start to like the success that they're getting, and they start to become attached to the outcome. And this happens to everybody. It's happened to me, it's happened to the people that I've worked with, and this is just a natural process that happens, and we've really got to guard against this. So then, instead of being detached from the outcome becomes a scorecard, and it's about how much money we can make, how many clients we can bring on board, stuff like that. And the focus becomes on getting bigger and bigger numbers, more and more clients. And we tend to lose sight of what this is really all about. And it's not about us getting more clients. It's not about us making more money. It's about the other person that's on the other end of the phone. So what will typically happen, as I've just said, we'll lose sight of the fact that this is about the other person. It's not about us. And then our results drop off and nobody buys from us. And we just don't know why. We think we're doing everything the same, but we were getting a whole bunch of sales. Now we're not getting any sales at all. And it's because you're no longer focused, or I'm no longer focused on what it is that we can do for the person and how we can help the prospect at the core level. We've switched to what the prospect can do for us and how they can help us. And that's not what they're going to buy, right? Nobody's buying that. They're not here to provide for us. We're there to provide for them ultimately. So we must constantly remind ourselves that we're here to serve our clients, and our clients are not here to serve us. And as I said, this is very obvious stuff, and nobody will disagree with this. But what typically happens, as I've said, and I've seen it over and over and over again, and I've seen it in my own business, in my own behavior, that we lose sight of that, and we've got to continually remind ourselves this is a discipline. So we're all subject to this, and we're all susceptible to it. So this is a discipline that we need to instill, and as long as we remember that and we live with it, then we can have all the clients we want in abundance. As long as we're genuinely focused on helping the other person, then we're going to have all the clients that we want. But as I said, as soon as we forget that, as soon as we forget it's about them and it's not anything to do with us, then it's game over. That's where it goes wrong. So when we talk about the actual sales presentation itself in the upcoming videos, then please keep this in mind. It's not about a magic formula, or it's not about a secret close, or it's not about having the right script, or it's not about saying the right thing at the right time. It's about building trust. That's all it is. If the person trusts you, then they're going to buy from you, right? Because as I've said, they don't know if your solution works or not. They have no way of knowing. The only way they can find out is to give it a go, and the only way they're going to give it a go is to trust you. So the format that I give you in upcoming videos is just a framework to bring some order and some structure to your course, so you kind of know where you're going and you've got a little bit of comfort and a little bit of structure to the core, right? So ultimately it's going to be your ability to convey trust that is going to sell your product. It's not really going to be the script that I give you or the format for a presentation that I give you. That's, like I say, there's lots of ways you can do it. As I say, it's not a script or anything else. So don't worry too much about the script for right now. Don't worry too much about the format right now. Don't spend a lot of time on that. Don't spend a lot of time on technique. You want to spend all of your time examining your mindset and be constantly refining it. Be constantly asking the question, how can I get better results for my client? How can I do more for my client? How can I genuinely help this person on this phone call? How can I get them to the next level on this phone call? How can I progress them regardless of whether they buy from me or not? That's what you need to be thinking about, and you kind of need to, I kind of have a little pep talk with myself before each sales call, and I run through that and I write it down. I write stuff down like I'm here to help this person, not to sell them a product. How can I provide maximum service to this person? And if you can do that, you're going to get great results. Now, doing this is really the greatest investment that you can make into yourself and your business, refining your mindset to this point to where you're really 100% focused on the other person, and you're really not focused on yourself at all. So that's it, really. That's all there is to the sales presentation at a basic level. And I'll summarize the mindset that's required in one simple sentence. And if you do this, then you're simply guaranteed to succeed regardless of which presentation style you use or what format you follow. It really doesn't matter. So here's how I would summarize it. Be more concerned with your client's welfare than you are your own welfare. That's my sales formula to you. That's my sales presentation to you. And like I say, if you can do this, you're going to make a lot of money and your clients are going to make a lot of money and everybody's going to be really, really happy. So that's it. That's the key to the sales process right there. If you can really internalize that, believe it and live it, you're going to get some amazing results. And remember this, as we said before, money is simply a byproduct of service. Where service is, money is close behind. You see, you can't pursue money directly. It's not possible. You must pursue service if you want money. You must present service and offer service and provide service. If you're doing that, then money is simply just a byproduct of that. Money will naturally and abundantly be added to you. So focus on being of service and not really focused on the money that's going to be generated as a result of that service. And really, that's it. That's it for this video. So it's a very simple mindset principle. It's as I like to say, it's simplicity on the far side of complexity. It's a very easy concept, but it's also a very difficult concept to implement because we tend to want to complicate things and make things more difficult than they actually are. So to reiterate, before I close this video, focus on what you can do for the other person on the call. Focus on helping the other person on the call. Focus on finding out what their goals are, finding out what their desires are, and offering a viable solution for those desires and goals and needs to be met. If you can do that, that's service, and wherever service is, money is very close behind. So that's it really for this video. Next we're going to look at setting up the consultation, and then we're actually going to look at the format for the sales consultation that I use itself. And as I say, don't get hung up on this. This is just something to give you some kind of order and structure so you don't get on the call and you just don't know what to say or what to do. You're kind of lost. It gives a little bit of structure and it gives some comfort, but really what we've just talked about is the key to the whole process. How can I be of more service to this client? Get that down, and then the presentation itself, the format really doesn't matter too much. So that's it for this video. I'm going to head over to the next video where we set up the consultation, and I'll see you there. Hello and welcome back. So now we're going to talk about setting up the consultation properly. So this is where we're at the point to where somebody's responded to a direct mail. They've sent you an email saying they want a consultation, or they've sent you a LinkedIn message saying they would like a consultation, something like that. So the number one rule through this whole process really, and is if you remember this, you're going to be okay, and it's just stay cool. Don't be in a rush to set it up. Don't be so excited that somebody wants to talk to you and we just rush, because that's really going to weaken our position a whole lot. An expert is going to be a busy person. An industry leader is going to be a very busy person. So you don't want to email them 5 seconds after you get an email from them. So think about it as though you were approaching an expert in our industry, let's say Dan Kennedy or Frank Kern or something like that. We wouldn't get an email back from Dan Kennedy 5 seconds later saying, hey, Dan here, really excited that you want a consultation, let's set it up immediately. It might be 2 or 3 days before you get a response, and it's probably not going to be from him directly. So we don't want to take it to that point just yet, but that's just to give you an idea. Just keep in mind how an expert would be behaving, and we want to behave the same way. So you want to wait at least a few hours. Like I said, a couple of days is too long. A day is not too long. Waiting till the next day to set it up is perfectly acceptable. You want to wait at least a few hours. You don't want to respond immediately, or that's just going to weaken your position a whole lot. And if you can, I'd have a PA respond to it. So you can get a PA for like $5 an hour or something like that, and you pay for it as the hours are accumulated and stuff like that. So you can get those on Fiverr, or that's the best place to look, probably Fiverr or freelancer.com. If you can have a PA respond to the request for a consultation, that's going to be even better, really, because now you don't have to handle it yourself. A true expert really wouldn't be handling their communications themselves, probably. So the next thing you want to do is use a booking calendar. Now, this is going to become essential anyway. As you get busier, it's going to become essential, just because you're not going to be able to manage your calendar any other way if you're giving different times out to different people and then waiting for them to come back and tell you what time. You're going to end up double booking yourself, and your whole calendar is just going to become completely unmanageable. So if you're not already using a booking calendar, then I would highly suggest that you start to use that ASAP. And there's a couple of calendars available to you that I'm aware of. One is youcanbook.me, and that's what I use, and the other one is timetrade.com. Now, the only reason I use YouCanBookMe is because that was the first one that I started using, and I'm now familiar with it, and it works great, and the price is right, and there's just simply no reason for me to change at this point, right? But I know people that use time trade, and that works really well as well. So you can go with either one of those. Both are going to work perfectly well. And I think they're about $10 a month, something like that. And that will integrate with your Google Calendar, and it just makes your scheduling just a whole heck of a lot easier. And it just positions you as an expert as well. To be making your own bookings with clients and stuff like that is just not very professional, right? It just doesn't really position you in the right place to charge top fees. So another aspect of this is you really don't want to take calls directly, right? So I don't give them in the direct mail. We talked about that. I don't give them my phone number, and I really don't publish my direct phone number directly anywhere. I don't think. At least I really make an effort not to anyway. I've stopped doing that about a year ago because it's going to absolutely kill your expert position. If you give out your personal phone number and somebody can just call you up and get you on the phone, then that's not really what experts do. As I say, think about someone like Dan Kennedy or John Carlton or Frank Kern. You couldn't just pick up the phone and call Frank. That's just not going to happen. You can pick up the phone and call Dan Kennedy. It's just not going to happen, right? So people at the top of the game, people at the top of the field, they're not going to be contactable directly. If you are, then that just says I'm not at the top of the field, right? Which means your fees are going to go down. So a way around this, and what I do is I use a virtual receptionist. So all you want to do is just Google it, and I have a virtual receptionist on a pay-per-call deal, right? It's cheap. So basically, for every call that they receive, I think I'm charged like $2.50, something like that, which might sound like a lot, but in reality, it's like I'm only getting maybe 10 or 15 people calling that number every month. Very rarely do people call it, and then they just call me, and if I want to talk to them, they put the call through to me, and if they don't want to talk to them, they say code is in a meeting or something like that. So it's very cheap. You can get it on a pay per call deal. I think I pay less than $40 or $50 a month for that service, and it's just the way to do it. So you just want to Google virtual receptionist in your area. That's going to be adequate. Just go to Google, type virtual receptionist, and some companies will come up. There's a ton of them out there. I think it's Virtual HQ I use here in Australia, but I have one in the UK as well that I use for my UK clients, and there's just a ton of them out there, right? It's not hard to find one. What all this amounts to is you've got to limit access to yourself directly. The more accessible you are, the more harm that does to your expert position. What's readily available doesn't have value, right? So the reason diamonds are valuable as opposed to glass is that diamonds are relatively inaccessible. There's fewer of them. It's a scarcer resource, and it's that scarcity that makes them valuable. When in reality, what's the difference between a diamond and a piece of glass? I probably couldn't tell the difference, and most people probably couldn't tell the difference. It's just the scarcity that makes it valuable. So we want to create that scarcity around our time and our access, because that's going to make us more valuable. Now, once we've got a client, that's a different story. We want to make ourselves accessible at that point because we want to maintain and nurture the relationship. But we're talking about pre-relationship here, so we definitely want to limit access to ourselves. The result of that is they've got to chase you, not the other way around. If we're chasing them, then that's demeaning our value, and that's reducing our value to the marketplace. So once we've contacted them, we now want to flip this around. The hunter wants to become the hunted, and so on and so forth. We want to flip it around. So if we're chasing them, then our fee's going to go down. Our desirability to be worked with goes down. So we want to start pulling back at this point and making ourselves a little bit inaccessible, because the more you chase them, the less appealing you're going to become to them, and that's just the way it is. As I've said, just keep in mind, what would an expert do? Think about, what would an expert do? What would Dan Kennedy do? And try and behave in a similar way. Really don't make yourself too accessible, and don't chase too much. Now, another thing I don't particularly like, and I don't do, is I don't like calls that are not scheduled right. So again, we talked about this in the direct mail video. Initially, I put my phone number on there, and people could call me, and it wasn't working out very well because I'd be at the grocery store buying groceries or something like that, and they just catch me off guard. So I don't like unscheduled calls just for that reason, but there's also a positioning view to that as well. So by taking unscheduled calls, again, you're just saying that my time is not very valuable and I have a lot of free time available. You want the time to be scheduled, and you want it to be at some point in the future, right? You want to say 3 or 4 days into the future to schedule it. You don't want to rush into it, because that just says I'm not very busy and my calendar's not very full, and then of course the desirability to work with you is going to go down at that point. So as I say, unscheduled calls and just giving people your phone number, it really can catch you unprepared, and that's where a virtual receptionist can really help you there. They can make sure that you're not getting unscheduled calls coming to your phone. So now this is an optional extra that I use, and sometimes I use it, sometimes I don't. There's no hard and fast rule on this, and with all this stuff I'm just kind of giving you some guidelines and some concepts and principles to stick to. I mean, you don't have to, you're not in a straitjacket here, you don't have to follow all this stuff, and I don't do one thing all the time. I do different things. So sometimes I'll send the dental white paper and I'll ask them to read it prior to the call. So I think I gave you that in module 2, I think it is. I'll put it below this video. Again, that'll be the easiest thing. If you're not in the dental niche, then just modify it. It's going to work for any industry. You just need to change out dental implants for whatever it is, whatever industry you're in, right? So just do that. That's super simple. And I asked them to read it prior to the call, because the more they actually know about me, the better. But what they know has got to be controlled. So if I'm emailing them stuff and saying, please read this, and what I'll typically say is, hey, if you don't mind, have a quick read of this before I call. That way we're going to be on the same page and you can get the most value out of our time. And of course, what that white paper is doing is strengthening our expert position, and it's adding credibility to what we're doing prior to the call. And of course, it gives them another reason to say, yes, it's kind of a sale. Well, it's not kind of a sales letter, it is a sales letter, right? So we're sending them a sales letter that has usable information in it, so we're giving them additional reasons to say yes prior to getting on the call. So the basic rule when setting up a consultation is this, right? Behave as your time is valuable, and the prospect will believe your time is valuable, and they'll behave accordingly. If you behave as though your time is cheap, then the prospect will believe your time is cheap, and they will also behave accordingly. So if you want to charge premium rates and have very little resistance or no resistance at all in doing that, then you've got to act as though your time is precious and valuable, because of course it is precious and valuable, right? That's not something we're making up, it really is. But we just need to communicate that to the prospect as well, so they really are clear and they really understand that we are the expert, our time is valuable, and they're getting something of value here. So always, before doing anything, you want to ask this question: what message is this sending about me, right? So every communication that you send out is a marketing message, whether it be an email or a phone call or anything really, as a LinkedIn message. You've got to ask the question, what is this message sending out about me? What is this saying about me? Is it saying that I'm an expert, or is it saying I'm in a position of need and I'm really eager and anxious to get some clients on board? So as I keep saying, and as I'll say probably some more before the end, very counterintuitive, this stuff. It's not what you would think it would be, and the way to get people's interest and the way to get them to really get excited about working with you and really want to move forward rapidly is you've got to pull back from them, and you've got to restrain yourself from just kind of throwing yourself at them and getting all excited. If you can do that, then you're going to get really great results. So ask yourself the question, what message is this sending out about me, when you're setting up the consultations, and you won't go too far wrong. So that's about it really. To summarize, you just want to ask yourself, what would an expert do? You don't want to be too available, you don't want to be too distant either, so you kind of got to get that balance right. So usually setting a consultation 3, 4, 5 days into the future is good. That's a good amount of time to where they haven't forgotten about what it is that you're doing, but at the same time it's far enough into the future to where you're telling them that, look, I'm a busy person, and if you're going to want to work with me, then understand that I'm very busy and I'm quite selective about who I work with. So this is the kind of message that we're trying to set up prior to the actual consultation itself. So that's it for this video. In the next video we're going to talk about the consultation, so the sales process, and again the last video on mindset really is what it's all about. So go ahead and watch that again. Very, very important stuff. And like I say, if you get that right, you're on solid ground and you're going to make more sales. You're going to get more people saying yes than no. But in the next video, we're going to look at the actual sales consultation, and we'll talk about a format that you can follow that works really well, that's going to bring some structure to what's going on and just make the whole process a little bit more comfortable until you get comfortable with it. So that's it for this video. We'll see you in the next video. Hello everybody, and welcome to the training on actually conducting the call itself, conducting the consultation. Now this is where we actually have to talk to somebody, and where the rubber meets the road for a lot of people. So the objective of the call is that we want to get a decision on the call. We want to get a yes or a no from them. We want a clear decision, and either one is absolutely fine. And as we talked about before, we're not we're not attached at all to the outcome. We're not worried if it's a yes, and we're not worried if it's a no. We just want a clear decision because that's the best for everybody. Because for the average salesperson in the average sales consultation, 95% of calls or 95% of meetings, they don't end in a no, right? The prospect doesn't say no. They say, send me some more information, or yeah, I'm interested, let me think about it, whatever. But the fact of the matter is, those presentations and those calls, they don't end in a yes either. So really, you're no better off than you were when you started. So I personally like a one call process that ends with a decision on the call, right? So as a lot of you are finding out, it's not very difficult to generate leads. It's not very difficult to generate these calls. And if you're having 2 or 3 of these calls a day, maybe even more some days, and there's not a clear decision at the end of it, and you've got to do follow up and this and that, then we just really start to get bogged down in the follow up process, and our business starts to lose traction, and we start doing a bunch of stuff that really doesn't make us any money and is never going to make us any money. So we want to get a decision on the call if at all possible. And if it ends in a yes or a no, it doesn't matter, right? Because what we really don't want to be hearing is maybe, or I'll think about it. That's the worst thing we can hear. We want to get off that call with the clarity that we know they're moving forward or they're not moving forward. And we want the prospect to have the same clarity as well, right? We want them to know they're moving forward. We want them to know they're not moving forward. So maybe I'll do this, or I need some time to think about it, or next month. These are not things that we really want to allow on the call, and we're going to talk about that. So as I've said, there are lots of ways to conduct a successful sales call, and we don't want to get hung up on this. This is just the way that I do it, and if you have a way that works already, don't by all means let me talk you out of that. If you're talking to people and you're getting people into contracts and you're getting them into deals with the process that you've got, please don't let me talk you out of that. This is for people that are looking for that process. They're looking for a way to get more people to say yes, or they just don't really have a sales process at all. So as I say, there's lots of ways to skin a cat. This is just one that works. It works for me. But if you've got a way that works, then by all means stick to that. Maybe there's some stuff in here that you can add to it, or stuff like that, but certainly don't change a winning formula if you've got it. As I say, don't let me change what you're doing if it's working. So as we've said, the most important thing that you can approach the call with is the mindset, and that's a mindset and an attitude of servitude. You're getting on this call to help the person. You're getting on this call to progress the person. And everything we do is designed not to manipulate them into a decision. It's designed to get them to make the right decision. It's designed to get them to take the action that's best for them. And quite often, we'll say, no, I'm sorry, this is not right for you. I'm not going to be able to help you. I don't think it's the right time. So we'll say no to them as well quite often. And again, that's part of the mindset of approaching this. This is not we're getting on the phone to sell them on the idea that they should hire us. They've got to sell us on the idea that they're an ideal client as well. We don't work with just anybody. We only take on ideal clients, and they've got to demonstrate to us that they're going to be a great fit for us too. So we want to communicate that, and I'm going to show you how to do that as well. So watch video 1 often, the one with the mindset, because if you can get that right, and like I say in the video, it's like it sounds easy, but it's a discipline, and we need to be reminded constantly. So watch that as often as you can. But if you've got that mastered, if you've got the mindset mastered, or you're pretty confident with it, then as I say, pretty much any approach to the call is going to work. But I know everybody likes specifics, so let's get into the very specifics of how I conduct a sales call, or how I attempt to make a sales call, the structure that I use, and the theory behind why I do what I do, right? So this is the process that I use, and really it's based around a book called the Dan Sullivan question. The whole process is based around the Dan Sullivan question. It is literally a question. So that's a book. I've mentioned it before. I think I mentioned it in week 1, and it's just a great way to hold a consultation. It's kind of the non-sales process. So if you haven't got that, I recommend getting it and reading it. But we're going to have a look at it anyway. So here is the Dan Sullivan question, right? The question is, if we were having this conversation 18 months from now, 18 months from today, and you were looking back over those 18 months, what would have to have happened in your life, both personally and professionally, for you to feel happy with your progress? Now, the big thing here that most people don't pick up on, that's actually very important, is what would have to happen both personally and professionally. So most people just focus on the professional aspect of what you're bringing to this person, to this prospect, but what they're going to achieve personally, and what they're going to miss out on personally in their personal life and their family life, if you don't bring the solution that they're looking for. This is very impactful, and this is going to be very important, and we're going to talk about this. So you want to keep in mind that this is both personal and professional. We're not just going to talk on the conversation, or we're not going to talk on the call about their professional life. We're going to try and pull their personal life into it as well, because as we all know, it's all related. We can't separate one area of our life or affect one area of our life without affecting other areas of our life. So the whole call really revolves around that particular question, but we structure it in such a way that it makes sense, right? So here's the structure that I use. So we'll run through the structure quickly, and then we'll go back and we'll look at each part of the structure in a lot more detail. So like I say before we get started in this, don't get hung up on the detail of this, right? Just get the concept, get the mindset, and as you go and as you hold more and more consultations for yourself, you'll start to find your feet and you'll start to find what works, right? So don't get hung up on any of this stuff if it seems difficult or complicated or something like that. So the first thing that we absolutely positively want to do is set the agenda, right? So this is, well, obviously I'm assuming that we've had a little bit of small talk before we do this. So this would be step two, really. I guess step one would be have a little bit of small talk. So you're just going to, a great way to start the conversation is just say, hey, so where are you calling from today? I'm wherever. I'm in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then you just want to make some comment about Pennsylvania, right? So I might say something like, Pennsylvania, I've never been there, but I've always wanted to go. I'm a bit of a history buff. I'd like to go to Gettysburg at some point. I find that fascinating. Have you ever been there? And then they'll tell you some stuff, and it's like about 2 minutes is adequate there. And then you just say, okay, well, let's get to business. We're obviously on this call for a reason. So is it okay, David, if I set an agenda? That way we can keep the call on track and we can get the most out of our time together. Is it okay if I set an agenda for this call? Now, the reason you do that is because whoever sets the agenda is in control. That's the dominant personality. That's the alpha on the call, right? So we want to let them know from the very beginning that we're in charge of this call. We're going to direct where it goes. We're in control of the situation, and this is just not going to be a free for all, right? He's not going to get, or she's not going to just be able to get all of their questions answered and then take the information and try and implement it themselves. You have a 2-hour consultation and they won't buy anything is what will happen. We've got to follow a structure, and we're just telling them at this point that we're actually in charge of this call and we're going to control the direction, right? So what I would do at that point is I would just do as I've said, is it all right, David, if we set a brief agenda for this call? That way we can stay on track and we can get the most out of this call, and we can stay focused. Is that okay? So you want to ask permission, right? So if they say yes, it's okay, I'm happy to set the agenda, now they're giving you permission to control the direction of the call. Right now, this is permission based sales. This is not you dominating the conversation, and you want to take control of the situation. People want to be led. They need to be led. And what you're doing here is you're demonstrating that you're going to lead them to where they need to go. They have to lead you. Then how's that going to work, right? If they've got to lead you to the destination, how's that going to work? You're the one that has the information that they're looking for. You've got to lead them, and we do that by setting the agenda. So once they've agreed to an agenda, I walk them through the agenda. Now these are the stages of the agenda. So I'll say, okay, so we're going to start out by talking about where you are currently in your business. I'll say, David, I really don't know very much about you. I've had a quick look at your website and stuff, but obviously I don't know very much about you. So if we start out by talking about where you are right now and some of the challenges that you're facing within your business, and then after that we can talk about where it is that you want to be. Now this is where I throw the question in there, the Dan Sullivan question, but we'll come back to that in a minute. So we start out with where you are, then we go to where you'd like to be, then we'll talk a little bit about what's stopping you from getting there. So obviously the reason you're not there right now is because there's some obstacles in the pathway, so we'll talk about what the obstacles are at that point. Then we'll talk about some solutions. If I have some advice I can give you after I fully understand your business, where you are, what it is that you'd like to achieve, and what the problems that you're facing within your business currently are that's stopping that happening. If I have some solutions that I can offer you, then we'll talk a little bit about what we can do to put a plan in place at that point. And then at that point, David, you have the opportunity to ask all of your questions and get all of your questions answered. So we want to let them know that there's a time for them to ask questions. Right, so up until this point, we're controlling the conversation, and essentially we're asking the questions and they're answering the questions, right? We're controlling that. We don't want them going all over the place asking questions about landing pages and AdWords campaigns and stuff like that. We want them to be answering questions about their business, their objectives, their goals, and the problems that they face. up until this point, it's not the time for them to ask questions, but we want them to know that they have a specific time where they're going to get all of their questions answered, right? So we're telling them at that point, you'll get the chance to answer your questions, or you'll get your questions answered. Then I will say, after all your questions have been answered, David, then if it seems like a good fit for us and it seems like a good fit for you, and there might be the possibility of a relationship there, we can discuss how we could move forward with this if it's mutually beneficial for both of us, and we'll decide together if this is something that's right for both of us. How does that sound? So again, you're telling them at this point that they're going to be making a decision on the call, and you're telling them that you're going to be making an offer. You're telling them that you're going to be discussing it together. You're telling them that there's going to be a mutual decision, and you're telling them that that's going to happen. There's going to be a yes or no. So as I say, we want a yes or no on the call, right? So we tell them that at that point we will decide if we're going to move forward, if it's mutually beneficial. So now we've done that, now we've laid that agenda out, and we've got them to agree to it. So we'll say, hey, so David, does that sound okay to you? Does that sound like a reasonable agenda? And I've never had anybody say no. Everybody says, yeah, that sounds fine. So now they've given permission for you to control the conversation. So if they start to move to the left or to the right, if they start to go outside of the agenda that's been set, then we have permission just to pull them back into that agenda. And if they do start to move off, then I would just say, hey, look, Dave, we've got a limited amount of time today, and there's some things that we really need to discuss. So is it all right if we get back to the agenda and pull them back on track? So we're really getting them to give us permission to control the conversation in a very nice way, because like I say, people want to be led. People follow leaders. So at this point, we're demonstrating that we are a leader. We're demonstrating that we're going to lead the conversation. We're demonstrating that we're going to lead them, and we're demonstrating that we're in a position of leadership, as well as getting permission to control the relationship. So this is all very permission based at this point. So hopefully that makes sense. So let's go back and let's go through the various stages here of the call. So we've just set the agenda, and this can actually be scripted. The agenda can be scripted, but it's really the only part that can be scripted. So again, I would say, hey David, is it okay if we set an agenda so we can make sure that I've done a lot of these calls with a lot of people, and I just want to make sure that we get the most amount of value. So you can come up with a script for that. That's fine. The agenda can be scripted, but that's really the only part that can be scripted. The rest needs to be just natural and needs to flow, right? So the next part is we want to find out where they are currently, right? So here's the thing. A prescription without a diagnosis is malpractice, and this is what we want to tell them. If they start deviating from the agenda and saying, oh, well, just tell me what it costs or tell me what your solution is, then you got to pull it back, right? You don't want to give them the cost. You don't want to give them the solution until you understand fully the problem, until they fully understand the problem as well. So if they want to jump in and say, well, what does it cost? I just want to know what it costs. Well, you got to say, well, look, to be honest, at this point, I don't really know. I can't give a diagnosis at this point because the prescription without diagnosis is malpractice. We've got to dig into your business a little bit, and once I understand what problems you're facing, then I can offer you a solution and give you some prices on that. So is it okay if we get back to the agenda here and we talk about where you are currently in your business? So as you can see, the agenda gives you the reins to pull it back in and to keep it on track and to not give out the price and give out that information before you're ready to give it out, right? So what you want to do here is just basically say, hey, so talk to me a little bit. I don't know very much about you. You've had a quick look at your website, so talk to me about where you are currently. And this is where the conversation starts. So they'll give you some biographical information at this point. And this is not really what we're looking for, though. We're looking for the pain points within their business, right? So when we say where you are currently in your business, we mean where are you struggling currently in your business, right? Because we want to dig into where we can help. We don't just want to dig in anywhere. So you want to make that clear. So a good way to deal with that is just say, hey, so obviously there's you've reached out, David. I appreciate you reaching out, but why specifically did you respond to the letter, or why specifically did you contact me or respond to my message on LinkedIn? So what exactly would you like out of this call today? And they're going to tell you what their problems are at that point. And you want to really dig into what the problems are. And really, more specifically, if you can, you want to dig into the emotional impact of those problems. So if David says, okay, well, I'd like to increase the dental implant side of my practice, then the question will be, well, why would you like to increase the dental implant side of your practice? And he might say something like, well, because we do a lot of general dentistry, and that's it's hard work, it's constant turnover, it's not very high revenue, but the dental implant side of the business is there's a lot more money in it, and we can make a lot more money while doing a lot less work, right? And then you might say something like, well, why is that important to you, David? Why would you want to make why would you want to have more time available to you? Is there something specific that you're looking to achieve here? And of course, the result, people are always looking for the same thing, right? They're looking for more time with their family, they're looking for more freedom. And this is what we're looking to uncover. We're actually looking to uncover the buyer motivation that's present, right? So the prospect you're talking to is looking for more freedom, they're looking for more security, they're looking for more time with their family, they're looking for these type of things, and these are the things that are going to make somebody make a buying decision. You're not going to get them to buy a product from you based solely on the premise of gain, if that makes sense. They're not going to spend a lot of money with you based solely on the premise that they're going to make more money. What makes somebody make a buying decision, particularly with a high price product, is they're moving away from a pain. They're not necessarily moving towards a pleasure. So if we can uncover those pains by asking good questions, and we don't want to be manipulative here and saying you're in a lot of pain, that's not going to work. We just want to ask lots of questions to really uncover what their true situation is. So if he says, well, yeah, I'd like to spend more time with my family, then you can start to dig into that and say, well, okay, well, how much time currently are you getting to spend with your family? And he might say, well, I'm only spending a couple of hours a day. And you say, well, how is that impacting you? And he might say, well, I've got a couple of young children and I'm missing them grow up, it feels like. And if I could spend an extra 2 or 3 hours a day or an extra 2 or 3 days a week with them, then I'm going to get to see my children grow up. So you see, we're starting to uncover some really powerful reasons why they might move forward, as opposed to just saying, well, talk to me about your business. And they say, well, we've run newspaper ads and we've run some radio in the past and it's kind of been all right, but it hasn't really. This stuff is not going to get anybody to make a decision, right? We've got to get to the core emotion that's making the person want to improve their business, and that's generally going to revolve around security, it's going to revolve around family, it's going to revolve around those type of things, right? So hopefully that makes sense. So when we say find out where they are currently, we want to find out more along the lines of the impact that their current situation is having, right? And this is why we said earlier on that both personally and professionally, we've got to attack both aspects. So by addressing the professional life, that impacts the personal life, but the personal life is what's driving the decision. So we've got to get to the bottom of that. So that's all I'm going to say about that, or we're going to run out of time. Really, this video is going to be about 3 hours long. But like I say, you want to dig and find what really is motivating them to move forward, and that's probably going to be a more personal thing. So the next thing is you want to find out where they want to be, right? And this is where you can ask the question. So, okay, so now I understand your business and where you are. So you've got a business that you've got a very profitable product that you're not really getting into the marketplace, and you've got a less profitable product, but it's taking a lot of time. So you'd like to move out of that less profitable product into a more profitable one, and that's kind of the overall outcome of that is that your family life is improved, just to summarize. And that's great, but the way I transition into it is I say, okay, so let's just assume hypothetically that we have worked together, and let's say it's 18 months into the future now, what would have to have happened? And then I go back to the question. So again, we want to talk about what their personal life would look like as well as their professional life, because it's a holistic approach we're taking here, and this is what's going to get somebody to make a decision. And we discuss that and we explore that, and our job is just to ask a lot of questions to get the person to really open up and to talk to you about what it is that they really want, right? So what we're trying to do here is we want to create a contrast between where the person is in their current business, their current personal life, and where they want to be. Now, there's obviously going to be a very big gap, right? And the wider this gap is, and the more the person understands this gap, the more likely they are to make a decision to move forward. So if there's a lot of pain in the present and there's potentially a lot of pleasure in the future, then that's obviously a very big gap, right? And there's going to be a lot of motivation to move across that gap because they're a long way from where they want to be. If you can't get them to see for themselves with your questions that they're actually quite a long way from where they want to be. There's a big gap from where they are to where they want to be, and they're going to need some help to get across that gap, then they're not really going to make a decision for you. It's very unlikely. So the next part is finding out what's stopping them, right? So obviously there's a gap between where they are and where they want to be, and they're aware of that gap and they would clearly like to cross that gap, but there's obviously some obstacles in the way that's stopping them from doing that. So this is where I would transition into this section by saying something like, well, that's great, so here's where you are, quick summary, here's where you'd like to be, quick summary. And then I'd say, obviously you're not staying where you have some vision as to where you want to go, and you know that's what you want to do, but obviously there's going to be some stuff stopping you doing that, or you would have done it already, right? So what are the obstacles specifically that's standing in your way? And generally they'll tell you, so that they might say something along the lines of, I just don't know how to generate more business in that aspect of my business, or I just don't know how to do this, or I just don't understand that. And what they're doing here is they're telling you what product they're willing to buy from you. They're telling you what product that they need from you in order for them to get from where they are to where they want to be. So when we're talking about the solution later on, we want to be talking in terms of solving the problem that they've just talked about in this section, not talking about AdWords or PPC management or SEO, right? We want to be talking about solutions to these specific problems that they can see now clearly at the obstacles to stopping them, that's stopping them from getting where they are to where they want to be. So this is a very short section. This might only be 5 minutes or so, but we want to run through that and find out what the specific problems are. Now, at this point, we want to offer some solutions. So when I say offer solutions, this is not where we make an offer to them. We just say, okay, so we summarize back what we've just heard to make sure that they understand that we understand, right? And also to make sure that we understand. So I would say, David, so what I understand based on what I'm hearing is A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. And you would like to be here, and these are the problems that are standing in your way. Is that accurate? Is it an accurate summation of your situation? So this is the diagnosis process, right? So you've got to get them to say, yes, that is an accurate diagnosis. At that point, you're now qualified to prescribe a solution. So the solution that you offer has got to be very high level, very general. It's not a detailed solution. We're not going into the nuts and bolts of our solution at this point. So I would say something along the lines of, okay, so based on what you've told me, what you actually need is you need a systematic, organized way to get into the marketplace that's going to allow you to generate all of the dental implant cases that you need, or allow you to generate all of the personal injury cases that you need, and you need to put a system in place that's reliable, it's predictable, it's sustainable. And if you're really looking to manage the level of lifestyle that you have to where you can ramp it up or ramp it down based on where you are at that particular point in time, then we need to put a system in place that allows you to do that, that's going to allow you to turn it up, and it's going to allow you to turn it down if that's what you want to do. How does that sound? So if that's the kind of solution that we're presenting at this time, we're just telling them the outcome of what we're going to do for them, or what we suggest that they would do in their business. Based on our experience, this is what you need in your business, David. And that's where we give them the opportunity to answer questions, or ask questions rather. So this is where we would say, so that's what I would suggest that you need to do based on what you've told me. Does that sound like something that would work in your business? Do you have any questions around that for me? And this is where they're going to start to ask their questions, and this is where they might say, well, how do you do this? How do you do that? And you just this section here goes as long as it needs to go, right? So we've got to answer all of their questions, but we do it at a high level. We try not to go into much detail if we can avoid it. So we wouldn't say like, well, what we're going to do is we're going to go into Google AdWords and we're going to change the keywords and we're going to set the bid to automated bid so we can see what Google actually wants for the inventory, and then we're going to do this and then we're going to do that. We're not going at it from that perspective. That's just you're going to lose the sale if you do that more times than not. We want to answer the questions on the basis of outcome, right? So if somebody says, well, okay, so that sounds great, so how do you do that? Do you use AdWords? And you say, well, yes, AdWords is a tool that we would use to do that, but the outcome of that is you're going to have a reliable, predictable, sustainable flow of qualified leads into your business. That is the major benefit that AdWords brings, is that it's reliable, it's predictable. If we do it properly, it's actually very cost effective, and by doing it this way, you're going to know for sure that you're able to generate as much business as you need to generate at the time that you need to generate it. And if you want to tone it down a little bit because you want to go on vacation, or if you're just very busy, then you're going to have the ability to pull it back as well and tone it down. So we, we want to make sure that we're answering those questions in terms of the outcome that we're going to provide. We don't want to start talking about the features of an AdWords account, or the features of an SEO campaign, or the features of Facebook or whatever. We just don't want to go there at all. That's going to cost us a sale 100%. Hopefully that makes sense. So once they've asked all their questions, and you really want to make sure you want to ask them over and over again, are you sure you don't have any more questions? Because they're not going to buy if they've got questions, right? So we want to make sure that all of their questions are answered. Then we go to the offer. When we're satisfied that all of their potential objections have been met, then we go to the offer. And this is just going to be a very low key, very matter of fact, no big deal type thing, right? So we want to offer a glove in hand solution to that problem. So remember back when they told us that the difficulties that they're having, we want to kind of tailor it to that, and we want to make it a glove in hand, very low key, very easy solution. So say, okay, so based on everything you've told me here today, Dave, what we've got to offer you would be just perfect for you. We've got some solutions that are just perfect for everything you've said. Is that something that you'd like to know about? Would you like to hear more about that? And of course they're going to say yes. So we want to get their permission, because now we're in the actual sales part of the process. So we want their permission to sell to them. So this is permission-based sales. We've got permission to sell to them, and this is where we make the offers. So we say, based on everything that you told me, that we have a solution that will be absolutely perfect for you. We can put a system in place that will allow you to generate all of the leads that you need to generate on an ongoing basis in a very cost-effective manner. We can turn it up when it needs to be turned up. We can turn it down when it needs to be turned down. Is that something you'd be interested in doing? Right? So we're not saying we're going to offer you AdWords management. We're telling them, here's the solution to, we have a solution to your problem, and here's exactly what it looks like. It's a system that allows you to generate business as you want, and you can turn it up and you can turn it down, and it's very cost effective. It's a turnkey solution, David. We can implement it for you. We just need a couple of pieces of information from you up front. Once we've got that, then it really is a turnkey solution. It's not going to bring about any more work on your end. It's not going to create any stress on your staff. We can completely manage this on your behalf, and it's really going to be a great solution with very little maintenance on your end. Is this something that you'd be interested in? Would you like to do that, do you think? And then this is where the price is going to come up more often than not. So you want to relate the price back to the outcome that they want. You don't just want to throw a price out there, right? You don't say, well, it's $5,000 a month, because that's a ridiculous number. It doesn't mean anything. It's not related to anything. So when the person says, okay, yeah, I mean, it sounds great. Of course, I'm very interested, but it's going to come down to price. What are we talking about? You want to get a number out of them and say, okay, so let me ask you a question before I give you a price. What increased revenue would you like in your business on a monthly basis? What would be a great result for you? And if he says, well, ideally, I'd like a $50,000 increase in revenue, that would be an ideal scenario for me, then I would say something along the lines of, okay, well, that's very realistic, but here's the thing, we're looking at about roughly a 10-to-1 return on what we do. Sometimes it's a little bit more, sometimes it's a little bit less. So does $10 in return for every $1 you spend, does that sound like a reasonable investment to you? And of course they're going to say, yeah, because that's a heck of a good return, right? 10-to-1, every $1 you spend you get 10 back. So then based on that, and based on the fact that he's given you a $50,000 increase in his business, now you've got a number to work off of, right, which is $5,000. So you say, based on the fact, David, that you're looking for a $50,000 return, you're looking for a $50,000 increase in your business on a monthly basis, and based on the fact that we can typically get a 10-to-1 return on your investment, then we will be looking at a complete monthly investment, a total monthly investment of somewhere in the region of $5,000. Does that sound like something that you'd be interested in? So now you've related the cost to an outcome, and he can see that it makes sense. That number it's been derived from something legitimate. It's been derived from an outcome. And if he just says, well, look, to be honest, Could we start a little bit smaller than that and say, well, okay, what would you be comfortable with? Would you be comfortable with a $30,000 return? If it is, well, okay, that's fine. Well, then we'd be looking at a total monthly investment of approximately $3,000. Is that something that's more suitable for you, do you think? Is that something that you would like to start out with? And then obviously your management fee and the ad spend is going to come out of that 3,000, so I would split that typically 50-50. The bigger the ad spend, the smaller the percentage of the fee, obviously. But if it was $10,000 ad spend, I'd probably take a $3,000 fee, something like that. So that's something you got to decide. We can talk about that at a later date. But you want to relate the price to the outcome. If you don't, if you just come out and say, yeah, we can do this for you, it's $5,000 a month or $3,000 a month, then there's nothing. That's just an outrageous number, and it's where is that number come from? The person down the road is willing to do this for $300, and you're telling me $3,000? It's really important that you relate your fee to a much bigger outcome, and then of course your fee looks a lot smaller as well. So at this point, this is where he's probably going to say, sounds good, but how are those fees broken down? Can you talk to me a little bit about how that works? Or can you explain to me your fee structure a little bit more? This is where I would go for the decision, right? So I'd say, okay, I'd ask the question, is this something that you're interested in? Would you like to know more specifically about the fee structure? And if they say yes, then this is where I would bring about something to force the decision at that point, something to get a yes or no. Because if you don't, they're going to say, I'll think about it. Sounds good. I'm not saying I'm not interested. It sounds good. I need to think about it. That's what they're going to say, right? 100% of the time, or at least 95% of the time. So at this point, I'll say, okay, so here's how it works. So it's a $5,000 total monthly investment. That is going to be divided between the actual cost of the ads themselves and the management fee. So what we do is we have you place your credit card on file with Google, and they charge you directly for the cost of the ads, and then we send you an invoice for the actual management portion of it separately. So you've got two separate expenses there. One goes directly to Google, so we're not getting any of that whatsoever. That's 100% going to Google when you pay that on your credit card. Which the reason we do that is it just works out better for tax reasons and for accounting reasons and stuff like that. The other aspect is our management fee, and we would invoice you that on a monthly basis. So there is one other fee, which is that there's a one-time setup fee, which you can choose whatever that is. Depending on, I usually make it similar to the management fee. So I would say there's a one-time setup fee, and that's $3,000. But if you were interested in this, if this is something that you'd like to move forward with, and you was willing to make a decision today, then I would be willing to waive that $3,000 setup fee. If you were willing to move forward today and you were willing to process the invoice today, is that something that you would like to move forward with? Is this something that you'd like to do? So as you can see, we're not forcing them to make a decision. There is a setup fee, right? That's all there is to it. But if they make a decision, they get to save a little bit of money. So they're welcome to come back tomorrow. If somebody says, well, look, I just can't make a decision today, I'm just not prepared to make a decision today, I'll think about it and I'll come back tomorrow or the next day, then you say, well, that's fine. You're more than welcome to do that. But if you want to come back tomorrow and make the decision tomorrow, there will be a $3,000 setup fee at that point. That's just the way it is. Or however you want to word it, you can find some nice way to say it. So basically what you're doing here is you're making them make a decision. If they want this product from you, if they want your help, then they will want to save the $3,000 fee. They will want to. And no matter what anybody says, they can move forward today. They can make a decision today. They may not be able to pay your invoice today. That might be legitimate, right? But they can make a decision today. They can say yes. So if somebody says, well, the setup fee is fine, I don't really care, I need to think about this, so I'm more than happy to pay that setup fee, so I'll come back to you tomorrow or the next day, then guess what? They're telling you they're not interested. If they're interested in moving forward, then they're going to want to save that setup fee. And if they're not interested, then they're going to tell you that they're going to think about it and they're happy to pay the setup fee, and you know not to waste any more time with that person, right? So basically all we're doing here is if they come back tomorrow, if people get funny about it and say, well, you're pressuring me, you're forcing me to make a decision. You say, well, I'm not forcing you to do anything. All I'm doing is, if you come back tomorrow, then you're going to get this for a great price. It's going to be a great deal and you're going to get it for a great price. All I'm doing is I'm giving you an opportunity to get this for a better price today. If you wanted to make a decision today, I'm giving you the opportunity to get it for a better price today. And that's it, really. At that point, they're gonna tell you that they're interested or they're not interested. They're gonna say, yeah, I'd like to move forward, or no, I don't want to move forward, or I'll think about it, right? And I think about it means I'm not going to move forward. So if they say, yeah, I think I want to do this, I'm interested, what do we do now? Then we lock the deal down. We're going to talk about that in another video. This video is getting a little bit lengthy, so we're going to put that in another video. So at that point, you want to actually lock the deal down properly. If they ask for a proposal, then generally we don't send a proposal, and we're going to deal with that in another video. And finally, if they say yes, they want to go ahead, they're happy to go ahead, then at that point we reassure them that they've made a great decision. We stay on the phone and we talk to them for a while, and we just reassure them that they've made a great decision, right? So that's pretty much the whole process. There's quite a lot of information there. Listen to the recording a few times here and work through it. But like I say, it's really about being the person's trusted advisor. I'm sure everybody's heard of that term, trusted advisor, and it's thrown around quite loosely, but this is really about establishing that trust. And throughout this whole call, we're trying to genuinely help the person. We're trying to genuinely get them to the next level. We're trying to genuinely understand their problems and offer them solutions to their problems. So that's the main thing. There's been a lot of information in this particular video, but don't get hung up on it. As I've said, and I'm going to keep saying it, don't get hung up on it. Don't think just because there's so much information in here that you have to do all of this stuff. This would be an ideal scenario. But if as long as you're approaching this call from a trust-based position, from a place of trust, that you genuinely want to help this person, and you're really not attached to the outcome, and this is where that close comes in, when you say, if you make a decision today, I can waive that $3,000 setup fee for you. If you don't, it's going to be applicable tomorrow. You've got to not care if they say no at that point. If you start to think, this person's really, really interested, and if I force the decision, then I'm going to lose the sale. No, 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 no. If you don't force the decision, you're going to lose the sale, right? If you don't force it, you're going to lose the sale. That's all there is to it. If somebody gets off this call and says, I'll think about it, then that's a soft no. Or it might even be worse than that. It's a bit further along than a soft no. They're not really very interested, right? So by getting them, by using the limitation at the end, and by saying, if you make a decision now, you get a discount, then you're putting in that person into a position where they have to decide whether they want to move forward or whether they don't want to move forward. And if they can't move forward at that point, it's because you haven't provided enough information to get them to say yes, or they're not particularly interested, and they're certainly not going to make a decision in favor of once you get off the phone with them. I mean, one in 10 might come back and say, yes, I'd do it, but you've probably blown 4 sales to get that one. So if you're not hearing no's, you're not hearing yeses. So you will get a lot more no's doing this. Make no mistake about that. A lot of people will say no that you will think might have said yes if you give them the opportunity to think about it, but trust me, they don't. I've done like literally hundreds and hundreds of these calls now, and they don't come back and say yes. Very, very occasionally. Very occasionally. And like I say, it's not a hard and fast rule. We don't have to do it. And sometimes people will give a legitimate reason not to do it. But as soon as you get attached to the outcome, and by allowing them off the call without making a decision, the only reason you're doing that is because you think you're going to get a yes. If you do that, you've become attached to getting a yes. So you've departed from what works. You've departed from helping them to make a decision. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more as well in upcoming videos. You're not doing them a service at all by allowing them to stay undecided. All you've done there is you've just become attached to the outcome, and as soon as you become attached to the outcome, the decision becomes a no from the client, pretty much. So that's the core structure. The next video we're going to look a little bit more at getting the decision on the end of the call and why this is important. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that and how we're actually serving the client by putting them in a position where they do need to say yes or no. We're going to talk about that and why getting the decision is very, very important. So this video's got a little bit long, so I'm going to end it here, and we'll head over to the next video, and I'll see you there.